The capital of the Antares Empire, Reefenheim, was engulfed in flames, as if the earth had turned into hell. The demons were also worthy of hell. Their roar alone could cause houses to collapse. The blows of the paws shook the ground, killing the defenders in droves, and their hopes melted away faster than a wax candle on a fire. 2 million soldiers fell at the hands of the evil demon, 200,000 at the hands of long-range magic and summoned creatures, 300,000 were seriously wounded. Such were their devastating losses in this war. Even though the Demon King had destroyed their world by filling it with evil, people believed that they would end him, and the demon would fall at the hands of the heroes. The Hall of the Abyss that was located in the heart of the great Demon King Palace was illuminated by a faint moonlight that seemed to be coming from the walls themselves. Alex von Hollein broke the silence of this majestic hall with his ringing voice. "Today the atrocities end," he shouted. It was time for the fiends of hell to return to the darkness. That was phrase number 3 in the hero's cliché handbook, and it must have given his squad confidence in the face of a lone enemy. Emperor Reefenheart Wild Antares, who personally sat on the high throne, received these cries with stern indifference. "The Demon King will be destroyed, and this will mark the fall of the evil empire," Cirrus Holy Sword declared, quoting the hero cliché handbook, phrase number 5. Reefenheart frowned. He was already quite tired of these labels. Their lands were called the Antares Empire, and were no different from any other. The sun shines equally for everyone. But here the menacing and half-naked giant Teslan rudely objected to the emperor. A whole tirade came out of his mouth. The main idea was that some nations should be discredited on certain grounds. The master of martial arts himself deeply believed in his false, anti-scientific, and unethical statements. For centuries, small barbarian peoples were called monsters because they were different from people, and for this they were oppressed. After Reifenheart gave them knowledge and power, they were considered the spawn of hell, and now people pretended to be noble, righteous people. The emperor leaned forward a little and asked if they had slain the 4 heavenly kings. Cirrus confidently replied that the filthy orcs were no match for his sword. It was not as if even the brave Tahid had been defeated. The emperor was horrified, and his noble mask of imperturbability cracked. Despite their menacing appearance, the orcs were still hunter-gatherers until recently. They were distinguished by a deep loyalty to the tribe and to each other. Protecting the weak, they were no different from the people who called them monsters. Teslan smirked contemptuously, amused by the title of heavenly kings that the emperor had bestowed upon the dirty trolls. "They simply got what they deserved," he said. So Garut Atalaka was dead, the emperor realized. The trolls looked terrifying because of their protruding mandibles. But was that a reason to exterminate them? And yet this tribe was close to the spirits of their ancestors in nature. Reefenheart was horrified by the inhumanity and cruelty. The evil dwarf who worshipped the god of darkness was also called to account for his actions, declared the white-robed priestess, Saint Owl. Even Michelin was dead. The emperor supported his head with his hand, powerless against such cruelty. Since when did the god of the gnomes, Owl, become the god of darkness, he wondered. People are so arrogant, they declared all infidels to be pagans and sectarians. The dark elf was also overthrown. Magic was too much for him, said the light mage Jade Arclight, smug as everyone else. Riefenheart's face twisted in anger as he remembered the dark elf. "Cirrus is also dead. They are just begging for death," the emperor roared in pain and rage. And for this he was immediately accused of treason and of going over to the side of darkness. All this did not fit into Riefenheart's head. How it was possible to hate someone so much just because of the color of their skin. The elves lost their forests due to the fault of people and were forced to flee to the barren lands. "Let's avenge the fallen," shouted the hero Alex, and his squad with the wrong moral, ethical, and anti-scientific convictions responded. "Who will avenge the other fallen?" the emperor asked them furiously. His eyes blackened and his appearance distorted with anger. But people had their own truth. They believed that it was Reifenheart who dragged everyone to the dark side of the Force. Without him, the non-humans would simply live an ordinary life. Then the emperor realized that there was no chance of being heard, even at the hour of the decisive battle. Any individual of another intelligent species that does not agree to the fate of a slave immediately becomes in the eyes of people a servant of darkness and is subject to destruction. A suitable pretext for genocide, the goal of which is world domination. In that case, he had no choice but to become the demon king that he had always been seen as. Reifenheart roared, and the great hall was filled with his power. The stone floor cracked under their feet and threw the heroes upward. His name was Reifenheart, and he was a very ordinary great magician, and tears flowed from the emperor's eyes. Although the words ordinary and great do not go together, he considered himself as such. People did not want to recognize other intelligent races as equals. The elves became servants who simply lived a little longer than people, the dwarves a useful workforce in the mines, the orcs nothing more than heavy draft horses. Trolls were even used as ingredients for healing potions. To humans, all aliens of a different species are slaves, deprived of their own self and therefore incapable of suffering. But Reifenheart was deeply impressed when he became acquainted with the culture and roots of other tribes. He studied their way of life, communicated with them, lived with them in the tribe. Everywhere he was warmly received, generously gifted and accepted as one of their own, and so he got to know them better. He was able to learn the magic of spirits and elves. Combining this knowledge, Reefenheart became the first in history to reach the 10th circle of mana. To broaden his horizons, he learned about the lives of many different tribes and could no longer stand to see them oppressed. His influence grew stronger and stronger, so it became more and more difficult to remain unnoticed. And then the humans began to invade the lands of the aliens. As they did all the time, the humans destroyed everything that the other tribes tried to build, forcing them to flee further and further. The tribes united and fought back, and it so happened that their lands and influence expanded rapidly, so quickly that all this grew into a huge empire on the border of human kingdoms. So Reefenheart founded Antares. Even though he himself did not hate people, he only believed that aliens were no worse than people. No one was going to oppress people in return. But things turned out differently. People saw a threat in their mere existence. The citizens of Antares wanted to live on their own land, but seeing the power of the united army of orcs, goblins, and others beyond their control, people could not leave them alone. But can a rational person allow such crimes to happen? So Reefenheart decided that he would abolish the senseless laws of people and create new ones that prohibit the genocide of other peoples. His magic was so strong that even the heroes had trouble. Alex was tumbling away. No doubt they all achieved their titles as heroes through their success in sword and magic skills. But in reality they lacked mastery in both, the Emperor said. All these heroes survived by chance because they fought against the weak and thus built up their strength. But if you hit one point, they will all crumble. And now only Teslan, an indomitable martial artist renowned for his strength, remains in the ranks. The others weren't hard to defeat, but this one had a powerful aura surrounding him. In her fiery halo, the warrior rushed straight towards the magician, since he only had melee attacks in his arsenal. His fighting style also involved concentrating all his efforts on one point, and therefore the warrior's power was great. With one blow, he could split the earth. Reefenheart immediately realized that the fight would be difficult, and tried to keep his distance. Teslan's blows shook the walls, and the palace threatened to collapse, burying them under the ruins. The magician slid easily between the slabs, keeping the warrior in sight at all times. He recklessly rushed straight at him, having no armor or any other protection except his skill. Reefenheart put up a magical defense, seeing that he would not be able to dodge this blow. It was a blow with the edge of the palm, but so heavy, as if I had been hit with a rail. The magical armor couldn't withstand such power, and his skull changed shape slightly. Reefenheart whined in annoyance. This trifling blow, he said. Despite his bravado, he looked bad, considering that his spine was slightly compressed, and a couple of vertebrae had completely left the formation. It was necessary to somehow deal with the enemy, but in his current state, it was impossible. Gleaming with power and strength, Teslan approached cautiously, as if expecting some kind of meanness from the magician. But he grabbed his skull, which was spreading in different directions, and suddenly admitted defeat. And that means everyone is free from his evil spell, said the warrior. These words made Reefenheart remember what he was fighting for. He wanted to surrender, but changed his mind. Could he just accept it? It was driving him crazy. And then the magician took out the Eye of Space that he had found in the ancient ruins, an extremely powerful artifact that even he, who had reached the 10th circle of mana, still did not fully understand. The steroid-fueled bully screamed, asking what the sorcerer was up to. A regression spell that could turn back time and undo God's plan, Reefenheart answered. He himself did not know whether this magic would work, but there was nothing to lose, so the magician activated the artifact. Teslan realized that there was no time to waste and rushed into a preemptive attack. Powerful magic was activated. A clot of mana was gathering in his hands. He couldn't die, not like this, Reefenheart thought. At that moment, Teslan's fist struck the mana clot, and a monstrous shockwave passed through his body. A second sun exploded on the walls of the palace, momentarily dispersing the darkness of the fires and bonfires. Everything seemed to freeze, the waves of time surging around them until the world disappeared in a blinding flash. And then everything became quiet. The world was filled with the rustling of leaves and the cheerful chirping of birds in the spring. A wooden log cabin in the middle of the forest, the light crackle of firewood in the fireplace, the rebellious breeze that peered into his room, disturbing the curtains, and also the warmth and comfort of the house. That's what he felt when he woke up. The spell had indeed succeeded, even though he had only deciphered half of it, Reefenheart thought as he sat up in bed. Of course, he didn't doubt his genius, but he was still surprised. Obviously, a jump into the past happened, but the magician didn't remember this place. He couldn't even imagine how old he was, and somewhere deep inside he was already beginning to have vague doubts that something had gone wrong. Looking at his body, tall and strong, as if its owner had never left the training ground since infancy, the magician was surprised. After all, the face that looked back at him in the mirror did not belong to him. His hands had a lot of calluses, small scars, and his abs were flaunting six-pack abs. A mage doesn't need such excesses, thought Reefenheart. Although he didn't like to brag about it, beauties were stacked next to him in his youth. And when he got older, even elves would stare at him. And now he was the owner of a brick jaw with barbaric cheekbones, which made him more akin to orcs than to humans. What had happened, Reefenheart wondered? Had he messed up the spells so much that he had been reborn in the body of a random person, though the face seemed vaguely familiar? On the other hand, he might not have gone back in time, but simply changed bodies. Thick, red eyebrows, stubborn look, add facial hair, the spitting image of the martial arts king Teslan, the magician suddenly realized. And then the king of fanservice heard someone calling his name. The doors opened, and for a second Reefen thought he was a resident of a dollhouse when he saw who was looking inside. The sun is already high, and he is still at home, the giant said angrily, wondering why he did not come out. The magician was frightened by just the sight of him. Another great day awaits them today, the giant declared cheerfully and laughed loudly, shaking the whole house. Who is this monster? Reefen involuntarily said, staring upward. Noticing his strange reaction, the giant leaned towards him and asked why he was looking at him as if he was seeing him for the first time. Does he really want to use the excuse of amnesia a second time? The giant asked and scratched his beard, because it seemed like once was enough to understand that it wouldn't work. With a huge paw that could hold the head of the already not small Teslan, the giant grabbed his skull, and he dragged him to the exit for training. The magician had never done anything like this before, so it tickled his nerves even more. Now he remembered that Teslan had a mentor, the strongest warrior of all times and peoples. The previous king of martial arts, Gerard Crom Protaz, is a fearsome giant who never loses heart. Maybe we should talk first, the magician suggested when he was tied to a tree. Although he was not a great expert in training, his intuition told him that the usual process did not look like this. To make the fighter talk less, the mentor tied his mouth tightly, after which a bamboo stick appeared in his hands. There was no doubt about what would happen next. Reefen would have screamed in horror if he could. A pitiful groan escaped his body as the mentor began a relaxing massage session with bamboo sticks. It was difficult to understand what such a procedure was intended to train, but it greatly improved the functioning of his tear glands. The magician didn't know what was happening, but he had already cursed his fate and that artifact several times. And the massage session continued, and Gerard gave himself to it with full force. This is how he will meet his death, forgiving Cirrus, thought Reefen. The massage therapist also noticed that today the boy was acting strangely. He was all limp. Maybe he really did have memory loss. But their entire fighting clan follows the principle of endless pumping. Their motto of perseverance and work will be wiped out. He himself fainted in his youth, thought Gerard, and began to beat with redoubled force. Like cures, said the teacher, and prescribed a double dose of the cure for amnesia. Only the weak need weapons. Only those who are weak in body hide in armor, the teacher shouted. These are all excuses. It's a shame not to overcome your weaknesses, and for this you need training. People are like steel. The more you hit them, the more they become hardened, Gerard continued to instruct, having already ground 2 sticks into sponges. He personally chose the student, and therefore he must trust him unconditionally. There are no limits to physical development. Therefore he must become steel. Not everyone is capable of becoming steel. Only high-quality iron is suitable for this, and only the chosen ones will acquire the perfect form, and Teslan was one of them. So Gerard provided massage services with particular fury. Then they moved on to visualization images. The teacher told him to imagine himself as a great and powerful ocean that does not change, no matter how much damage it receives. The ocean, at this word, Reefen remembered Cirrus and the splashes of water on her silky skin. The body-strengthening procedure was completed only in the evening. Gerard did not even look tired, left the guy to rest and left, and Reefen himself was amazed how he was able to survive after everything. Thank goodness he was strong enough for all this torture. The night greeted him with a soothing coolness and a scattering of bright stars that made their way to him from under the cloud cover. Reefen was lying in a bath with Geralt petals, and the bath itself was filled with a healing potion, 1 bottle of which cost 10 silver. The queens from fairy tales who bathed in milk did not compare to this. Reefen asked his mentor what all this was for, and he explained that after heating and forging, the steel is cooled. After working through all his muscles, in a state close to death from intense massage, he underwent a course of rapid rehabilitation using the power of aura and healing potion. Thus, his body was restored faster than it broke down completely. Reefenheart had personally fought Teslan and knew firsthand about his strength. Now it was clear where it came from, if the boy had undergone such training from an early age. Now the magician was more convinced that he had actually ended up in the past, after which he sank even deeper into the bathtub. Looking at the bright crescent moon, Reifenheart couldn't help but think about his real self in this time. And does young Reefenheart even exist? Can two identical souls live in the same dimension? If so, there were two assumptions. The first is that they coexist in the same world right now. Secondly, the soul of Teslan is currently inhabiting the body of young Reifenheart. Such a strange turn of fate. In the second case, there was no danger, because the king of martial arts did not know magic, and at the same time he lost his excellent body. After the bath, it was time for dinner, and it consisted entirely of a protein diet, which is very bad for digestion and the kidneys. The overworked body needs to replenish its supply of nutrients, Gerard said, while the boy stuffed his belly like a savage. The next morning they started with a light jog in the mountains to shake off the fat. At the very top there was a light warm-up of push-ups on one finger. Then abdominal training with a cobblestone on your back, according to the program of the best fitness trainer. And so it went all day until at night he was released, completely exhausted, to rest. The magician was so tired that he couldn't close his eyes for a long time. The pain didn't leave him even at night. Then he began to think about how what was happening would affect the future and what to do if he and Teslan met. The uniqueness of the soul is the unchangeable rule underlying this world, and if unlucky, the soul may cease to exist. Young Reifenheart will not be active as a mage for another 10 years, but he too is constantly studying, reading books in the magic tower of Delphia, so they cannot possibly collide. If Teslan ends up in his body, he will come for his soul, but he will not be able to do much with his frail constitution. Moreover, the training method itself requires the help of a mentor. Teslan himself cannot handle it, but given his experience, a way may be found. One way or another, now the magician wanted more than anything to escape from this crazy place. So, having waited until deep into the night, he stepped out the window and rushed towards the forest, as quietly as he could. No matter what happened, he dreamed of running away and never returning. But what was his horror and despair that seized the guy in one moment when he met the teacher on the path? The student had been suspiciously quiet for the last couple of months, and now he's running away again for the 9th time, Gerard said, scratching his beard as usual. Reefenheart tried to justify himself again, telling his name and admitting that he was a magician. An evening of wonderful stories, Gerard said thoughtfully. Last time the boy told him that he came from another world, about the gods and dragons he met. There was also a story about him being from the great Murim, where he was an emperor and now lives a second life. And so Reifenheart realized how much he had miscalculated, because Teslan was delirious from grueling training often. This time the story sounded especially convincing. The teacher praised him and called him to bed. Reefenheart had no choice but to come up with a new escape plan. Even though he miscalculated today, it doesn't mean that he will endure beatings and humiliation for eternity. So the attempts continued, although with the same unsuccessful result. The teacher himself was young, had gone through these hardening tortures, and therefore could predict his every step. You just have to wait, and soon all your efforts will pay off, the teacher consoled. Then Reifenheart resigned himself. After all, it was not for nothing that this monster was called the Demon King. In his lexicon, there was no word to give up. The indestructible rocking chair had more than 130 ways to keep the student in place. There was no student who did not try to seem sick or crazy throughout their long history, the teacher boasted. So the magician understood that even if he ran away, this crazy old man would plow the land but would find him. This meant there was only one way, to officially obtain permission to descend from the mountains. Thus began his daily routine in this wonderful prison. It took 2 years before Reifenheart was able to awaken the aura in the body of his blood enemy. Cirrus, a recognized master of the sword, was able to do this only in his 30s. Who would have thought that he could do this before reaching 20? Looking at his reaction, the teacher burst out laughing. The indestructible rocking chair could not do such a thing. If you develop your self-preservation instincts in parallel with your physical abilities, then your will to live will increase your survival rate and also increase your strength known as your aura, so that now even an iron club will not leave a mark on you. Then Gerard announced that they were moving on to the next stage, and Reifenheart thought that they would finally learn real martial arts. The next stage was light sparring with the teacher. At that moment, all the guy's thoughts disappeared somewhere. And so 3 more years passed in endless battles against a superior enemy, far to the north in the high mountains of Vasily, where snowstorms rage. And from the mountains cascades of icy streams fall, breaking rocks. The seasoned warrior stood at the rock and gathered his courage. He put all his power into one point, his fist. One movement is enough to break through a rock that has stood here for thousands of years. Was the third stage his limit, Reefenheart wondered. It looked like he wasn't doing enough. Horn of Disaster, that was the name of this strike. The aura concentrated in one point took the shape of a horn, and that is how this technique got its name. The final stage of this strike was the ninth, causing 9 waves that could kill even a god. Even Teslan in the future would only reach the 7th. Gerard took the 8th. The mentor told him that he would let him go if the boy took at least the 4th level. For the first time in a long time, the teacher went down to the nearest village, and today he could linger there, over a mug of liquor. In the past, the mage would certainly have used this to escape, but now he wanted to finish his endurance training. He raised his hands and cast a spell that created a bullet out of thin air. With a wave of his hand, the wind magic struck a tree that grew innocently nearby. But the final result was pitiful. The shot barely even touched the bark. Due to the forced displacement, he could hardly remember his magical skills. And then there was the meager supply of mana, combined with Teslan's backward brain, not inclined to calculations, put an end to his idea of quickly regaining his magical power. Suddenly, a strange energy that did not belong to a person distracted him from his thoughts. A skinny, green-skinned barbarian emerged from the forest wearing armor that at best served as a good decoration, and only senselessly rubbed his shoulders with straps. Reifenheart immediately frowned. The first stranger he had met in a long time was an orc. The orc grimaced menacingly and told him to pretend he hadn't seen him, and then he would be spared. Judging by the size of the orc, he was only 3 or 4 years old. It looks like he was hiding from someone. Maybe he escaped from the arena. Seeing that the man was not hostile, he tried to negotiate peacefully. Reefenheart thought very worthy. He asked the orc who was chasing him. The greenskin was amazed when he heard the great language of his tribe, and the stranger said that it must be fate. The orc bowed his head and admitted that he was indeed being chased. Reefenheart replied that he would help and asked to trust him. Since the stranger knew their language, the orc could trust him and call him a brother, because he felt his kindness. But as an honest warrior, he warned that this help could turn into problems for him. From the orc's expressive speech, the guy realized that he was a noble and assured him that he had more than enough strength to cope with anything. Then Reifenheart waved his hands again, demonstrating his magic. The hole in the rock he had just made was illuminated by a flash, and he gestured for the orc to take cover there. Seeing that his savior was also a magician, the orc was even more amazed, although for Reifenheart such a reaction was incomprehensible. "What kind of mage looks like he was cast in bronze?" the orc asked him, thus answering. He gratefully accepted the help and stepped into the spell zone. As soon as the orc disappeared into the cave, the sound of many heavy boots and indignant muttering could be heard on the path. A whole platoon of mercenaries, self-satisfied and boorish in appearance, although there were never any noble faces among this rabble, approached the guy and promised him gold if he told them where the orc was. Apparently, taking him for a young, slow-witted person, they whispered right in front of him that they would not give him anything, but would only find out information. But the strange, naked boy briefly refused, without even looking at the worthy warriors. One of the group's rangers noticed orc tracks on the ground that looked fresh, meaning the greenskin was definitely somewhere nearby. Basic magic didn't even remove the traces. Reefenheart was indignant in his mind, but he said out loud that they were in his house, and he wouldn't let them go any further. The haughty servants of the golden doubloon and the experienced cupbearers could not tolerate this. How dare some fool from the wilderness stand in their way? Despite the strange and threatening appearance of the guy, they still began to drive him away. The teacher had told him more than once that fists were a dangerous tool. One blow, and he would take someone's life, which meant that mercy should be shown to the weak. But Reifenheart had a different opinion, so he used summoning magic. And a huge stick appeared in his hands. "At least they won't die from this," the good guy told them and smiled. Although all martial arts were focused on strengthening the body, they also included the use of weapons. The stupid mercenaries did not heed all the warnings and were re-educated in the blink of an eye. Then they decided to pounce on him in a crowd, and shouted throughout the forest to give themselves strength. Gerard's teaching allowed the use of weapons on students, so this technique had no defensive movements, only attack. And yet his opponents were experienced mercenaries. One of them broke through to the guy and hit him on the back with a sword. But the confrontation did not end in favor of the sword. It simply bent from the blow, as if it had hit a stone. Perhaps he had ceased to be human, the boy thought, also quite surprised by his own strength. This weapon technique was not aimed at killing, so Reifenheart could swing the summoned stick around to his heart's content. Even if their skulls were slightly bent, there would be no deaths, and so he acted boldly. After a few swings, only one fighter remained on his feet, and he had already wet his pants. But even the sad situation did not teach him manners when the mercenary rudely demanded that the guy introduce himself. "It's not fair that he alone remained whole while his friends acquired a double set of bones," said Reefen, and prescribed a relaxing massage for the patient. After all the procedures, he released the mercenaries, who had already realized their insignificance. The warm-up ended successfully. The guy even regretted that everything went too quickly. Perhaps it was worth getting a student to let off steam on his skin, he thought. When it was all over, the young orc looked out from his hiding place and thanked him again for saving him. In the most polite terms, he promised to remember this until the end of his days, and to repay the kindness. He continued to address the boy politely, even when the latter asked him not to bow his head, but the orc insisted that he would one day dedicate his sword to him as a mentor. In orc culture, a mentor is someone who is honored throughout life, something similar to a knight's oath among humans. Then the orc asked the name of his savior, and the magician almost called himself Teslan, but he quickly recovered and revealed his real name, which was minted in his soul, Reefenheart Walled Antares. The noble greenskin repeated everything exactly and said that he would remember it. The guy asked his new friend where he would go, because the world belonged to people, and the orc said that their world was huge, so he would definitely find a safe corner. South of the Larched Mountains, there is a nameless wasteland called the Land of Trials by his people, and in this place the Blue Bear Orc tribe hides, Reefen said. With this, they each went their separate ways. Before the orc disappeared, the magician suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask his name. "Son of the Mole, heir to the axe of Lat," cried the young barbarian. And his name was Tahid. This name instantly popped into the old magician's memory. He looked at the green-skinned man's back for a long time until he disappeared into the tall thickets of cereals. One of the 4 great kings of Tahid, the head of the Blue Bear tribe, and later the leader of all orcs. The real Teslan could also have met the orc, but he would hardly have helped him given his character. Perhaps fate itself was involved here, Reefen thought. This could definitely be called a fateful meeting. So he stood there for a long time, looking at the world drowning in the rays of the sunset. For the horde, this thin and scrawny orc will one day proclaim. He will be joined by the troll shaman, and the silver-haired, beautiful as the moon dark elf. Just like the little but stubborn old gnome. Perhaps in this life he will meet his old friends again under completely different circumstances. Then the family would be together again, thought Reefenheart. Half a year had passed since that meeting with Tahid, and winter held the earth tightly in its icy shackles. But right here there was a hot battle going on, between a teacher and a student. There were 2 of them as always. Seeing the attack that Gerard had launched, the guy shrank. He hadn't expected that. The whirlwind guardian dug up the frozen ground and split the rocks, a technique akin to carpet bombing. The teacher praised him for his fortitude since he withstood such an attack, but he remembered it all as if it had happened yesterday. How the student whined about being Reifenheart and not Teslan. The guy snorted angrily. 6 years had passed already. For the teacher, 10 years have passed since he began teaching this boy. But the boy still remained so small compared to his teacher, and this despite his almost 2-meter height. Gerard seemed to explode from screams. Followers of the indestructible rocking chair must exceed the threshold of 2 meters. All previous mentors were giants. Was he following the breathing technique he had been taught correctly? Gerard asked, squeezing his student's skull tightly. The Teslan from his past life was indeed taller, Reifen agreed. But was height really that important? He certainly wasn't planning on growing any taller, because he wouldn't be able to fit through any door anytime soon. And Gerard simply admitted that even in such a small frame, the guy was pretty strong. Later, the teacher told him to show everything he could do, and the boy took a fighting stance. With a contraction of his lower body muscles, Reefen soared into the sky like a rocket. It was time to use the Horn of Disaster skill he had trained for so long. With the impact of the 4th step, his fist sank into the ground like a knife through butter. The permafrost that had captivated the earth cracked for many meters around as if from an asteroid strike. Gerard was pleased with such power. He was at the immediate epicenter of the explosion. "Excellent!" he shouted, laughing loudly, competing with the echo of the explosion. Now it would definitely not be easy to defeat him, which meant the guy could be free. So when the teacher himself said that he could go, Reifen didn't even believe these words. Gerard praised him for his good work over the past 10 years. Now his student Reifenheart can live as he pleases, and the teacher doesn't care who he becomes, a hero or a villain. This was the reward for all his efforts, the teacher admitted, calling him by his real name for the first time. 6 decades ago, his mentor Gerard told him 3 truths to remember. There's nothing wrong with making money, but you shouldn't get involved in dishonest things to get it. Gerard was surprised, because his teacher also told him that it didn't matter who he would become, even if it was a villain, but it was about being a worthy villain, with a sense of style. The second rule was that he was obliged to stand on the side of justice whenever necessary. then the people around him would value and respect him. This does not mean defending the weak, because weakness is not always a consequence of injustice. After all, the student of the great gym is the strongest of all, and must distinguish between them. And finally, the third most important thing was said by Gerard's teacher: to carry the teachings of the great rocking chair to the masses, so that it is never interrupted. He would have to find a student to whom he would pass on all his techniques. This was an understandable rule. So Reefenheart nodded. It could take years, even a lifetime, to find a talented student, so when he found one, he must not miss the chance. With these words, Gerard threw him a bag. The bag contained some money and clothes so that he could travel freely. Reefenheart counted the coins. There were 30 pieces of silver. The money is not much, but he thought that Gerard had become rich because he should have also had an estate in the capital. But the teacher, smiling, said that such are the traditions. Because of inflation, the salary of the student was also raised. In his time, it was 25 coins. Gerard handed him a scroll and said that in the Settlard Mountains there was a small gift for him, marked with a marker on the map. He told the student to be sure to look there if he passed by. Thus began his journey through the mountains, along snowy passes. After so many years, the guy did not believe that he would finally leave these mountains. So moving further and further away from the places that had become like family, he turned around several times. When I saw a pillar of fire that hit the sky and shook the earth. These were the parting words of the teacher, who wanted to encourage him in this way. After all, he is the heir to the greatest technology on Earth, and he must walk the Earth proudly. In his place, the real Teslan would probably have shed a stingy tear from an excess of feelings, but Reifenheart simply ran away as fast as he could, fearing that the teacher might change his mind about keeping him for another year. After some time, he reached a small town with an inn. An argument was already brewing inside. The city elder wanted to tell the nobles everything he thought, regardless of their noble origins. A tall knight in white armor asked the elder what was the matter. The headman insistently demanded payment for the food they had given to all the knights. Selfish peasants, thought the knight, and contemptuously threw them 1 gold coin. The old man deftly caught the coin despite his age and immediately assessed its weight and value. The knight thought that the old man must be holding a ducat in his hands for the first time, but the elder quickly replied that this was not enough. The aristocrat got angry. He thought he knew the market prices and they just wanted to deceive him now. For this, he immediately hit the skinny and impudent old man in the face with an armored glove. What did he earn from the angry and silent looks of the peasants? Because their houses were occupied, their winter supplies were eaten, and they wanted to pay with 1 ducat, in essence. This was no different from bandit robbery. And that's not even taking into account other services and assignments. Then another knight spoke up and asked Edward what was the matter, addressing him as if he were senior in rank. "Pathetic peasants, that's why you can't be kind to peasants," said the knight, whose name was Stefan. He was accompanied by an elf who was apparently a former combat servant. Stefan smirked. He had no sympathy for people who earned their bread all their lives by digging in the ground. In his dreams and in reality, Reefenheart often recalled his past life, which was now so far away. The elf with silver hair and silky skin continued to stroke his chest because she simply liked it, she said. Even though Reefenheart considered himself frail, she liked his sharp, chiseled features, like those of a good blade. This is how he looked in the past. Now he is the spitting image of a golem. "Forgive, Cirrus," the guy cried in front of the mirror. On the other hand, height was a definite advantage. Who wouldn't want to be taller? Cirrus is now about 70 years old, which is 17 years in human years. Reefenheart came to the town of Chrome, which belonged to the kingdom of Vasilia, and Cirrus would be sold at the Chitan slave auction the following year. And now the guy was thinking about his actions. He could just destroy the slave traders and free the elf. But if you act so recklessly, it will be difficult to restore magical powers, so it is better to solve the problem with money. But the price for 1 elf would skyrocket at auction, and he was just a beggar, Reefenheart thought. True, in addition to techniques and a strong body, he also had knowledge of the future, because on the way to Chitan there are good ancient ruins. It so happened that a group of arrogant knights fleecing peasants were also looking for ruins. Their magician was just doing this in meditation. Todd was a mage of the Tower of Delphi and specialized in archaeology. Looking out the window, Stefan asked if they were in the right place, and Todd nodded. Here in these mountains is buried one famous man, Sir Claude von Leotaris Albion. Reefenheart was heading there, happy with his body, which did not experience any difficulties with the cold weather. The teacher told him that the followers of their school could walk naked even in winter, but the guy was in no hurry to test this idea. Thanks to the artificial return technique, he could resurrect any point in the past in his memories. Even before the regression, there was a magician he met who told him about the ancient ruins. Reifenheart himself was there. He even managed to find real treasures that all the other comrades of Todd missed, and that's how he got his first 2,000 gold. The village of cattle was spread out in a cozy mountain valley, and from under a thick blanket of white snow, slender traces of smoke from the fireplaces flowed everywhere. Everything was as the magician remembered. The people in the village held a council about what to do next. Everyone was worried, because they were not allowed to approach the Valley of Death. But the knights demanded a guide, and it was clear what would happen if the peasants refused. Even the elder could not object. One of the villagers involuntarily swore, and they immediately hissed at him, because they could have heard and reported it to the knights. One of the hunters named Ted volunteered. He knew the mountains better than anyone in the village, so he was the most suitable candidate. His family immediately burst into tears because Ted was their only breadwinner. But since he volunteered, his fellow villagers immediately began to encourage the guy, which made him want to go even less. Here some giant with a terrible face offered to take on the role of guide if they were so afraid. It turned out he heard their conversation. Ted grabbed his bow and aimed at the giant, shouting who he was, and Reefenheart raised his hands up in a conciliatory manner, saying that he just happened to come here. They were still wary of him when a tall guy walked through the door and then told them that he knew the area around the ruins well. No one has ever returned from Death Valley, but Reifenheart assured that he had been there before and knew what he was doing. Death Valley was essentially a dungeon, a relic of a bygone era, the remains of the Silver Age. Half a century ago, there lived a knight from the Alchin family, named Claude. At the age of 45, he managed to awaken the aura, went through many adventures, and legends about him circulated throughout the kingdom for a long time. But fame often breeds arrogance. Claude went to the Valley of Death with only one squire and ended up dying. The problem is that the demonic sword Alchin that the knight took with him, he also left there. The sword was a symbol of the family, and was passed down from generation to generation, and for half a century it had been sought. Now the heir Stefan von Repanto Altion led the expedition. He was probably Claude's grandson, Riffin thought, and now the young heir was at the head of the squad, constantly listening to the praises of his elven companion. But on the other hand, Reifenheart knew what the knight was doing with the slave at night, and was a little envious. There was only one saint in their group, and his name was Sillin. He looked young, so the magician doubted whether this cute boy knew how to use the blessing properly. But what worried him more was whether he was a guy. His face was too cute, Reifenheart wondered. He also wanted to talk to Todd. It was nice to meet a familiar face. This magician was now enthusiastically talking about something with Sillin, demonstrating magic. There was also a strange atmosphere between them, which added to the questions. Now Reefenheart was afraid to turn his back on Todd. In the past he was a good guy, a real magician, but here the knight praised the guide for a good choice. But for Reifenheart it was a piece of cake, although according to the knight, the locals really didn't want to go to this area. The mage understood that the villagers were simply scared, but the knight, on the contrary, smugly believed that there was nothing to fear in their squad. There is no knight in the world who would not fluff up his feathers like a peacock and boast of his origin. At that moment, some piercing noise distracted them from their conversation. Several shadows soared into the sky, so quickly that leaves fell from the trees. They took off vertically, spinning around their axis, as if someone had shot them. The creepy, screeching creatures covered in feathers were clearly unhappy with being disturbed. The Harpies immediately attacked the travelers, flying at them in a flock. The knights marched without formation and without advance guards, so they were taken by surprise. Each Harpy had razor-sharp claws that they used to attack at high speed. The knight gave the phrase of Hero Number 11 from the hero textbook and ordered everyone to attack. Mage Todd used a fire chain, and his spells were cast quite quickly. This volley scorched several flying birds at once, and they fell to the ground screaming. Sillin recited an encouraging hymn, and a pleasant pink aura enveloped everyone, adding morale points. Stefan, who finished off the fallen Harpies with lightning speed, also showed himself better than even Reifenheart expected. Of course, his assessment was based on the point of view of an experienced magician, and as a master of martial arts, he could say that all the knights were rather pathetic. Teacher Gerard at least did not brag without reason. The orc porters that walked in the baggage train were the ones who were truly vulnerable. Having no skills or weapons, they could not defend themselves, and they were shaking in terror since the battle began. So the bloodthirsty Harpies set their sights on easier prey. But the most zealous went to rest, having encountered an unexpected obstacle. The Harpy flew in all four directions. Here in the rear, no one paid attention to the guide, so he could stretch his legs a little. If the story of the adventures of the magician Todd from his past life is true, then the guide should have died on that trip. Stefan took down another Harpy that was mindlessly attacking a knight on the ground. His sword cut her from her shoulder to the ground. But his knights were not so easy, and the forest was filled with the cries of the wounded for help. It couldn't be said that Stefan was a bad person. He just didn't really care about his subordinates. So even surrounded by his people, he fought like a loner, and it was his fault that the guide died, so it could be said that he was a bad person, Reifenheart thought. Scylla behaved better, even though Rifen had not yet determined his gender, but the priest was concerned about the people around him. The Harpies, realizing that they were inferior in close combat, switched to long-range attacks and began throwing feathers. A few even pierced Rifen, tickling him a little. True, one of the feathers painfully cut into the warrior's eye. The eye, as is well known, is not distinguished by the density of tissue and is not subject to training. He was lucky that he didn't lose his sight, and the Harpy went into oblivion to the rest of the hero's experience points. Overall, the fight ended quickly, and Stefan asked his assistant if the magician and priest were alive. No one else worried him. Then for some reason he started shouting and announced the obvious. The battle was won. Now they can rest, keeping the sweetness of victory in their hearts, and other saccharine nonsense designed for uneducated children. But times were hard then. Rifen took a moment to talk to Todd, thanking him for saving him to start a conversation. Although the magician modestly noted that he had done nothing special, Rifen changed the subject to the Delphic Tower, where he had a friend who he knew studying. Reefenheart, the guy said his name and looked intently at the magician. He was surprised to hear a familiar name and that the child had such tall friends. And then Todd described the cute appearance of this magician in a strange way, and his face acquired a nasty expression. The guy decided to ignore it for now and asked how his real body was doing. It turned out he was studying hard without looking up from his books. But had anything strange happened in recent years, Rifen wondered. A sharp nose, sapphire eyes, soft skin, Todd began to praise the guy's appearance, and his face began to look even worse, reflecting disgusting thoughts. Rifen barely restrained himself from wrapping the puny mage around his fist, but he still asked again if Todd had noticed any oddities, but the mage was not at all bothered by them. Then Scylla approached them and asked if he was okay. Rifen nodded and offered to examine the orcs. The guy or girl, whoever he was, did just that and cured the orcs, who were not seriously injured overall. Among the knights, his actions caused condemnation and contempt. There was no point in wasting energy on the orcs, who would last anyway. Even though he was showing kindness, it all looked like an appeal to animals. But here it was all about fundamental values. The path of intelligent races to gaining rights was still long and thorny. After a short rest, Stefan ordered the guide to quickly show the way, while he did not change his arrogant tone. Rifen quickly rattled off the direction straight to the right to the pond, where he would have to slow down, while speaking in a strange voice. A few hours later, the forest no longer seemed such an easy walk to them. First, the knights were attacked by a basilisk, then a dark wolf, then another 20 ogres. It was simply amazing that so many monsters could be found on such a tiny mountain. Rifen deliberately led them along the most difficult route to teach the arrogant knight a lesson, and also constantly egged him on by offering to rest. Moreover, the magician himself had provided the perfect excuse. His route was the shortest, so now he could gloat freely. By the end of the journey, even Stefan was pretty exhausted. Now the path no longer seemed so simple to him after all. His ancestor had died here. When he came out of the thicket, his eyes widened. A wide valley strewn with sharp rocks and unusual ruins finally opened up before them. All the knights were delighted and congratulated themselves on their success. They had reached the place they were looking for. This architectural creation looked without any special frills and served as a reason for various jokes in a close-knit male group. A staircase led to the electrified tower. Ruined buildings were scattered around. Only this path was intact. The group of travelers quickly reached the entrance and gathered at the high and narrow gate. Todd pointed to the open path and said they could go forward. Without further ado, Stefan loudly announced that they were leaving. Rifen remained at the entrance. The knight even let him go his separate ways, but the guide justified himself by saying that he would not make it back if he was alone. He was very angry that the arrogant knight did not even think to worry about the fate of the guide and seemed to be doing him a favor by promising to pick him up on the way back. But Stefan was already giving a rousing speech about the great man whose honor and will they must honor by finding the demonic sword Altion. Greedy for profit, the heavy knights in a friendly formation seeped into the narrow passage of the labyrinth. Only dust stood in a column. The magician indifferently wished them good luck as they parted. Now that he was alone, he could do his own thing. Right now, these ancient ruins were filled with spirits and monsters, but in the Silver Age, this place was used as an ordinary military facility. The technology of that age that was considered ordinary today looked like something fantastic. In the past, Rifen had explored this place with his companion Cirrus, so now he was overcome with deep nostalgia. He immediately plunged into their shared memories of those wonderful days, communicating with the spirits. The elf found secret and hidden paths. This way they could move freely in this dangerous place. They did many other things in these dark corners, and Rifen himself was amazed at his own courage, but he was simply in love then. The key to the entrance is the balance of the seals of water and earth in reverse order, the magician recalled. Even though he had all the clues at hand, this body wasn't really suited for using magic. Fortunately, it was possible to open the secret room, and the stone plates moved aside. In order not to ruin his clothes inside and not to stain them, since they cost 10 whole silver coins, Reefenheart took them off. Finally able to stretch and test the combat capabilities of his new body, Reifenheart stretched, when a heartbreaking scream came from the far corridor, echoing off the walls of the cave. It was rather strange to hear it from another direction, where the knights did not go. It began to dawn on Reifenheart that if he opened the secret passage that was connected to the 3rd floor of the basement, it wouldn't work out very well. When he realized what exactly, he froze in horror, like a child who had broken his mother's vase. This place was a military installation. Activation of any device with mana resulted in the launch of traps designed to scare away those who invaded here. Last time, he and Cirrus were alone here and didn't really care about others. But right now, there was a whole squad of Alchian knights wandering around somewhere. They definitely fell into a trap and fell into the basement. And at that moment, Reefenheart realized how wrong he was. The knights really had a hard time. They got stuck in a fierce battle. One of the guys flew away, and Stefan shouted something encouraging and heroic after him. He didn't even understand what had taken out his partner who was walking ahead, and now he was listening intently. First, a strange halberd scythe of enormous size appeared from around the corner. And then its slightly rotten owner looked out, apparently tired of his work even during his lifetime. Stefan immediately understood that his powers were limited here, and they would not be able to defeat this monster. How could humans defeat such a terrible demon, almost twice their height and with heavy weapons, not to mention its ugly appearance? The saint of indeterminate gender began to heal people and inspire them to fight. The knights thanked him for coming so timely, although Sillin himself simply wanted to survive, since only the knights could protect him. When the floor suddenly collapsed under their feet, the saint almost died, but Todd's protective magic saved them. The magician himself, having cast aside his stupid thoughts, tensely awaited new misfortunes, in comparison to which a fall from a height was a mere trifle. The group then continued on their way through the dangerous labyrinth. But not everyone was so lucky. Some people already got it in the neck. The demon closed the passage and did not let anyone in. Demons are not known for their hospitality. And here there were a lot of creatures who really didn't like the fact that they were forcibly awakened from their posthumous leave and forced to work. The knights fled, and then the priest again used inspiring pink magic. This is not a commissar with the orthodox executions. Sillin chanted a spell for a long time, the text of which made no sense. Like most spells that for some reason require musical skills, she managed to summon a creepy thing that was not at all divine in appearance, which, ironically, was supposed to give the knights unwavering courage. The question remained how this would help in a battle with a superior enemy. Sillin was clearly unhappy that the knights who had been boasting about their courage all along had become completely useless, and now they had to be inspired by spending the valuable resource of mana. The charge took effect and the knights' spirits were lifted, ready to fight to the death. Even the magician Todd was amazed at how much power the priest poured in, turning the knights into berserkers. They seemed to go mad and rush to attack. The two squads came together wall to wall in a tight formation. The monsters also understood a thing or two about tactics. Todd waved his hands. He also decided to support the attack while there was such an opportunity, and read the spell. The magician cast a spell and raised all the swords available to him into the air, including snatching them from the hands of the surprised demons. Meanwhile, the elf slave fought bravely for her master. With deft movements, she eluded the demon's attacks and slashed with her sword. But she couldn't cope with a large number of opponents and missed a blow. The blow was so strong that it threw her against the wall, knocking out all the spirit. Even in the face of imminent death, all she cared about was whether she was useful to her master or not. Stefan praised Lelsia for her good work and stepped forward. Like a skilled knight, he apparently waited for her subordinate to wear down the enemy. After which, with a pompous expression on his face, he performed a sword technique with a couple of dance moves. Perhaps this guy dreamed of a career as a pop idol and practiced his moves in front of the mirror to look good on camera. It had no military benefit. Seeing their commander in battle, the knights were somewhat inspired, and Stefan himself was determined to survive. He ordered everyone to gather, for in this place the great ancestor himself, Sir Claude, had fallen. But then something exploded above their heads and the ceiling was filled with flames. The floor beneath the knights' feet cracked treacherously again, from a blow of enormous force. The noise of their fight attracted the attention of the boss of this gym. Covered in flames and with goat horns, he cosplayed all the famous bosses from different universes at once. Such heat flared from the gaping mouth that the knights felt it on their skin. One swing of the monstrous paw quickly destroyed the already shaky battle formations. Despite this, Stefan still tried to keep the knights on the battlefield, and ordered them to stand to the death so as not to disgrace the name of the Knights of Altion. But what could these weak people do against the overwhelming power of the ancient demon, without special means? A wave of heat hit Stefan in the face, and he covered his face with his hand, cursing. The guy refused to die, and he refused to lose so shamefully. Therefore, clutching his sword tighter, he rushed towards the enemy, like the last descendant of a great family. And as the only one who held the title of the Unshakable, duty obliged him to accept the challenge. He used a simple technique that involved delivering a sharp stabbing blow with his sword and cut through the demon's fire armor. The demon didn't like being poked with a steel toothpick, so he sent the knight to rest. Stefan's head almost flew off his neck. He dropped his sword and flew spectacularly over his warriors, trembling with horror, after which he bounced off the ground like a ball. Although this man did not shine with intelligence, he had no shortage of courage, however. The result was still worthless and meaningless. Stefan could have retreated, saved the squad, and returned with renewed strength. But in the end, it was stupid to rush into the hole with everyone without reconnaissance. Sillin began practicing his karaoke skills again by calling on his god, and the huge piece in the form of a staff with skulls struck like a mace, straight into the demon's face. Hemolymph poured from his mouth and his eyes flashed with rage. This attack actually did some damage, but it wasn't fatal, so the priest began to back away in horror, when an even more evil walking fire rushed towards him with redoubled speed. For some reason, there is a misconception that big guys are slow, but this is not true. It is the size and length of the limbs that help make fast movements. So Sillin squeezed his eyes in horror. He would have definitely turned into a handful of ashes if an unknown force had not thrown the demon back with one blow. Their guide appeared on his way, the priest discovered with surprise. The guy didn't miss the opportunity to show off and also take a powerful, effective pose for everyone to admire. And then, to my surprise, I discovered that the wick had already gone out and become dim after just one feed. Now he understood why he had almost died from just one blow from Teslan in the past. Refen turned to the others to check on their condition. The detachment was completely broken, and if the guy had stayed a little longer, an unenviable fate would have awaited them. Almost every one of them was seriously wounded. With the fall of the boss, the enemies did not end, and there were still many rotten guards left in the dungeon. The priest and the magician, the only ones who were not seriously injured, were surprised to try to understand what kind of person the savior was. Refen made his way through the battered horde of enemies with the elf in his arms. With his free hand, he easily crushed the empty skulls of the rotten guards like nuts. When everything calmed down, Stefan came to his senses and, holding his head, which was splitting with pain, opened his eyes. Imagine his amazement to see everyone alive and the enemies completely defeated. That's why Stefan immediately asked his assistant what happened here. When he told the story, the knight even screamed, unable to believe such a story. "So he is a martial artist?" the knight asked, pointing to the guide, who was almost 2 meters tall and had the build of a Terminator, once again demonstrating amazing cognitive abilities. Having adjusted his speech to be respectful, the knight asked the name of the unrecognized warrior. Refen couldn't give his full name because Todd knew his previous version in the Tower of Magicians, so he made do with an abbreviated version. The knights heard the name of this warrior for the first time, which surprised them because he was very strong. Then Stefan asked where the guy was from. But Teslan was unlikely to be of noble birth, so Refen told them that he did not know his lineage. Stefan received this news with disappointment, as was his custom, judging people only by their pedigree. He slapped Refen on the shoulder in a friendly manner. He had to raise his hand quite high to do so, and he declared that the guy was a good man, although he had simply finished off those whom they had almost defeated. But Refen wasn't going to let it go that easily. Only a fool would assess the situation that way. So the boy threw away the hand of the knight, who was no use in a fight, just like his squad. Stefan immediately began to puff himself up with the fact that the honor of his family was offended. His assistant even had to cool the young master's ardor a little. They agreed that the commoner simply had no manners, and therefore should be treated with indulgence, and then asked who had taught him. Refen answered evasively. Master Gerard was too famous to remember his name, and besides, he wanted to avoid the teacher watching his every move. The knights didn't like his answer. How could someone gain strength just by picking up things here and there? Refen scratched his ear and cut off this interrogation. He wasn't obliged to answer at all, and the knights had a lot of things to do with the wounded that needed to be taken care of. But it didn't escape Stefan's assistant that the conductor's manner of speech was simple and natural, as if he was used to leading. Perhaps the guy just didn't realize how arrogant his speech sounded, ignoring his status. This manner is typical of those who see everyone as equal or inferior. This man did not take into account the difference in age or position, and he could well be mistaken for a member of the royal family from distant lands. A strange guy, thought the assistant. He acted like an adult who was lecturing the younger ones. Then the priest Sillin approached him, apparently deciding to get to know the guy better. so he asked him how tall he was. After receiving the answer of 1 meter 92, Silen's eyes sparkled, and he asked about weight. But Riefen did not weigh himself. It was a very strange set of questions for an acquaintance. It was good that he did not touch on the length of other body parts and other dimensions. Silen was very interested in his training methods to grow so tall, and he was extremely friendly. Although Riefen told him the pure truth that he ate, slept, and suffered beatings again and again during training, the priest did not believe him and took it as an excuse, because real masters do not reveal their secrets. This boy grew up in an orphanage and was constantly pressured and picked on because of his too girlish face and weak body. So maybe he tried his best to partake of what he did not have: a healthy body, a deep voice, a square jaw, and thus ended up as a monk who constantly tortures himself to develop piety. But reality did not live up to expectations. He did not grow up, did not mature, and his hair grew too fast. Even persistent training did not affect his physique. Constantly receiving wounds, the guy developed divinity in himself. That was why Silen was so envious of big and muscular guys, and literally burned his eyes into Riefen's body. The guide said that he would go and look for a way out, and the priest immediately volunteered to go with him. But Riefen told him to stay because if someone was hurt he would need a priest, and the boy became despondent. Then Stefan volunteered to go with the guide, and he left his elf in charge of the detachment. The guide shrugged and said that the knight was free to do whatever he wanted. So they began to explore the intricate labyrinth of this dungeon. Stefan was still very embarrassed that some commoner helped them, and also acted so arrogantly, although it should have been an honor for him to help the knights. But considering the warrior's strength, the knight behaved quietly. He still hoped to restore his honor, thinking that once the demons appeared, he would show his skills, and everything would turn around. But an unexpected click from a slightly displaced cervical vertebra interrupted his dreams, plunging him into a deep sleep. Riefen wished the knight pleasant dreams because, as we know, the less you know, the better you sleep. So Stefan sank into dreamland, drooling. The rotten guards immediately appeared in the corridor and rushed at Riefen, chattering their teeth. The peeling skulls grinned with rotten mouths, and the lidless eyes burned with rage. But with quick jabs, Riefen sent them to the afterlife where these guys were already waiting for them. Now that all the interference had been removed, he could calmly look at the treasures. Touching the seal on the wall, he reopened the secret passage into the dusty room. And then he began to rummage through the shelves with treasures. The first find was 50 gold coins from a past era. But then he came across the artifact that the guy was looking for, a bottomless bag. Although it was not bottomless at all, it just had 10 times the volume of a normal one and reduced the weight by 10 times. The heavenly brazier, the blade of return, the magic sapphire, and many more expensive items were sent to the useful bag under Riefen's greedy gaze. Stefan woke up again with a severe headache and asked what happened. Riefen honestly reported that the knight was hit right in the back of the head and that he passed out from it. Stefan frowned. Everything was going wrong today, and quietly thanked him for his help. The guy smiled affably and replied that he didn't deserve any thanks. While he was busy searching the treasury, he had to put Stefan to sleep 3 more times. In any case, the fact that he was born a knight meant good luck, so the magician did not worry about him. Stefan didn't understand anything and was very angry with himself. No matter how hard he tried to find the enemy earlier, he was still faster. Riefen finished searching when the bag was filled to the brim. After the inspection, they returned to the squad and headed towards the exit together. Silen asked the guide along the way if he was a prince. Such height and skills do not appear in ordinary people. Besides, it was all too natural for Riefen to speak condescendingly. It was one thing to treat Sir Stephen that way, and another to bully Sir Edward, who was over 40. Here the guy himself realized that in this life he had barely turned 22, and he should be more careful. He simply forgot his manners because he had not communicated with people for a long time. Riefen explained everything. On the detachment's path, a gate appeared, so high that a ship could be dragged through it. When they went inside, their mouths opened in surprise. A huge demon, bound with chains and stone, occupied almost the entire room and seemed to be sleeping. Riefen didn't remember this demon here last time and hadn't met him before, and Stefan immediately grabbed his toothpick, which he called a sword. It's just that no one has taken care of this demon yet, the guide realized and frowned. He suggested that the knights retreat. Their forces were clearly insufficient to defeat such a monster. But then one of the knights noticed the sword in the demon's paws and shouted to the young master. It was the demonic sword Alchin naturally, a knight who was young and weak in mind, but filled to the brim with pomposity and the imaginary pride of an aristocrat, could not simply leave. Despite all the precautions of his first assistant, who advised them to find out who their enemy was and return better prepared, Stefan could not tolerate the fact that the sword of the great knight was desecrated. He believed that he had to take this sword at any cost. even though it was in the clutches of the Grim Reaper. The fact that the blade had been lying there for half a century, and could lie there for a while longer, did not bother him at all. So Stefan loudly called the knights to battle, and they responded with a less cheerful chorus of voices. Riefen had no words to describe the mental inferiority of the knight who knew about war from children's heroic novels. Inside the spatial rift, in the ruins of the Silver Age, there was a system of correcting flaws that, when it failed, absorbed supernatural monsters. The entities that guarded the dungeons lived peacefully until the system kidnapped them to use as guards. Moreover, the creature absorbed by the system becomes stronger thanks to it, and now in front of them was a demon that defeated Sir Claude, who owned an aura, which meant he had otherworldly powers. "The monster is chained," Stefan encouraged the knights. "They are not children to be afraid of a tied-up enemy." Riefen asked Sir Edward if they would really fight. Since they had no chance, everyone would die in this battle. The knight politely thanked him for his help, but said that the barbarian would not understand the call of honor. In this world, there are things worth risking one's life for. So, full of self-confidence and blinded by the shouts of encouragement, the knights went on a suicidal attack. Thanks to the priest, they felt even better as a pink aura of divinity enveloped them. But the miracle did not happen. Even the tied demon swept away the attackers with one movement. They flew away like bowling pins, under Riefen's indifferent gaze, even though he had warned them. Some of the knights even had to be dodged, as they flew everywhere like chickens in a henhouse at the sight of a fox. It was time to suspect the knights of strange inclinations, because they loved to be beaten. The hall was filled with the cries of the wounded, and those who were still standing on their feet. The guy was already convinced of Stefan's impenetrability, but the fact that he was echoed by the older and more mature Sir Edward did not enter his head at all. Nevertheless, the first mate followed the young master everywhere with enviable devotion. Since the demon was tied hand and foot and could not move quickly, Stefan managed to avoid his attacks and deliver his own blows, although the result of all his efforts was only miserable scratches. Scylla meanwhile cast the god's staff with an ugly design and pointed it at the demon. But the monster already felt this attack and even bent a little. "Philones," Silanus sang of his ugly goddess. "Release your sacred staff," he called, adopting a very strange pose. And the demon was engulfed in a flash of pink light that struck everything around. Then the elf slave intervened in the fight and jumped on him from behind. And she struck several blows in flight, cutting the thick skin of the demon with her sword. She moved very gracefully and elegantly, like a doe. Stefan praised her for her good work and continued the attack. Riefen had something to look at. The elf was even better than Edward, and was asking for the second place in the squad. At some point, standing behind everyone and watching the magician, Riefen already thought that he had underestimated the squad, that before this, he could not cope with ordinary demons. Todd summoned a snowstorm, and a veritable ice tornado appeared in the hall. But no one promised the knights that the demon would sit on a leash for eternity. As soon as the defense system reached its limit, the second phase began, and the stone block in which the demon was frozen flew apart. "Damn it!" Riefen cursed. "Now everything will be different." Freed from his shackles, the demon joyfully jumped to meet the guests. And at the point where he landed and struck with his hooves, the floor cracked, and the shockwave swept away all the knights. Freed from his chains, the demon began to frolic to his heart's content, tearing the knights to pieces. Then Stefan jumped on him from above, making sure to shout a warning in case the demon noticed the sudden attack. The demon, of course, heard and wrapped the knight around his fist, so that his armor took on a concave shape, after which the young idiot punched a hole in the wall with his back, miraculously not turning into a wet mark. He was still alive and almost unharmed when Sir Edward ran up to him. Then the long-legged elf went into battle for her master again. The girl did another picturesque somersault in the spirit of rhythmic gymnastics. Perhaps she did it as a child. The red cloak fluttered like a wing as she delivered several glancing blows with her sword. But she slightly miscalculated her strength and overexerted herself, so she pinched her vertebra. Wincing from the intense pain, the elf began to fall. The demon, with his mouth wide open, decided to shoot napalm mixed with ethyl alcohol aldehydes. The knights nearly got fried inside their tin cans just by being there. Flames spread throughout the hall and everything instantly turned into a blazing inferno. Napalm, like a sea of fire, engulfed all the knights one by one and quickly approached Scylla. The priest froze in horror like a lamb, not knowing what to do in the face of imminent death. But fortunately for him, Riefen was in the path of the fire wave and covered the priest with his body. It was like Moses moving the sea of fire apart in different directions. And then he showed off his beautiful biceps on camera, apologizing for being late. For a few moments, the man and the demon studied each other closely, as if assessing each other. Riefen himself was not sure that his personal strength would be enough to defeat the monster. On the other hand, he wanted to know what the limit of his current strength was, and whether martial arts could help in the battle with the demon. When he was a mage, he never looked for trouble and did not enter into battle if the chances were small, but now Rifen has become a warrior. When he saw his opponent, he was overcome by a feeling he had never experienced in his previous life, a thirst for battle. He had come a long way, and his master would definitely appreciate it. Gerard always said that when in doubt, you should strike first, but a powerful ki energy burst from the guy's fists and hit the demon. He immediately responded with a sharp swing, but Riefen easily dodged it by shaking his body. True, the claws still left a scratch on his skin that even knightly swords couldn't remove. Here the demon did not stop his swing, but on the contrary, he sped up, clearly aiming his hoof at the guy. And so it happened. The hoof sank into his stomach with all its might, throwing him far back. The brick wall immediately shattered into pieces, and Sillin looked at him with concern. Then Rifen emerged from the rift completely unharmed. His combat aura had saved him from damage. The priest was very surprised to realize how strong their companion was. Rifen stretched his neck. If he held the opponent's blow, there would be a window for a counterattack. Although dodging skills had become a habit for him, after endless skirmishes with Gerard, the technique still required practice. The demon rumbled something in his own language. Rifen didn't understand anything but considered it an invitation to continue the fight. Then the fighters began exchanging blows right in the center of the ring. No one wanted to retreat, and the hall thundered as if from peals of thunder. Stefan, who was now watching the fight as an ordinary spectator, was completely stunned. Some lowly warrior possessed the aura, while he, the noble knight, still had not mastered it. All this was completely wrong, unfair. Stefan gritted his teeth with envy and anger. The demon was also dissatisfied and growled menacingly from resentment, because once again the size and shape, weight, did not matter at all. And Stefan still refused to accept reality as it was, babbling that such a guy simply shouldn't exist. Meanwhile, Rifen was going all out, all ablaze with the power of his aura. The demon did not give in and attacked with a sword that once belonged to the legendary knight. But now the guy clearly felt the enormous power he possessed. He easily read the usual predictable attacks of the enemy. Having adjusted to his speed, the guy punched the elbow of the hand with which the demon held the weapon. Of course, he knew that the guardians of the ruins do not disappear even after serious injuries. The ruins will pump mana into them, healing them endlessly, and rivers of fire will flow through the demon's body. And then he seemed to explode from an excess of energy with a heart-rending cry. This time Rifen had to run away quickly to avoid being hit by a stray blow. Then he tried to use a grab technique and hung on his opponent's elbow, after which he quickly transferred the attack to the head by kicking in the air. Then he simply pounded indiscriminately with everything he could, just to practice his techniques on a living immortal punching bag. It would have been impossible to come up with a better projectile for testing. The warriors, who had previously been unable to deal with even a tied-up enemy, watched what was happening in stunned silence. But then Rifen decided that it was enough to play. It was better to finish the battle in one blow using the Horn of Disaster. But if such a destructive force were to be used now, the entire building would collapse, and they would end up under the rubble. Then Todd prompted him, shouting that if you use the sword and cover it with the priest's blessing and aura, you can defeat the demon. The problem was that Rifen didn't know how to cover his sword with aura, because his techniques were based on martial arts. From the point of view of the magician, all this made no sense, because both the body and the sword were one and the same for the aura. Then Sillin approached him with his idea. He suggested that the guy had high stamina. His body was indeed very strong, and the priest was satisfied with this answer. And he began to cast a spell of binding, that is, the blessing of Philonis. Now Rifen became a sword that had a buff applied to it, causing the guy to scream loudly. But thanks to this, he became stronger, and was even able to grab his opponent by the arms and throw him. With the blessing, the fighter became stronger, so the demon slapped against the wall. The divine strike spell used on a living person and not on an object caused a considerable overload in his body. But it seems that the priest himself did not care. He was glad that everything worked. And now he could beat all the sins out of the demon, the priest said with a sweet smile, his face not at all in keeping with his character. To get rid of the pain as quickly as possible, Rifen rushed forward, accompanied by loud cries from the priest and the surviving knights. The guy gave the monster a divine kick, stretching out into a vertical split. And then he added a divine knee strike. In general, these were ordinary strikes with the prefix of divinity. And one more blow in the pink haze with the last of his strength. The demon assumed a strange pose, hanging in the air. Chains that had not been there before appeared to beautifully disintegrate. And Rifen froze in a dramatic pose under the rain of monster remains. In the eyes of one sweet priest, he looked simply stunning. The fight ended faster than Sillin wanted, and Rifen demanded that the spell be removed from him. After this epic skirmish, the knight Stefan approached him, leaning on his assistant. He was deeply hurt by Rifen's concealment of his true identity, and considered it a personal insult. Although Stefan acknowledged his strength, he could not forgive the trampled honor. He believed that the guy was simply mocking their hard efforts. Reefenheart frowned. He didn't care what was happening, so he didn't see any joy in himself. So he simply turned his back to the knight, thinking that the conversation was over. But Stefan again recklessly grabbed his sword. But before his blow reached its target, the guide suddenly ducked, picking up the demonic sword Alchin. The knight lost his balance and began to fall awkwardly when Reefenheart finally noticed him. After which I watched as the arrogant and quick-to-punish donkey rolled down. Even though the ranger wasn't to blame for this, Stefan of course added this to his grievances, declaring that it was all deliberately set up. The fighter spared the poor man and took pity on him, holding out the demonic sword, which was the goal of the entire expedition. Edward admired such a gesture. Only a truly strong man could give away such a precious thing so easily, but even then his leader was not pleased. The thing is, Reifenheart knew the true value of things, and Alchin was a second-rate sword, so it was easy to give it away. Stefan was silently going mad with anger, clutching the hilt of the family blade. The guide told everyone that it was time to go. There was nothing else to see. A few days later, they arrived at the village of Kadal, an ordinary gray village in the mountains. Sillin was able to distinguish himself here. His healing skills came in very handy, and soon he had gathered a line of people wanting to receive help. In addition, the guy gave money to the poor. He knew how to deal with the population. Considering what image to establish for the Sacred Order of Philones, the investment was profitable. In this village they separated, and the knights went their separate ways, still led by Stefan. Along the way, he ordered Edward to find out more about their guide, and the assistant happily agreed. The guy was strong and talented. It was no wonder that the young master was interested. But the young and feeble-minded knight was most concerned about the fact that he turned out to be weaker than some commoner. Reefenheart walked alone, enjoying the walk. A meeting with Cirrus awaited him, and the guy couldn't wait to meet her. It just turned out that he had a fellow traveler, so he asked the priest where he was going. Sillin explained that he was one of those priests who traveled a lot, showing the world the mercy of their god. Of course, Reefenheart had heard of pilgrims. They often died like flies. In fact, Sillin wanted to return to the order, but decided to try himself as a pilgrim. He also liked being in the company of the strongest man, and looked at the warrior with a strange, admiring look. One could only hope that this was purely an aesthetic interest. Reifenheart already thought that he was cursed, since strange guys were constantly pestering him. Sillin didn't look like a bad guy, and he should have understood if he was asked to leave him alone. On the other hand, the holy priest was something of a free first aid kit, which was very useful, the fighter thought. Cirrus could have gotten hurt and a healer wouldn't have hurt her. Having made a decision, Reifenheart allowed the guy to follow her. It was free anyway. Along the way, Sillin talked endlessly about training. He wanted the same sculpted abs with cubes, but Reefenheart could not remember anything except the beatings. There was noise in the rich and luxurious palace despite the late night. Shrill, thin squeals came from the bedroom into the corridor. A gentleman in a light silk robe was scolding his butler. "Elves must give themselves to their master body and soul," cried Beret, heir to the Karen Trading Guild, like a capricious child. Now he knew why they were taking so little for the elf. She was too ignorant. He cursed towards the girl who was sitting in his bed. Her gaze irritated the darling of fate, and the elf quietly justified herself that she could not do anything about it. Then Beret ordered to buy him a normal slave, no matter how much it would cost. This one was no good for anything. The servants began to console the capricious rich man. The elf's gaze expressed nothing and remained just as cold. In this city with the largest market for elven slaves, she had been returned for the third time. The Chotin Principality was a land of traders, located in the very north of the continent, with a wide river running through their lands, an important transport artery. And after a few days of travel, Reifenheart arrived at the center of this principality and its trade routes, the capital Zeppelin, whose streets were filled with people and carts, and bustle reigned everywhere. Here, capitalism was in full swing, and feudalism faded into the background. Money decided everything, which had a positive effect on the city's development. Cirrus had to be around here somewhere, so Reifenheart quickened his pace out of impatience despite the priest's pleas to slow down. On the way they met a rich man who was holding a stick in his hands and was going to give it to a poor man who was kneeling in front of him. He was accused of slandering the trade guild Rolophane, and the crime was exposed by the head of the guild, Tarek. The accused, by all appearances, was an ordinary beggar or a very poor city dweller who was unable to defend himself. Satisfied with the beatings, the rich man threw 30 gold coins, one for each blow, to the old man and left. The priest immediately approached the unfortunate man and asked what had happened. Sillin thought about turning to the guards, but the old man refused. He received money with which he could open his own business. This surprised the priest very much. How could one tolerate such treatment because of money? But Reifenheart knew the local customs. In this place, everything was decided by money, and if you had a deep wallet, you weren't going to jail. What business could he have in such a city? The priest asked him. There is one purchase that needs to be made, Riffen explained evasively. Sillin was not satisfied with this answer and demanded an explanation. Then the warrior had to admit that he wanted to buy the elf. The priest was immediately horrified when he realized his companion's inclinations and for some reason covered himself with his hands. But the guy asked him not to think about it in that way. However, he still couldn't tell about his past life, so he simply said that Sillin could think whatever he wanted, and the priest snorted in displeasure. Riefen really reminded the priest that he too was a man and shouldn't be so indignant. The rich man Tarek sat at home and praised himself, surrounded by beautiful elven slaves, and in general led a decent life by the standards of successful citizens. But then someone knocked and entered the door, tearing Tarek away from his pleasant pastime. It was Barrett, who had not slept all night due to his upset and was now in a bad mood. Tarek immediately understood what was going on and immediately asked about it. Barrett nodded and said that he sold the slave that he bought a couple of weeks ago because she did not obey him. This caused the guild leader to laugh because the guy was not able to tame even a pitiful slave, which is why Karen did not even enter the top 10 guilds in the city. It sounded offensive, so Barrett declared that no one could do it. Everyone returned that elf after purchasing it. These words sounded like a challenge, and Tarek became interested in this elf, imagining Barrett's face when he tamed her. For the night, Riefen stayed in some barracks, a square building with an inner courtyard. He winced in disgust and asked his companion what he was doing. But as one might guess from his appearance, the skinny as a stick priest trained hard. It was surprising that if the boy had trained so hard, he still hadn't gained any muscle, and Riefen told him not to push himself so hard because he didn't want the priest to fall behind because of pain in his body. To which Sillin stated that everything was fine, and a healing aura appeared in the room. Once and for all, he said, and winked like a priest idol. Now Riefen understood why the boy was not gaining weight, and he was horrified. The magic of healing was like turning back time, while muscles grow from micro-damage and the body's adaptation to stress. But when the priest restores himself with magic, he simply returns everything to its original position, nullifying his efforts. What a waste of time, thought Riefen. 5 years in vain. He promised Sillin to show him a more effective training method later, when he demanded an explanation. Then Riefen changed the subject and asked why the priest did not cut his hair, but it turned out that it quickly grew back after that. What did one have to think about for this to happen? Because there was a belief that hair grows from unholy thoughts. The fighter had already received enough money by selling the loot from the Lonely Tower, and now he could go to the slave market. The priest immediately volunteered to go with him. At this market you could buy a wide variety of goods, of all races and colors, for every taste. But the elves were the most popular and in demand for their beauty. But they also cost accordingly. A skilled killer could reach 800 gold, while an orc was given 10. Male elves were given away for free as a gift, because they too often ended up committing suicide. Another reason for the popularity of elves is that they live a long time. Adolescence also lasts longer than a human, so there is a joke that a stupid merchant would rather die of old age than make a profit from selling an elven child. And now they were in a city that specialized in selling elves for 3 centuries. Ironically, the market was called Elfheim, which meant elven paradise, which sounded like a real insult. The priest had never been there before, and was staring around curiously. He expressed hope that the elves were treated better than the orcs, but Riefen objected that it was still slavery, and no one did it of their own free will. The orcs lived in the wilderness and the lifeless wastelands. Wasn't it safer for them to live under the wing of civilization? Sillin asked. Riefen frowned. He didn't expect anything else. That's exactly what the average person in the Empire thought. Their thinking cannot be changed so easily, and power inspires only fear and hatred. Based on past experience, Riefen understood that he must found a new empire different from the one he had. It should not be an empire of evil non-humans, led by a demon lord, but a full-fledged country where all intelligent races are equal. While he was thinking, the manager appeared with live goods, and the room turned into a heavenly flower garden from the abundance of charming and sweet-faced elves. Their eyes sparkled like jewels. Their silky hair was styled in hairstyles, and their slender bodies were framed by beautiful and luxurious dresses. Sillin could not stand such a sight, and covered his reddened face. The satisfied manager mistook the priest himself for a girl, and was surprised why they would take a child to such a place. But Riefen was not pleased by this sight. On the contrary, he was saddened by the fact that the heirs of the great spirits, the forest fairies, had fallen so low, and asked if they had any elves with dark skin. The manager nodded understandingly, noting the young man's special taste, and the priest began to be indignant again, since the guy himself had recently been talking about the harm of slavery. They had one dark-skinned slave, and the manager said he would show her. He led them into more remote rooms where people were not usually taken. All the local elves received a decent education, he boasted. They used special methods, so there was demand for the product. All the slaves were fed only fresh fruits and vegetables. Proper nutrition helped them smell good. Unlike other emaciated elves, these were fed well. But Rifen was already quite fed up with these unnatural conversations, and he ordered the manager to shut up and simply lead him to the slave. He immediately turned away, fearing the hot temper of his distinguished guest. At the gate, the guard called out the slave's number and ordered her to be brought. When the doors opened, Rifen saw the training hall where the assassin candidates were trained. "Here is the product he needs," said the slave trader, pleased with himself. When Rifen saw her, he could not hold back his tears, which rolled down in two thin streams. She was just as he remembered her. Dark olive skin, white and silver hair. Yellow eyes under snow-white eyelashes with an unquenchable will to live. That was Cirrus. The laboratory was full of different devices that were spinning on the shelves and standing everywhere. Reefenheart had a fun time there with Cirrus, mixing different ingredients in a test tube. And although the elf told him not to do this, the magician did not listen, after which an explosion thundered, and he was still surprised why this happened. He weakly justified himself by saying that he was simply distracted. But yesterday exactly the same thing happened. Cirrus scolded him. However, lovers quarrel only to amuse themselves. Despite his mature age, Reefenheart seemed very nice to her, and both spent time together with great pleasure. The magician asked her to stop addressing him so formally, but the elf refused. And when asked about the reasons, she remained embarrassed and silent. But the happiness did not last long, especially by elven standards. Their city was ablaze. Reefenheart stood on the porch of his palace, which was also engulfed in flames. His loyal friends stood behind him, ready to go with him to the end. They came to pay their last respects to him. The magician smiled at them and asked why they were so sad, as if they had come to his grave. All in all, their enemies had gathered an army of 2 million soldiers to crush the Demon King, the scourge of humanity, and all the might of humanity had gathered here. The emperor was curious how their enemies would cope with the consequences of this war, because they had made all their efforts for one battle, and did not even admit the thought that non-humans had the right to exist. The orc offered to leave with him, but the magician refused. Their departure was only possible because he remained. He apologized to the dwarf owl then, even with the divine guarantee they lost everything. Such was the prophecy. Keep the elf close while the orc makes the way. The one who can pass through the abyss of Diamond and tear down the pillar of Hulkir will come soon, so follow him. He will change fate and grant salvation, so the prophecy says. Then Reifenheart was very surprised. He just blew the sanctuary to pieces, and the gnomes declared him a savior. Then he did not understand what was happening. At this point they said goodbye and wished each other to survive and meet again. Cirrus left with them and promised to wait for the master. She smiled at him tenderly as always. No one could know what fate had in store for him. If something happened to him, she had to find a worthy partner, the magician said. But the elf promised to wait for him forever. And she responded to his objections as sharply as she did unexpectedly, and again repeated that she would wait for him. Then he hugged her one last time before disappearing into the unequal battle. And so they met again. Cirrus was practicing sword movements, holding a rolled-up paper roll in her hands. They didn't give her a real weapon. The manager complained that this elf was not trainable, and she had already been returned 3 times. The girl was skilled, but her character left much to be desired, so it was impossible to find a job for her. So the slave trader uses her to train other elves, because they must experience real combat to become real killers. They had a paradoxical situation. The merchant seemed to be dissuading the young guy from buying, but Rifen, of course, did not change his mind. Then the satisfied manager rubbed his hands. Since this guy has strange tastes and is on his own wavelength, then he could demand 100 gold pieces more from him, he thought. He named the sum of 300, and even Sillin was surprised by such cheapness. But the whole point is that the slave trader himself admitted the elf's defect. Later they brought her in, thin like a teenager, with tousled hair, baggy clothes, but her gaze looked straight ahead. Rifen frowned when he saw how many scars there were on her body, which spoke of unbearable torment. The slave trader, pleased with his deal, even offered to call a priest to heal the elf's wounds, since there was already a priest with them. He took off his jacket and gave it to the elf, because it was too cold outside for her thin clothes. Rifen knew that the elf did not have a name yet. Then he suggested the name Cirrus, and the proud girl nodded indifferently in acceptance. From that moment on, her full name Cirrus Valencia was told to her by the guy, and the girl was surprised because slaves do not have surnames. Usually they get it from the master, but the magician insisted that it was her own. Then he introduced the priest and said that he was a saint of the order of Philones. The girl nodded again, quite stunned by the uncharacteristic attitude towards her. Imagine the slave trader's surprise when on the same day another buyer arrived for number 148, and he was overcome with a sense of lost profit. It was none other than Tarek who wanted to buy the elf to bully his negligent competitor. He was very angry that he was beaten to it, and thought that Barrett had bought the elf back, sensing evil intent. But the slave trader said that the buyer was a young guy he had never seen before, paid in cash, and did not even leave his name. Normally, no one would carry such a huge amount of money in their wallet and would use a bank bill, but the price for the elf was not standard either. Tarek demanded a description of the guy, and the slave trader obligingly listed his features. Tall, strong, with red hair, he couldn't be confused with anyone else. The hero of the story himself was in a blissful, relaxed state and stared at one point. Cirrus looked very well in her new clothes, the best she had ever worn in her long life. The guy promised to buy her better gear, but for now this would do. But he was definitely enjoying the spectacle. Afterwards he asked if she wanted to eat, but the elf answered everything indifferently, saying that she would follow his will. Despite the good treatment, Cirrus was wary of this guy. He treated her like an ordinary girl and not a slave. Reefenheart himself suggested that she treat him as a comrade and not call him master. Another weird guy who likes role-playing games and being an adventurer, Cirrus thought. His favorite type of game was rescuing a beauty like a hero, she realized, and coolly agreed to call him Reefenheart. All people are the same, she thought, but she did not refuse food and filled her cheeks with the best treats. They dined at the Grace of Redanti, rumored to be the best restaurant in Zeppelin, named after the goddess of fertility and harvest, so one could say they visited her temple and took communion there. The priest immediately objected that the sacrament should be free, to which Reifenheart immediately noted that the Philanese order also liked to make money on cosmetic services. This did not contradict their canon, because Philanese was the goddess of beauty and love, although some services cost gold. While they were chatting, Reefenheart turned his gaze to the silent elf to check if she was okay. The girl was very embarrassed by such a close look, as if she had been caught naked. But she immediately hid all her feelings behind a mask of indifference and proud submission to fate. Reefenheart thought that she didn't like it here, but he had come here with Cirrus specifically to honor their first anniversary. In his past life, he appeared before the girl as a savior, and now he was a buyer, and this could cause completely contradictory feelings in her. Perhaps it was worth coming later, he thought. On the other hand, Reifenheart hoped that sooner or later the girl would understand the meaning of his words, and he just needed to wait. On the way, they came across a weapons shop, and the guy suggested that Cirrus choose what she liked herself. The first thing she did was grab the rapier, although Reifenheart remembered that the elf usually used a short saber. This only increased Cirrus's suspicions about him. The priest, of course, thought that it was all because Reifenheart was an outstanding master of martial arts and understood everything just by looking. Sillin was later rewarded for his lucky guess with a short mithril dagger, although the warrior did not understand why the priest needed a weapon. But then someone's gaze caught the magician's attention, and he turned in that direction. Several men in guard uniforms asked him for a word. They spoke politely, but he did not expect to refuse. Reifenheart frowned. He didn't like it when people pestered him like that. "What's the matter?" the warrior asked them without a hint of friendliness. The dark-skinned, dark-haired guard immediately got down to business and declared that one gentleman desired this elf, and he looked at Cirrus, whose face showed no emotion. Reefenheart only frowned more. "It doesn't hurt to want," he answered the guards. But the negotiator did not leave. He handed over an envelope with an offer and said that his master was ready to pay any reasonable price, even promised to replace it with a slave of higher quality. But the guy again responded with a categorical refusal. He was not interested in such offers. And again the obsessive guard did not go anywhere, boldly repeating the will of his master. After which another categorical refusal followed. Reefenheart was already losing patience. The negotiator said that he was left with no choice. He had already realized that the guy was attracted to this elf, and turned around to leave. This meeting left more questions than answers. Sillin also considered those people strange. Late at night, the guards returned to Tarek's luxurious palace. Their master, of course, was terribly unhappy that the guards came empty-handed. The merchant thought that the head of the guard should have simply taken the slave and showered the loser with gold, as they always did. But the guard retreated because there were too many extra eyes around, and it was better to maintain at least the appearance of decency. Instead, he planned to wait for the right time and kidnap the elf, then say that she simply died and then pay double the price. Considering the low initial cost of the goods, it still wouldn't be much. Tarek chuckled contentedly and ordered the guard to take Sir Lantis with him. He was wandering around doing nothing anyway, and it was time for him to earn his bread. There is nothing more beautiful in the world than a bag of gold, thought Reefenheart, especially if it belongs to you. He still had more money left than he had expected, 2,000 doubloons, an impressive sum, but not enough to found an empire. It was worth trying to invest gold instead of carrying it around as useless weight. From his memories of the future, he knew that soon a famine would break out in the kingdom of Crovens. Despite the fertile lands, and under the patronage of Redanti, the disaster happened right here. Already next spring, a wave of death will force people to gnaw the bones of the dead. In times of famine, bread is worth as much by weight as gold. Of the 3 guilds that gold could be invested in, Rolofane was out because its leader had abused Cirrus in his past life. The second one was no good either. But the Tauban guild was the one that dealt with grain. Sivolt Tauban, the head of this guild, was experiencing a lot of problems because Rolofane was underpricing millet on the market, and he couldn't trade at a loss for so long. Then the secretary knocked on the door and said that they had a visitor who wanted to invest money in the business. But Sivolt didn't think it was a good idea. Small investments wouldn't save them, but would add trouble. But since it was a question of 1,500 doubloons, his mood changed abruptly, as happens with merchants. Some strange guy wanted to invest this entire huge sum in grain, and he clearly didn't look like a merchant. With this money, Reefenheart wanted Sivolt to fill the warehouses with barley and keep it until the next spring, in the kingdom of Crovens. The merchant didn't really understand what the benefit was. It was like offering soap to an orc, because these lands had a complete supply of their own food. No one would buy it there. But the guy stood his ground. In any case, even if the deal fails, the merchant will still be in the black, and the only one with problems will be Reifenheart. However, Sivolt insisted on client honesty, and could not help but tell about all the risks. When he tried to dissuade the guy from making the wrong decision again, Reifenheart said that if it was difficult to do, he would simply go to another guild, and Sivolt almost grabbed the guy by the hand. He admitted that his business is going through hard times now, and this money would really help, so he just wanted to offer a more profitable deal. Reefenheart remembered the man's unyielding nature, so he simply stood his ground. It was his money, and he could do with it as he saw fit. The guy moved closer and said only one condition: not to use his contribution for personal needs. Before they left, Reefenheart remembered that there was also a branch of Tauban in the Kingdom of Grame. They were laying out the northern route now, and it passed through Delphia, although there was no guild chamber in the city with the magic tower itself. Reifenheart simply wanted to use these connections to get information about himself and find out how the other version of him was doing. Meanwhile, Scylla and Cirrus stood in the courtyard, the elf examining her dagger. She made several sharp and rather dangerous swings. The girl moved very quickly so that her image seemed to blur in space. She was light and graceful like a doe, the very embodiment of the forest spirit. The queen once told her that the high elves were born to be guardians of the forest. They all live under the grace of the world tree of Elfenheim. Every living creature was their friend. They take food from trees, and even if people oppress them, one day Elida will show everyone the way to paradise. Because they are the heirs of the great fairy, that's what her mother told her. Never forget your pride. And then their house burned down, like everything she knew, and an entire people became slaves. Then they told her that they would send her to a better place because she was beautiful and she was supposed to study well to become an excellent slave. Because of her rebellious nature, the girl was often beaten and bullied in every possible way. They locked them in a cell, starved them. All this lasted for years, because elves take a long time to grow. Even her relatives ridiculed her for her noble origins. Only the sword saved the girl during these days. All the adults she remembered wielded a sword. They fought bravely and died with honor. That's why she loved this weapon so much. Every swing brought back memories of the past, the image of her parents who fought furiously to the death. The wind whistled across the tip of her dagger with every swing. Time passed, memories faded, but she kept one phrase deep in her heart: never forget about pride. Enchanted by the beauty of the dance with the dagger, Scylla clapped his hands in delight. The girl replied that she was simply trying her best, and the guy was indignant that she, like Reefenheart, was saying the same thing. It seemed that all the warriors thought the same thing. The priest performed a couple of quick punches to demonstrate his skills. When the entrance to the courtyard was blocked by several shadows, and an authoritative voice said that she was going with them. "The real master is waiting," said the arrogant and smug guard. Cirrus looked coldly at her opponents and their numbers. They blocked the entrance, more than 24 armed guards against the 2 of them. Scylla pointed his finger at the impostors and asked who they were to pass by like that. But instead of answering, the scoundrel said that no one would come to their aid. He had already taken the appropriate measures. The priest again repeated to the guards what they already knew. The girl was not for sale, but they had not come to buy. One of those who stood closer drew his sword and slashed the fragile priest from the shoulder, without even thinking about the consequences. The elf managed to parry the heavy blow in time and protected Scylla. Sparks rained down from the blades. With her next movement, Cirrus slid like a turbulent stream and went around behind the guard. Then the other dummies, extras, rushed at her, angry at their friend's failure. But they couldn't do anything about her speed. The girl easily dodged all attacks. She moved so quickly that the blade whistled through the wind, cutting off its song only where it hit vulnerable flesh. Seeing such fierce resistance, the commander of the guards became angry. It became clear that this slave could not be taken so easily. She was too strong. The priest immediately began to cast a spell to summon the staff of Philonis, and only the goddess knows why she was given this staff, and how this skill appeared in general. But Cirrus interrupted his cast to stop him from making a sudden attack. Scylla looked with horror at the blade sticking out of the tree. The guards did not care about the sudden death of a random pilgrim, and they did not disdain sneak attacks from a distance. The priest also became furious, but the elf stopped him with a gesture, making it clear that she would deal with this. Confident, she stepped forward, the dagger in her hand fluttering like a butterfly. Cirrus struck a dramatic pose, as if inviting her opponents to attack if they dared. They frowned and twitched their nostrils, but did not attack, realizing that they would not return alive. Then the guard sent Talakadu forward and ordered him to move. Then a formidable green-skinned warrior in armor and with a sword appeared on their small battlefield. Tall, massive, and covered in scars, he inspired terror with his very appearance. The orc's vocal cords weren't particularly suited to reproducing human speech, but from the fragments of phrases, it was clear that he was asking the elf to accept her fate. Cirrus just stood in a stance, not knowing if she could handle this enemy. The guard warned that the orc should not spoil the goods, and he roared into the water and rushed into battle. From the very first lunge, it became clear that he was a skilled craftsman. His blade flew in a straight line, but suddenly changed direction and hit the elf's back flat. Cirrus bared her teeth as if she had received a sobering slap. Now she regretted that she had left her saber in the room, and fought with a short weapon that was only good for defense. The girl described a spectacular somersault over the orc's head, but still missed him. The guard was outraged that the thug was still playing cat and mouse and could not catch the nimble slave. The orc frowned. He was in danger of going without dinner today. As he brought down another stream of powerful blows on her, the ground shook beneath their feet. Cirrus barely managed to dodge, and then she noticed another powerful swing that could cut her in half. But instead of dodging, she went in the direction of the blow. The orc didn't expect such a crazy maneuver. He wanted to scare the elf, but in the end he had to slow down the blow so as not to kill her. This stunt allowed her to quickly get within striking distance of the orc. The massive brute was completely confused, because his strategy was based on intimidating and suppressing by force, and then grabbing the elf. But she, understanding perfectly well that she needed to be taken alive, forgot about defense and boldly went for the blows. The sharp dagger flashed in the sun and tore off several steel plates from the orc's breastplate. Now he had to sharply dodge. If the orc had not been a skilled warrior, the battle would have ended with Cirrus's death, but she survived because she correctly assessed his skills. At that moment, the priest asked the girl to block the dagger if it was thrown again. Closing his eyes, Scylla began casting the spell again. Of course, the guard could not allow this. He knew how dangerous the priests were. That's why he threw the knife with a strange theatrical movement, as if he were dancing on a swan lake. But Cirrus reacted with lightning speed. Her keen elven eyes saw everything. That's why she protected the priest from a long-range attack, and he managed to summon several Philonis wands at once. From such a surge of mana, the guard immediately turned pale. Even Cirrus was surprised. The product of the goddess of love and beauty fell upon the wicked and unfaithful. The powerful blow echoed throughout the city and alarmed all the birds in the area. Divine power was called upon to fight the demons and the dead, but it was meant to buy them a few moments to escape. Suddenly, Scylla felt like he was being picked up like a child. The elf kicked the sword of one of the fallen guards and it stuck into the wall, becoming a convenient step. The flexible blade acted like a spring and gave the necessary acceleration. The elf soared upward, holding the skinny priest in her hands, after which they broke the window and disappeared inside the building. Meanwhile, the guards had recovered from a slight concussion and rose in pursuit. They were stupid again, and they even staged such a pogrom for the sake of one elf. A cold and contemptuous voice was heard behind the main guard. Even together with Talakata, they couldn't catch the girl. Could a slave really fight on par with an experienced orc? He chuckled. Another warrior entered the battle. He was much older than the orc, but he held himself straight and confident, and an aura of danger emanated from him. As soon as the guard showed in which direction the fugitives had disappeared, the swordsman disappeared behind him. Without much effort, he simply took off, pushing off from the branches of a dead tree that grew in the center of the yard. It was the first time the Guardian had seen such abilities in action, that someone could rise so high in one jump. The swordsman surrounded himself with an aura, and in all readiness, he slowly walked along the corridors, keeping his hand on his weapon. He liked this game. He felt that the fugitives had not gone far and were somewhere nearby. Cirrus and the priest looked for a place to hide for a while, and quietly crept along the corridors. and then they broke into a run, as if they had a premonition that someone was already chasing them. Scylla suggested returning to the room for equipment, but the elf refused as they could be waiting there. They could handle 1 or 2 opponents, the priest said confidently. It was better than running further without weapons. Cirrus agreed, and at first the priest seemed like a naive child to her, but appearances are often deceiving. And there really was one guy standing at the entrance, and for some reason he was staring straight ahead and not to the sides. That's why he completely missed the moment when the slave ran up and jumped on him, after which she successfully landed with her boot right in the boy's face, who immediately went to sleep. The priest shouted to Cirrus to grab their things and run. They had no time to change. After that, he used Philonese's enchantment, which was designed to remove traces of their presence here. Meanwhile, the enemy slowly approached, confident that the fugitives would not escape. His name was Lanthus, a swordsman who had reached the heights of fencing and even mastered the aura, thanks to which he could sense all living things within a radius of 30 meters, and even walls were not an obstacle. The high-ranking priests erased the traces of their presence, Lanthus realized, and kicked down the doors. The room was empty inside. They escaped after all, the swordsman thought. Then a guard ran up and asked in amazement where the fugitives were with a trembling voice. But Lanthus coldly ordered him to be silent. The slave had not gone far. He just needed to unleash the dogs. Meanwhile, Scylla and Cirrus ran like hares. They could not go to the temple because for the priest it was a moment of weakness, so raising his hands to the sky, he began to pray that Reefenheart would appear as soon as possible and solve everything. They had to find their leader at any cost. Scylla began to cast spells on the go. Pink lines ran along the city walls, indicating the way. Love is capable of forging a destiny from chance. A chance meeting becomes a destiny at the behest of love. A man meets a woman and says that their meeting is like a miracle. This is destiny. The probability of such an event may be extremely small, but with Philonese's blessing, it becomes a destiny. The spell itself served to find couples, although now the goal was different, but they had no choice. They stopped under the bridge to rest. Scylla was surprised by the strength of the elf. He had only seen a killer once, but this girl was much stronger. Cirrus returned his praise, saying that the guy was no slouch either, having reached such a high rank at his age, and then the priest caught himself thinking that he was talking to the slave as if she were an ordinary person. At last they came, Scylla said. The line of fate ended here on the outskirts of the city, in the middle of abandoned ruins. But their joy did not last long, because Lanthus emerged from his hiding place behind the collapsed wall. Cirrus immediately covered the priest with her body. It was clearly not Mr. Reifenheart in front of them. So they got caught, the satisfied swordsman told them and grinned. The warm-up was not bad. He warned them that it was useless to run, and began to slowly approach. The elf also understood this. If they ran now, they would only open themselves up to an attack from behind. She struck at high speed, simply slashing with her saber to test her opponent's skills. Not bad, Lanthus praised her, suddenly moving right behind the girl and whispering these words in her ear. He was on a whole other level. Even though Cirrus was skilled for a slave, she couldn't do anything about his speed. Cirrus might as well have just stood there. The result would have been the same. With such skills, this warrior should be famous in the world of knights. Scylla was amazed that such a skilled man was involved in the dishonest affairs of merchants. The priest crossed his arms and blessed the elf's weapon, charging it with divine power. Lanthus was amazed at the priest's skills. So many spells at once. This was already at least the level of a bishop. Scylla shouted triumphantly and encouraged Cirrus before the attack. The girl again bravely rushed into battle. With the priest's blessing, she began to move faster and her attacks became more dangerous. But Lanthus was still out of reach. This time Cirrus was let down by the strength of the steel of her dagger. It could not withstand the load and broke as often happens with tired metal. The games are over, the swordsman told them, and instantly stopped the elf's advance. Now the priest was left completely defenseless and fell silent in fear. To repel the divine attack, Lanthus used aura. It was already beyond the scope of a normal brawl, but he still remained calm. They couldn't defeat such an enemy, Scylla realized, and leaned over the wounded elf. The appearance of a swordsman seemed absurd, since he was brought in to capture a slave. It was like summoning a dragon to light a furnace. When the guards appeared, Sir Lanthus's name was called, and the priest recognized him. Lanthus von Kalbenard, a knight of great renown in the Taken Kingdom. The heir of a noble family who displayed astonishing military prowess. Awakening the aura at the age of 30, the entire Taken Kingdom rejoiced at the emergence of a new ruler of the aura. But Lanthus also had a secret that he kept from everyone. A strange preference that extended to elven women, and even to royalty. A passion so bad that the truth about it soon surfaced in high society. And then the knight became the greatest disgrace of the kingdom of Taken. Therefore, the knight simply disappeared into another principality to continue his dirty deeds. He liked the fact that the priest recognized him. It was simply astonishing that the owner of the aura was doing something so shameful. Scylla shamed him. But the knight said that he was simply working off his salary. In Takon, he killed many elves, and he also enjoyed playing tag with the fugitives. From the Rolofane Guild's perspective, they didn't care about the swordsman's reputation as long as they could profit from his skills. Lantis was doing a great job and was rolling in money. Thanks to this combination, Tarek's guild became the strongest in the kingdom, and it was the knight's merit. He pointed his hand towards the priest, putting two fingers together. Streams of aura hit Scylla's vital points. The swordsman knew very well what would happen if he left the priest free. The guard warned that the elf should not be touched, otherwise the master would get angry. The knight chuckled. You can always hire a priest and heal the slave. Besides, this priest also looked nice, Lantis noted, and offered to take him with him. Scylla loudly declared that he was a guy, almost squealing when he realized where the conversation was going. This surprised the knight. This will be an unusual experience, he said, and grinned predatorily. The guard's hand reached out to the priest, who cowered in horror, begging the goddess to kill himself. Then he pulled out a knife and swung it at the impudent guard. The knight was surprised. With torn tendons, the boy should not have even risen. But he liked the picture, fragile and weak, the most beautiful zombie in the world. You just need to shorten his legs, the words sounded that plunged the priest into horror. But this was not destined to come true because the ruins shook from a strong blow. And when the dust cleared, Reifenheart himself emerged from under the rubble, and he was terribly angry that someone dared to covet his Cirrus. Even the air became denser from the tension that hung around the fighter. He simply ignored everyone and, taking off his outerwear, walked towards Cirrus. At first glance, Lantis realized that this was not just a jock who was lucky with his genetics. A powerful aura emanated from the boy. The guard said that this was the current owner of the slave, and the knight scolded him for his sluggishness, because he said that this was a simple boy. All his heightened senses as a knight were sounding the alarm. From the mere presence of the fighter, how could he be called ordinary? Asked Lantis, and bared his teeth. The fact that the knight could not determine the enemy's level of strength indicated that he also possessed an aura, but was surprisingly young. Reifenheart gave his jacket to the priest and thanked him for protecting Cirrus. However, appearances could be deceiving. Lantis grabbed his sword. He had not met such strong people for a long time. Reefenheart frowned. Such chivalrous speeches were not becoming of an old man who had sold his honor, he said, and gestured for him to attack. Lantis pulled the hilt of his sword and answered the call. Reefenheart rushed forward so hard that the ground burned under his feet. He gathered all his strength in his right fist. Their auras collided with a surge of power in the very center of the arena. The earth shook and columns of dust hid the opponents from sight. No one held back. All attacks were carried out at full force. They went into a dance, exchanging and responding to blows, face to face without any fear, as if enjoying the battle. The guards immediately began to retreat, realizing that they could now find themselves between a rock and a hard place, and could be crushed and not noticed. The ancient ruins shook from the blows of the aura, threatening to collapse at any second. Cirrus woke up after the priest patched her up a bit, and saw her master fight for the first time. Lantis gritted his teeth. The guy was definitely not fighting like a newbie who had just mastered the aura. He used a power control technique and sent aura behind the boy's back in 2 red snakes. Reifenheart compressed the aura into a bullet and repelled this rear maneuver. He was too skilled at controlling his aura. It made the knight nervous, unless the guy had discovered his power in his teens and managed not to age by 40. It sounded so crazy that Lantis himself discarded these thoughts. All of his long-range aura attacks were reflected by his opponent, who was gradually pressing on him. But for Reifenheart, this was also a dangerous rival. He was terribly angry that such a master turned out to be sick in the head and stretched out his paws to his Cirrus. And he promised to punch in the face anyone who would ever say again that martial arts cultivate moral character. Blows rained down on him from all sides, and so the guy went into deep defense. Lantis moved very quickly to one of the columns, for now he controlled the course of the battle. For the first time, his blade swings were parried with bare hands, so it struck him. In front of him was none other than the martial arts master Gerard's student, which Lantis immediately asked the guy about. Reefenheart didn't answer, and then the knight asked why he was so concerned about this slave, having such power, apparently deciding to take a break. The guy was overcome with rage again. People never understand what is going on. They don't even think about it. Have you ever thought for a second about the fact that those who are considered slaves also have their own feelings and will? Waves of power reached the knight along with the fighter's words, causing him to stagger. Reefenheart asked him angrily if he had ever tried to talk to them. If he had ever asked himself how it happened that they had become slaves. With a furious swing, the boy destroyed the support under the knight's feet and forced him to jump. Lantis responded with dozens of chopping blows along the line of attack, not caring what the guy was trying to prove. Reifenheart had seen it hundreds of times. The same reaction. the unshakable conviction that any creature other than a human was second class. Such was the stereotype deeply rooted in their brains. They could clearly see how other nations cried or laughed, but remained surprisingly blind to it. But the guy knew that people were no better than anyone else, and he rushed forward to prove it. "This is the natural order of things. The strong enslave the weak," Lantis roared back at him. They began exchanging blows at close range again, and along with the blows they also exchanged arguments in the age-old dispute. If history had turned out differently, people themselves could have become slaves of other nations, the guy shouted. They destroyed the remains of the ancient stronghold, grinding everything around into dust. Lanthus's sword wounded his steel-hard body, but this pain was nothing, because Reefin carried within himself the pain of all those who were conquered by people, who were exterminated and enslaved, orcs, elves, dwarves. "If anyone allows slavery to exist, he himself must be prepared to become a slave," the boy shouted to the knight. But Lantus was blind and deaf to this. For him the elves would forever remain a toy and a source of satisfaction for his whim. Reefin's words sounded like madness. The guy dealt a crushing blow to his own feet, depriving the knight of reliable support, causing a local earthquake. "Cirrus is not a slave." With these words, the fighter walked towards the enemy with an open chest. His fist smashed through the wall behind Lantus, who had to jump high to avoid the blow. The horror of slavery was that even people were subject to this discrimination. Serfdom continued to exist, and the situation of the peasants was little better than that of slaves. Defending an unjust ideology always leads to failure. Only a fool does not understand this. One day someone will break the vicious circle. Lantus hesitated for a moment and missed the blow. Reefin kicked him like a horse with a hoof, and the old man lost his balance. In their duel, he was the first to get exhausted and give up the initiative. Now fear of inevitable death flowed through the knight's veins. He understood perfectly well that due to the difference in their views, peace between them was impossible. He saw the fire of rage and intransigence in the eyes of the indomitable guy. Reifin punched the knight in the stomach, and he cried out in pain that he had not felt since he had mastered the aura. It was a huge shock for him. A wave passed through his body, kneading his insides. Having destroyed all barriers with his body, the knight set off to fly at the first cosmic speed. And it would have become possibly the first artificial satellite, but it crashed into a fortress wall, and the guy triumphantly raised his fist to the sky. "No one will call Cirrus a slave anymore, and no one will want to enslave her anymore." "He's definitely crazy," thought the girl who was watching a mega-epic battle. She really thought he was completely crazy. How crazy of a role player do you have to be to play out such nonsense and say elves are not slaves? And yet he fought so sincerely, as if he truly believed that the descendants of great spirits should not humiliatingly grovel. These were the same words that Cirrus had heard her mother say to her. The elf's eyes sparkled from the overwhelming feelings. "Mercy?" Lantus asked as he was buried under the rubble of the wall. He could hardly breathe under it. "Why should one spare a mad, corrupt old man?" Reifin asked him, and the knight swore by his sword that he had repented and would think of sin and do good for the rest of his days. The knight's words sounded so sincere and truthful. Of course he was not lying, Lantus confirmed. But Reifin hated the sacred order of sire. It was enough to just come and repent, and you can do whatever you want again. If the knight regretted his actions, he would appear before the court, and not wander into the temple. He begged to hand him over to the authorities. There was no need for such a noble guy to dirty his hands with him. The crushed knight literally begged, forgetting about his pride. "But his hands are already covered in blood up to the elbows," Reefenheart replied coldly. And then he added that he would believe him, and the knight smiled with hope. But since he sincerely repented, he himself must understand that he deserves death, and as quickly as possible, for all his actions, the fighter added and banged his fists. The priest and the elf froze, stunned by his words. The fist fell like the sword of Damocles, and the heavy piece of wall sank lower, becoming the grave of the apostate. "Still, such a non-entity does not know the meaning of the word repentance," said Reefin. Night and a starry sky with light clouds spread over the ruins. It was surprisingly quiet here now. Sillin had already healed himself and Cirrus, as expected from a walking first aid kit. The fighter smiled. Cirrus suddenly asked how he was and looked at him with genuine concern. There was still a chill in her voice, but Reefin was delighted that the elf had spoken to him first. Then their attention turned to the guards, who were hiding behind the rocks and were afraid to move like mice. Reefin told them to come and not even think about running away. Otherwise he would give them an unforgettable evening. He asked them whom they served, and the guards immediately pretended to be fools. Since they didn't want to talk, Reefin decided to use a tried and tested method and summoned a sword for special techniques. They were lucky he was so merciful, he said to the guards, who stared in horror at the summoned weapon. A bright full moon rose in the sky, and it became almost as light as during the day. The first part of the interrogation went well. The guards looked better, rosy, with plump cheeks, so the fighter proceeded to the second part and asked again who their master was. Then the fools confessed that it was Tarek, the head of the Rollophane Guild, and that he lived on the southern outskirts of Zeppelin. They even described the shortest route, and if they had done so immediately, they would have remained safer, or not. In his past life, Tarek had bullied Cirrus for 10 long years, so Rifen wasn't surprised. When he saved the girl, he wanted to kill this scoundrel most of all, but unfortunately, the merchant was already dead when the magician came for his soul. The guard warned against going to his master. Going to him could turn half the kingdom against him, the guard said, but the boy already knew that. He knew perfectly well what this scoundrel was like. As he promised, he left the dummies alive, if of course they survived the night naked. Tarek's accomplice Barrett was already in the mansion. They were both waiting for the elf to be brought. The guards did not return for a long time, and the scoundrels had already inhaled enough of the hallucinogenic smoke from the incense burner. There were 2 more elves with them, one of those with whom the fallen knight Lantis had played. The girls huddled together in horror. Strange sounds and noises began to be heard from outside. Barrack waved it off. Who knows what kind of popular opposition rally they were holding. But the guards' cries became louder. They were clearly resisting the invasion. Only to no avail, so everyone quickly went to bed. It was very difficult not to kill them, and the hero's squad every now and then resorted to the services of the priest apothecary to heal the wounded. At the same time, Sillin erased their memories. Usually this spell was used on lovers who wanted to forget the pain of an unsuccessful relationship. But now, it was just right. Riefen admitted that without this skill, it would have been more difficult to pull off the whole thing without unnecessary witnesses, however. He could always just come and end it all with brute force. Here in front of them in the corridor, a green mountain grew. Talakata, with slavish devotion, declared that he would not let them through. Riefen addressed him in the language of the orcs. How could one with the blood of a warrior defend such a non-entity, he asked. As a warrior, he had obligations. If he was swept away or broken, how could he call himself a warrior, the orc replied. He lives like a slave, Riefen said, and the orc frowned. Even though the merchant was not a mentor, Talakata was still ready to stand to the end. Too naive and straightforward like everyone else in the orc race, the guy thought, and the priest was very surprised that he knew the orcish language. Cirrus stepped forward and told them that she would take care of the orc, and that they could go forward. Now that she had a suitable weapon, the elf was confident in herself, and her eyes flashed with a murderous gleam. The orc winced. He felt that the elf had become stronger since their last fight. Riefen asked the priest to cover Cirrus. He knew what to do because covering was his specialty. The orc realized that the strong man wanted to ignore him and go to Tarek, but the guy reminded him that his rival was in front of him, and he should not show disrespect. Orcs are orcs, thought Riefen, and walked past. The room smelled of dope when he reached the master of the house's chambers. But when he entered inside, he was confronted with a sight that was terrifying to the point of trembling. The 2 old dirty squads were going about their nasty business and turned around at the sound of the door opening. Even when he entered, they still did not understand what had happened and smugly chased him away. Reefenheart had seen a lot of dirt in his life and was too mature to let it go unpunished. Purple dope came from the incense bowl and filled the room with acrid smoke. Tarek let out a real scream when he saw the unfamiliar guy, still not understanding what was happening. Nearby lay the elves, tortured to death, and the blood boiled in the warrior's veins. "And why are there so many people in the world who are unworthy of being alive?" growled the warrior, who was burning with rage. Tarek began waving his fat arms and calling for the orc and the other guards. He panicked, finally realizing the danger of his situation. Money? He had money with which he was used to buying off everything. Everything has its price. Maybe it was a place in the market. The Tauban Guild had sent an assassin to him, the drugged merchant thought. He kept jabbering about doubling his reward, and Riefen winced. Cirrus had to put up with this nonentity for 10 years. The fat man, scared to death, promised everything, and half the kingdom to boot, and that he wouldn't even take revenge. But the fighter clenched his fist. A sharp pain shot through the body of the disgusting fat man as his sternum met his spine. He fell to the floor and whined pitifully, asking why this was happening to him. Riefen grabbed him by the hair and asked how such a cockroach dared to mock Cirrus. He defiled with these hands, kicked, and from the slurping sounds of what remained behind the scenes, the second merchant turned pale. What was happening may have seemed unfair in Tarek's eyes, but he must have felt everything that his victims felt. "Killer! Killer!" Barrack shouted, and Riefen only chuckled because in his eyes they were no different. The merchant even had the audacity to declare that he lived like a true righteous man. Of course, the fighter did not expect that this scoundrel had a sense of guilt. Cirrus looked into the room, and what she saw was cruel. "The bastards deserve a worse death," the fighter objected, and the priest of the goddess of love agreed with him. Sillin had become accustomed to such reprisals during his long journeys. He had seen worse. The priest praised Cirrus for dealing with the orc without his help, although the girl modestly replied that without the healing, Scylla would not be standing there. Using his inner vision, Reefenheart noted that the orc was still breathing. He was glad that he was still alive. Then it dawned on the dirty merchant that Cirrus was the elf he had sold. "And he was the one who kills children," she answered coldly. "And what about him?" the merchant asked in surprise. "His miserable life alone will not be enough to calm the soul of this child," she said, and the blade echoed her with a quiet rustle. It was the least she could do. The steel flashed, and the merchant let out a nervous cry. How could she kill him because of a slave? The brainless man screamed. Only in the darkest and most sick mind could the thought arise that he needed to ask for mercy from those he had just tortured to death. Cirrus told him not to touch their bodies with his dirty paws, and the steel of the sword agreed with her. Reefenheart watched silently, his face showing no particular joy. The death of the perpetrators of the crime would not bring back the life that was taken, and justice would not prevail. They walked through the crisp snow, under the shade of tall fir trees. A crowd of freed slaves was warming themselves by a large fire. Fragile elves were closer. Powerful orcs had surrounded them in a ring in the second row. No one was singing songs. 7 elven women, 9 orcs. Talcata counted them all. His sword was bent. Now he served a new master, and asked to take everything for granted, without needing gratitude. The ratio of the sexes seemed strange to the priest, and Cirrus explained to him the disgusting and unsightly side of the slave market, which established precisely such a demand for strength and beauty. The rest were not needed. Nearby, a woman hugged a child and quietly whispered something to her to calm her down. Cirrus kept remembering the words of Reifenheart, who fought for all races to be recognized as equal living intelligent beings. Her initial opinion of this man was wrong, she realized. Then the culprit of their meeting himself appeared and asked forgiveness for the delay. He had some kind of scroll in his hands, although it was difficult, but Reifenheart took with him the slave contracts and the seal of Rolofen. The safe in Tarek's office was no particular obstacle to his fists. "Barbarism," said the priest, and the boy was outraged. He hadn't heard anything like that addressed to him for half a century. The guy immediately stopped short and fell silent, hoping that they wouldn't question him. But Scylla was more interested in why he needed slave contracts. And then Reefenheart loudly announced to everyone that if they did not want to be slaves, then he would immediately free them. But for the minds of uneducated slaves who knew no other life, freedom was too ephemeral a word. The guy explained that he was not going to resell them. He understood the difficulty he was facing. Then the priest asked if the hero was going to end his life as an adventurer and settle down. But everything was simpler. The seal of the House of Rolofen meant that the slaves were now free on the territory of the principality, and they should be safe now. Giving freedom to those who have no home, no will to fight, no allies is nothing more than a whim. Freedom is no less dangerous for them than slavery. The streets of the capital were as bright as day from the many lanterns. The light came from the windows, which meant that no one was skimping on candles and oil. Imagine Sivolt's surprise when he saw guests on his doorstep, among whom he recognized the slaves of his main competitor. He thought that the guy had bought all the servants, but Reifenheart asked to put off all questions for later. First, it was necessary to hide these people. Tomorrow morning, he would have some interesting news, and he would be able to establish the truth in this matter himself. But if the secret of this meeting was revealed, only Sivolt would be under suspicion. The guy stunned him. He told him not to worry. It was a very common thing, and the merchant swallowed nervously. Reefenheart gave him 100 gold pieces for small expenses, which should be enough for the first time. The guy must have robbed Rolofen's palace, the merchant thought, not even suspecting how close he was to the truth. And he said that he had a quiet place on the outskirts of the capital, where no one would ask questions. Reefenheart warned that no one should treat them like slaves anymore. The merchant nodded. He understood how masters were sometimes obsessed with their property, but even for him, 100 coins was too much. But Reefenheart wanted the slaves to be trained with this money, and Sivolt did not immediately understand what kind of training was being discussed. Language, numeracy, basic literacy, history, philosophy, whatever you can do, and if possible medical skills too, the guy insisted. When the merchant realized that Reifenheart wanted full-fledged lessons for the slaves, he was very surprised and asked why. The better educated the slave is, the better he carries out the master's orders, the guy explained, although Sivolt did not believe that the idea would work out. But he accepted the money. But there was another difficulty: finding teachers willing to teach slaves. Reifenheart knew about this problem, how arrogant the mentors could be, so the merchant asked what to do about it. But every such teacher has students, and among them there will certainly be commoners who need bread. Reefenheart didn't expect any special training, just basic knowledge, and even students who were still studying would be suitable for this. And besides, the method wasn't too expensive. Sivolt agreed, but still thought that the idea would not work out. just like training a dog or a cat. In the past, this idea of educating slaves had been put forward even before him, so Riefen knew that there was nothing special about it. And if Seavolt had read the works of Cato, he would have known that a good master teaches a slave to read and write, because such a slave is worth more and can help in business, be an accountant and a scribe. But ordinary, not so insightful slave owners never strive to increase the profitability of their estates. They did not want to spend extra money on something that was already working and bringing them benefits, so the conviction that non-humans were unteachable and stupid, otherwise they would not have been conquered, easily fit into their ideas. The merchant was currently thinking about how to turn everything to his advantage. Reefenheart knew that the reason slaves were not trained was so that they would not think of rebelling, but the common people rarely thought about it. Once the elves and orcs begin training, even Seavolt will be surprised at how much they can understand. Perhaps he will even begin to train his servants. After all, it brings profit to the slave trader. Even Cato advised to teach the slave a craft, make him a mason or a craftsman, teach him to lay mosaics or weave, which brought a constant income. All of this could become a trend that would spread across the continent, something that Riefen could not achieve in his past life, and thus take the first step towards changing people's minds. At night, they returned to their square house as if nothing had happened, and the fighter, a little embarrassed, asked the priest if he had money. Riefen gave all his funds to Seavolt, but he didn't take into account transportation costs. Cirrus offered to return her expensive clothes, but the guy immediately abandoned this idea, especially since he wouldn't be able to get much for these things. And then, for the first time in all the time she had been a slave, the girl laughed. The next morning, the whole of Zeppelin was in an uproar over the terrible news. 2 guild leaders were found dead in the palace at once. No one knew whose handiwork this was, and all the servants and guards had lost their memories. Their testimony led the investigation to a dead end. 2 weeks later, Riefen's group descended into the dungeon to improve their finances. The priest was better suited than anyone else to clear the basements of the undead. His divinity was great at repelling the lesser undead. Cirrus covered the priest, delivering quick blows to the stunned opponents. Riefen could calmly watch them. The skeleton's blows could hardly cause him any harm. Moreover, the guy noted that the priest works well in a team, as if he had trained all his life to work in tandem with someone. Or maybe he just started fighting in real battles early. If the boy continued to improve, he would become stronger than even the holy Eileen from the past, thought Riefen. It was strange that he had never heard of him. Perhaps the priest had died young. After a hard fight, Sillin was a little tired. The monsters here were quite strong. It seemed to him that they were even stronger than in that knight's grave. Now they were in the kingdom of Grime. 2 weeks had passed since the previous events. This place was close to the mountains, which were full of ancient ruins. There were plenty of things here that could help Riefen regain his magical powers. They stopped at a large door that was sealed with magic. The priest asked what now, since they didn't have a magician in their squad, but Riefen asked him to be silent. Sillin was amazed to realize that his companion also possessed magic. He is great in martial arts, has control over aura, and even has brains. The priest was amazed. In the boy's opinion, it was a terrible injustice. No matter how much he trained, he remained skinny. But then they had to wait for the boy to collect mana, although for the 3rd circle of the spell it was not required much. Riefen concentrated and various signs began to blink in front of him. He read the spell and said, "Sim Sim open." The seal caught fire and the doors began to open with a bright flash. In total, it took 13 minutes, and Sillin advised not to tell anyone that he was a magician. Riefen muttered in response, offended that the main thing was done. In the past, he was a 10th circle mage, so now he had to find Aleutian's voice to stop being a worthless mage. However, when they entered inside, they saw that it was empty. Only in one corner was there a stick, so the upset trio left the dungeon. Riefen was extremely annoyed by his failure and kept lamenting about it. The priest consoled him that they could not always be the first. It was only in a past life that these ruins were found 17 years ago, and it was he who found them. The future changed, but they still got something. Perhaps it was a valuable artifact, the priest said. The elf chanted the word Nihilin, and 2 ghostly arcs emerged from the stick. Nihilin's magical bow allowed one to shoot mana, and depending on the concentration, it could fire several volleys at once. It looked like an ordinary stick, but in fact it was a branch of the Elvenheim Tree of Life, and it possessed amazing power. Cirrus also liked this toy, as if it was made for her. The priest was surprised how the guy guessed that this nondescript thing was an artifact, mistakenly left by previous seekers. But the fact is that Nihilin was the elf's weapon in Riefen's past life. Although Sillin consoled him by saying that the continent was still full of undiscovered ruins, the fact was that the voice of Aleutian had no analogs. Only with this artifact could Riefen replenish his magical powers. Here they reached the village of Gehalen, where, according to rumors, they cooked delicious food. The rumors were not lying. In order to raise the squad's morale, it was decided to throw a real feast, and the table was groaning with food. The plump cook praised the skills of the local chef and suggested taking something else. Although the boys liked everything, the cook complained that previous guests had criticized her excellent food. It was a group of arrogant, and there are no other knights. They were on their way to explore the ruins, and at these words the boy pricked up his ears. He asked the owner to tell him more details and even offered her payment. A week ago, Viscount Kelburn showed up at their village with a group of explorers, and it seemed like they were all higher in status than him, and among them was a knight clad in gold. The owner liked him because he was shining from head to toe, and besides, he had a nice face. When talking about golden armor and a sword, only one person came to mind: the golden knight of the Kingdom of Grime, Count Tennis. The sunset rays painted the gray walls of the stone citadel, but this hardly diminished the severity of the place. Two noblemen were dining at a long table, celebrating the success of their campaign. The Golden Knight of Grime earned the praise of his interlocutor because he destroyed all the monsters in that dungeon. His name was Jesus Tennis, commander of his family's knightly order. Strong and with a noble face, he confirmed that Viscount Kelburn would receive a third of the wealth as they had agreed. The Viscount, however, preferred to continue his flattering speeches, saying that it was an honor for him to fight with Jesus, and that wealth was not worth mentioning, especially since he had more than enough money, and useful connections never hurt. The Viscount reported that he ordered his craftsmen to make weapons from the orichalcum and adamant that they found in the ruins. Jesus nodded. The Kelburn family was renowned for their mining skills and owned many talented dwarves. During dinner, as if by chance, the Viscount introduced his daughters and asked them to properly greet the famous knight. The Viscount knew that Jesus was married, but decided to introduce him to his daughters anyway. However, the knight immediately declared that he was not looking for anyone's intimacy except his wife. The Viscount nodded. He felt that the knight was irritated and asked what about his younger brother. But then there was a crunch of glass, and Kelburn turned pale when he saw Jesus' face. The knight crushed his glass of wine and said in a firm voice that he had no brothers, thus making it clear that a sensitive topic had been touched upon. The Viscount realized that he had made a terrible mistake and had been too careless. The situation was saved only by the fact that a servant burst into the hall and reported alarming news. One of the artifacts had summoned a demon. The demon Cephatan was bringing order to the backyard of the citadel. Like all demons, he loved chaos more, and the orderly rows of soldiers and the right angles of the walls caused him fits of rage. So he began to destroy everything with his four hooves. There was a summoning artifact in the treasury, Jesus realized. Looking out the window, he winced when another knight ran out into the square. This guy started to line everyone up and command everyone, especially demanding that they save the civilians. The warrior ordered the magicians to the rear, raised their shields, and put their spears forward, and he stepped forward in front of his warriors. The mages immediately began to provide support from a distance, casting cold spells. A wave of ice magic crashed down on the demon, restricting his movements. He found himself trapped between a man-made glacier and the walls of the fortress. The knight who commanded the soldiers boldly approached with his sword drawn, while the others waited for orders. One of the soldiers shouted at him what he intended to do and called him Russ. The knight gave a pompous phrase about how no demon could stand before his sword, and all that, just like in the textbook, and rushed into the attack. He ran and jumped off the cliff. Here he was, and now he was gone. The guy swung his sword, and the demon dealt a pretty powerful blow. He himself was even surprised and happy that everything worked out. But the demon was not harmed by this blow and was able to counterattack. The boy earned a negative assessment of his prank from a senior soldier, which was not allowed through censorship. Despite the demon's constraint, he was able to land several blows. And then his icy shell cracked and the demonic centaur broke free. Then the brother of the headless one appeared and ordered the soldier to support the demon's icy bonds. As soon as Jesus appeared on the battlefield, all the soldiers immediately became inspired. The knight looked at Russ with disdain and scolded him for calling him brother. "Great knights of Tennis are not born from the wrong women," he said. This phrase hit the guy who had just suffered hard. Cephatan was a demon that ordinary knights without an aura could not deal with. Jesus threw his blade off his shoulder and it sank heavily into the ground. With a deft movement, he took his heavy sword in a reverse grip. The sword itself looked more like a shovel. It was so wide. Like a true narcissist who spends a long time showing off in front of the mirror, the knight talked to his sword. Under the influence of the password, the sword opened and surrounded Jesus with light. Golden plates of light stuck to his body, forming a dense cover. Thus the Swiss sword was both a sword and a fighting suit like the Tin Woodman's. But with 100% pathos, Jesus called the demon to attack when he was fully clothed. Meanwhile, the merry trio stopped for the night at a hotel. They already knew that the Golden Knight was Jesus Tennis, who was quite famous. The Golden Knight was one of the strongest warriors on the continent, and could even give a head start to the owners of the aura. Even Cirrus had heard of him. But Rifen didn't know this guy. True, the conversation about the case suddenly turned to the cute elf pajamas, which suited her very well. Rifen faced a problem in the form of a swordsman mage who used a very powerful artifact, the strongest in their era, which was also not so easy to master. True golden edril is a metal several times rarer than mithril. The magical armor Eldrad and the sword Eldrin are made of real gold. These highest artifacts of the past era were passed down in the Tenes family from generation to generation. When wearing this armor, the owner received unprecedented magical power, which allowed him to fight on equal terms even with the owner of the aura. Of course, everything worked only if a person could apply everything correctly. And Jesus could do just that, which he did actively by flying over the demon. Attacking from above, he brought down all his power on the centaur. Awaken Eldrin said the knight and his armor was engulfed in flames. The sword called upon the spell of the eighth circle, destruction of matter. Rifen knew that the Tenes clan had done a lot of research to learn how to use the power of armor and swords, because even the strongest tools did not provide an absolute advantage. Rifen had a rather high opinion of sword mages, as their armor techniques were deeper than special fencing techniques. Many swordsman magicians lost their direct fencing skills relying on artifacts, but from the point of view of their kind it was even for the better. On the battlefield there was some kind of bacchanalia. Even if a fighter has dedicated his entire life to training, it is not a fact that he will be able to awaken the aura. But a golden knight will definitely appear in every generation, and Jesus actively used fire spells against the demon. The fact that there will always be a warrior in the family who is not inferior in power to the owners of the aura already gives an advantage. Yesus called a huge firestorm. He then used ice magic and summoned an icy snow fog. The lower demon could not withstand such pressure, and his body was torn apart by the spells, accompanied by the triumphant cries of the soldiers. Russ looked at everything with admiration and envy, even though his brother was simply using advanced tools. Jesus didn't miss the opportunity to show off his shiny suit to everyone. Rifen lay in deep thought, wondering if he could defeat this knight. He ran through the knight's capabilities in his head. He was a dangerous enemy. He could especially strangle anyone with his pathos. It was difficult for a half-naked guy with the body of a muscle man to compete with the shining armor. Sillin, as if seeing his thoughts, did not believe that Rifen wanted a real fight with the knight, but the fighter had to return his artifact. But the priest did not like this in the Principality of Chitan. He helped him because he considered it right, but Count Tenes himself explored the ruins, and the artifact belonged to him by right, and Silan did not want to engage in theft. Here Rifen thought about his words. As if for the first time it really was a theft, he agreed. The fighter stood up. He realized that without telling the priest about his past life it would be difficult to convince him to help, or at least to understand. Rifen started out as a student of the indestructible rocker, teacher Gerard, and to complete his training he had to pass a series of tests. His mentor himself placed the artifact in the ancient ruins and ordered it to be retrieved. Such was the ancient tradition, the boy said. It turned out that Gerard had entered the ruins and left the other artifacts untouched because they were intended for other students, Rifen explained. How else would he have known that Nihilin was a bow? He wouldn't have known the secret paths because he hadn't explored these ruins before. Rifen felt bad about having to make up such a blatant lie, but there was some truth to it. He didn't trust the priest enough to tell him everything yet, even though it seemed the most logical thing to do. At least the priest understood the motivation for the theft, because otherwise even a very valuable artifact from a past era would not be worth it. Rifen had to find him at any cost, and that was why he was so worried. Jesus had ruined all his plans, so stealing seemed like the only step, albeit a desperate one. When the knight had finished, the soldier was full of praise and the usual flattery. Jesus ordered them to clean up the place. He told his brother that a swordsman who only knows how to cut from top to bottom cannot be part of Tenes, and therefore must go where he belongs. To which the boy replied that he would remain Tenes's swordsman no matter what. That is why he still remained in the citadel the next day. All alone against the cold walls of the castle, Russ swung his sword from top to bottom, practicing his swing. Unlike his half-brother, he could only rely on his swordsmanship skills and fencing techniques. Then the younger knights approached him and scolded him for his behavior yesterday. They were unhappy that the guy disobeyed the captain's order and rushed to kill the demon. But Russ believed that he was also a warrior from House Tenet and had the right to do so, and they could resolve any issues in a duel. The knights cursed, but did not get into a fight, fearing the impudent guy. In total, this knight had mastered only one technique, a simple downward strike, which required a breathing technique. The sword describes a perfect arc in the air, so fast that the blow seems to dissolve into thin air. A true master of the sword spares no effort for the sake of a perfect blow, but the execution of other techniques was embarrassing even to compare. The tennies had long since lost their most powerful fencing techniques, having only the obligatory base in their arsenal, but Russ had never studied them. Since he was illegitimate, the vassals were against teaching him the necessary skills, so his father could only pass on one technique. It was only part of the sword's path in their family, but it could lead him to the aura if the boy could awaken the forgotten power within himself, so his father encouraged him. Dad really believed in this guy, and so Russ didn't want to let him down. True mastery of the tennis sword is able to release hidden power. All that is left of it is a downward strike, for it was a forgotten art. Their kind would never have reached the heights with just this technique, because the rest of their skills were lost, Yessus said. He considered his brother a fool and treated him with great contempt. Yet he secretly appreciated the boy's tenacity. From dusk to dawn, the swordsman practiced one technique all these years. Reefenheart put on a mask and went out on a mission at night. He never thought that he would be doing something like this after his rebirth, running around hiding his face like a clown. On top of that, the damned castle was simply huge, so you'd get tired of climbing it like some kind of Kisho ninja. The work of gnomes could be discerned in this monumental structure. The guards patrolled their posts and changed regularly, just in case of uninvited guests. But thanks to his speed, Reifenheart was able to put them to sleep without them making a sound. The soldiers on guard did not understand why they were needed here, because few would dare to approach the lair of the Golden Knight. But then they heard a strange sound and stopped in place. Reefenheart barely managed to hide under the ceiling. Only thanks to his steel muscles he did not fall, but now he understood that the work of a ninja is not simple. On the other hand, stealing wasn't that difficult. He even thought he had talent. The guard at the treasury was more impressive, 2 whole nights of tennis. But a blow to the liver does not last forever. The first knight immediately went to sleep. The second decided to find out who had come to them. But I only got to know the chokehold performed by Reifenheart. Now that the thief had tied them up, he could easily get inside. The treasury was guarded by several tracking spells and other tricks, but this complex defense system had to have a core somewhere. Reefenheart picked up a small stone from the floor and noticed runes engraved on it, after which he crushed it, because it is so logical that the key is left at the door. The doors opened and it turned out that there was a weapons room inside, with many shelves and boxes. The secret anti-magic treasure, the sealed pot, the bottomless bags, and even the lyre. The young thief examined the goods. All the weapons were sorted into categories. They looked similar but had fundamentally different magical properties. And then he noticed the object he came for, a strange cube called the Voice of Illusion. But when he stepped towards it, his foot caught the tripwire. Reifenheart completely forgot about caution when he penetrated inside. The stretch was attached to an ordinary bell, which rang loudly in the cold silence of the castle. It was so stupid to give yourself away in the most primitive trap. The guy was horrified, realizing that he would not be able to build a career as a thief. The alarm noise woke up even the Viscount, who was sleeping with his wife. Reifenheart ran quickly through the corridors, hoping to escape before he was caught, and vowed never to steal the bread of professionals again. Along the way, he had to remove a couple of guards, although Reifenheart was afraid that he might kill someone by accident. But there was no choice. But when he left the castle, a whole welcoming committee was already waiting for him, along with the magicians. The magicians immediately fired firebolts without regard for who the target was. But before their shots reached their target, Reifenheart managed to grab the strongest-looking knight and ask him for forgiveness. The knight understood why they used him as a living shield against fire magic. This caused a violent reaction from the other soldiers. Only a monster could hide behind a man, but Reifenheart knew that the knight's armor was enchanted. The captain of the guard ordered the attack to continue, and this time they used a forest of spears. The would-be thief could easily deal with simple physical attacks, but it turned out that the spears were part of a restraining spell. The knights no longer tried to kill the clever thief, only to slow him down. At the end of each chain stood a strong warrior and pulled him in his direction. With so many skills, these knights were a problem for the guy. Then, pushing everyone aside, one of the guys rushed towards him, who really wanted to use his only technique. And although the captain shouted at Russ not to move, he did not listen and quickly approached the thief. Reifenheart saw the young swordsman swing his sword for a simple downward thrust. The captain shouted at him again that the formation must not be broken. But the desperate daredevil did not listen to orders, thereby confirming his reputation as a fool. He pushed the other soldiers, which caused the grip to weaken. Reifenheart had heard the name Russ somewhere before, but now was not the time to dwell on memories. The movements, steps, and breathing were rather mediocre in appearance. However, the strange blow embodied enormous power. The guy struck a blow precisely at a stationary target. There was no chance of missing. Perhaps this was the only case when this attack should work at all in a real fight. The blow caused the uninvited thief's cloak to fly up and his thick chains to fall off. But they also became an obstacle for Russ's sword. He was unable to gain the necessary acceleration, and Reifenheart took advantage of this to administer an emetic to the guy with a fist in the stomach, after which the skinny boy surprisingly easily rolled like a sausage. Reefenheart was a little taken aback. The soldier showed a good strike, but in the end he was unable to dodge the normal move, which spoke of his poor training. True, at that very moment more serious flashes cut through the air. The Golden Knight of Grima was already there, in armor and pomp. He immediately realized that the thief who had snuck into them was no ordinary rogue. Reefenheart answered him that everyone has their own reasons. Jesus nodded. We could always talk about it later. The first rule of the fighting gym was that if a fight was inevitable, you had to strike first. Both fighters reacted almost simultaneously and met face to face. Reefenheart quickly dodged the blow and continued to attack. But Jesus did the same, so they missed each other with similar attacks. There was a minor clash, and they separated again to reevaluate their opponent. For a few moments they froze, waiting and feeling each other out. The knights also did not understand what was happening, because usually their commander simply kicks out any enemy feet first. Then Jesus cast a darkness spell, and a strange aura surrounded him. Reifenheart knew this attack. It was called the Shadow Roar, and was able to dodge it. But now the entire battlefield was covered in smoke, and it became more difficult to find the enemy. Jesus immediately realized that his opponent knew the weak point of the Shadow Roar, and was good at resisting magic. But how could a 10th circle magician, even in the past, not know the basics? Jesus struck again with his sword, and the guy simply walked away with his body turned. They were still checking each other. Reefenheart avoided attacks more than he dealt them, and demonstrated good defensive skills. As soon as the knight finished his series, the fighter hit him in the chest area with his fist. This blow reached its target despite the armor, so Jesus felt it. He immediately cast a wind arrow spell with his wand. Fire and wind bullets attacked from all sides, each flying towards its target in a crooked arc. Then Jesus awakened his sword to add to the fun, and Reefenheart had to quickly move out of the attack radius. The fight was now going on in raised tones. There was no point in holding back any longer. Jesus' blade emitted napalm like a dragon. The flames moved so fast that they almost scorched Reefenheart's heels. He felt that it wouldn't take long before he became a shashlik. The flashes of magic were so strong that they threatened to destroy the entire citadel. Even Reifenheart's cloak was scorched and disheveled, and he paused to reassess his situation. Such an area of destruction indicated that the enemy could use high-level magic. Jesus was also confused. The enemy somehow repelled all attacks, but the knight did not know how. The thief didn't seem to be hurt, and he wasn't particularly fast-moving, which meant he could have possessed the aura. The knight cast the spell again. This time it was a caustic purple dope. A poisonous fog enveloped Reifenheart in a thick cloud. He thought to get rid of it with the help of a simple whirlwind. The fighter quickly spun around his axis several times to disperse the poison, and he began a rapid advance straight towards the knight. A simple straight strike forced Jesus to cover himself with his sword, the waves echoing from its power. The knight barely managed to block all the attacks. The thief was too fast. But now he knew for sure that the enemy had the aura of a warrior. Reefenheart was like a tank and just spammed, repeating the same two. Now knowing what the thief was capable of, Jesus acted more cautiously and was ready to demonstrate the appropriate level of strength. The flashes of magic made Reefenheart pause his advance. He had previously thought that only aura masters would be his opponents, but the swordsman mage also caused trouble. The knights behind the walls were nervous and groaned at every blow that threatened to destroy the citadel, and also because they would have to restore order here for free. Why would such a man stoop to the level of a simple thief? The knight asked right during the battle. From his attacks, Reefenheart realized that the enemy already knew about his abilities, but he still couldn't show his aura because its trace was too recognizable in the Empire and would immediately point to Teacher Gerard. The knight frowned. His enemy clearly had an aura and had a powerful body, but was in no hurry to use his trump card and thought that not much time had passed since awakening. Since the thief was no match for him, Jesus fully awakened his magic sword and decided to unleash its full power. Now this was a truly dangerous situation, the fighter thought. Jesus jumped into the air and swung his magic club, a technique called Eldril's Light. Reefenheart crossed his arms over his chest, going into deep defense. And only now did he release his aura to block the blow. The flash from the clash of their forces blinded everyone who watched the fight from afar. Russ didn't hide his face and watched the battle with wide eyes. A shockwave rolled across the citadel, raising a cloud of dust. But Jesus saw only the thief's shining heels high in the sky. He cursed behind his visor to think that his strongest attack had simply been repelled. The blow still slightly affected Reifenheart. He should have used the vortex guard earlier, he thought. Taking a running start, he jumped down like a stone, where the wall was located above a steep cliff. And with all his might he jumped into the icy lake, and the thick crust of ice cracked upon landing. Jesus pursued the thief to the very edge of the wall, and then ordered his men to check what exactly had been stolen. He also ordered a search party to be organized so that the impudent fellow would not get too far. The knight was sure that the thief would not die from such a fall. Cirrus woke up in the middle of the night as if she had had a nightmare. The priest also woke up in the same place with her. The elf had a bad feeling. She sat up in bed and stared anxiously out the window. Perhaps something had happened to Reifen, the girl thought. And she was right. The cold waters were slowly pulling the fighter to the bottom. Morning came to the city, illuminating the streets of the small town that lay at the foot of the citadel. But the morning turned out to be bright, and bloodhounds and guards were already on the trail of the thief, so the priest and the elf had to quickly flee. Cirrus grabbed her partner to run faster, but it was difficult to hide in broad daylight in an unfamiliar city. Moreover, the townspeople happily helped to catch the fugitives by tracking their movements, so that the ring of the raid tightened. Soon the knights had already occupied the roofs and were marching towards them in a wide line. One of the warriors demanded that the fugitives surrender, to which the elf responded with a shot from her nihilum. With her first shot, she knocked out one of the soldiers. Then an arrogant, golden-haired knight joined the chase, and the captain informed him that the fugitives were not simple. Then Jesus said that he would sort it out himself and ordered everyone to step aside. Cirrus shouted to the priest, and he realized that he would have to ride again. This hit the male ego hard, but he had no choice. True, at that very moment a powerful attack fell upon them, and Cirrus had to quickly save them. The knight flew through the air like a tin man and repeated the order to surrender. Although Cirrus understood perfectly well who was in front of her, she still drew her sword. It did not escape Yesis's notice that the fugitives connected with the thief possessed not only simple weapons, but also the priest gave the elf a blessing. Sillin frowned. Their situation was bad. If they were being chased, then Reifen had gotten into trouble and was caught. Then Jesus moved and got so close to Cirrus that she didn't even have time to blink. One swing and she was thrown back from the sloping roof like a feather. Cirrus flinched as she felt the terrifying power of her opponent. Reifen came to his senses and got out of bed. He had been hit hard. Blood appeared on the bandages. Having to fight with the strongest armor in the world, and with his hands tied, it turned out very stupid, the fighter admitted. But overall, the catch was rich, and the required artifact ended up in his hands. On the other hand, he himself did not know where he ended up. The room resembled a stone bag, and its owner was a tiny, stocky gnome named Hedos. He asked to bring porridge to the wounded man when he realized that he would be able to eat. At first, Reifen mistook the dwarf girl for a child, but from her features he realized that she was older. Her name was Tilla Stillimer, and she brought him some porridge. Usually gnomes are not so friendly with people. The guy was surprised by their hospitality. But when the most important of them was called, the questions disappeared by themselves. An old man entered the room, named Gelfade. He was a priest of Owl Pot, and called the guy a savior. Reifen was very surprised at this when he managed to become the Messiah. The gnome explained that 6 years ago they received a prophecy from the Supreme God himself. An omniscient and omnipotent man will appear from the darkness on the tiers of the northern winds. Follow him. He alone has the power to influence fate. He is the savior, the dwarf read from the scroll. The great saint secretly spread this prophecy among the dwarves of the continent, so that every winter the dwarves waited for the savior. Reifen chuckled. He thought Owlpot had gone home a long time ago. Owlpot was a god of the gnomes who periodically warmed up his subjects with prophetic revelations, and 6 years ago the guy just regressed. It seems that this little god foresaw everything as soon as Reifen moved in time. Even though he lost once, it was good that there was such a god who helped him now. The guy promised to do everything better this time as a sign of gratitude. The dwarves' faith in their god was strong, so they helped the man because of just one prophecy. Tilla was surprised at how quickly their savior was recovering. Reifen thanked the little one for her help. She was barely as tall as his chest. Seeing that the guy had recovered, Tilla suggested calling the priest Galfade, but the guy said that he would find him himself. He wanted to stretch his legs. All the inhabitants of these dwarven slums were from the Steelhammer clan. They lived as slaves in the lands of Viscount Kelburn. At the same time, gnomes work best in communities of their kindred, so they could only be sold by the entire clan, which imposed additional restrictions, and thanks to this, the gnomes preserved their culture and even religion with priests. It was the gnomes who helped Reifen build an empire because they understood something about the social structure. There were about 60 dwarves living in this community, all of whom belonged to Viscount Kelburn. Most of the men were temporarily stationed in the Settlard mountain mines, Tilla said. To prevent the possibility of rebellion, people often take the entire clan of dwarves, their families, women and children, hostage. They walked along a deep corridor until they stopped at a pair of massive steel doors. A priest was waiting for them inside. The guy asked to call him by his name and not savior. Galfade himself did not know why this man was their savior and what he could do for them, so he laughed in response. But from the guy's look, he understood that he did not perceive them as slaves. Such was the essence of Reefen's beliefs, who did not make divisions between intelligent races, accepting everyone as equal. No one knew why Al Pot chose a man, but the oracle was never wrong, although he left no clues where to look for salvation. The dwarf's duty was to give him everything he needed for his goal, although he was alarmed by the fact that the guy was not at all surprised when they told him that he was the chosen one. It was just that Riefen already knew that he was the main character of his story for the second time. Galfide got to the point and said that the great saint wanted to see the boy. Michelin, the great saint of Alpota, said the priest, and Riefen immediately understood who he was talking about. He smiled nostalgically, because they were talking about the pillar of the dwarven people, who was already a great saint. And again the reaction of the guy, who took everything naturally and for granted, surprised the dwarf. He was sure that his words would seem absurd to people, and he did not know how to present it correctly. People did not hear the voice of truth, unlike the gnomes. In his past life, Antares had fallen, so the possibility of a repeat failure remained in force. But perhaps by talking to the dwarven sage he could find a solution, the boy thought. To get to the great saint, he needed a guide. Tilla was the only representative of the ancient warrior blood that remained in the tribe, and she promised to take him there. The priest felt that the boy already knew a lot about the gnomes. He heard the sounds of his thoughts. They sounded as if Riefen already knew about the great saint and where the forge was. Usually people who know that the gnomes have heard their thoughts do not like to talk to the gnomes. Riefen nodded. He knew about this too. Galfade was amazed again, realizing that he was not mistaken about this man. He wanted to know how the guy knew so much, but Riefen replied that it was not time yet. However, their conversation was interrupted by another old gnome who burst into the sanctuary. Hethos came running with a message about Riefen's companions, an elf and a priest who must have been with him. They were captured and locked in the Viscount's castle, and hearing this, Riefen's face darkened. Jesus loudly demanded that the dirty thief be found, and immediately, and that all kinds of thorough interrogation be applied to the prisoners, in all places. "No Geneva Conventions," said the knight, and the soldiers answered in unison, "Yes, sir." The captives were strange. The elf wielded a sword that only knight captains could use, and the priest Philanes was comparable in strength to an archbishop. But here the interrogation masters found themselves in a dilemma. The prisoners looked too delicate to be brutalized, so dangerous objects of large diameter were contraindicated. The elf and the priest listened attentively to the executioner's negotiations. At the same time, the task was as clear as possible. An order is an order. After a couple of minutes of thinking, a voice came from the cell. "Let's start brass. Come on, Lento." Only 30 minutes later, they were still standing in front of the prisoners and listening attentively to their story. Sillin managed to scare them by telling them that Riefen was a disciple of the Great Rocking Clan, which was led by Gerard, and that it was a very aggressive clan. He kept singing like a nightingale about the terrible trials the students were going through and what a terrible final exam they had. Then Sillin told them the lie that Riefen had told him, that the artifact actually belonged to Gerard and was intended for his student, so the guy had to commit a shameful theft. Sillin talked so much that his throat was dry, and they hadn't even started to subject him to special interrogation methods. In general, the priest felt free and willingly told the knights everything, so they were surprised why he gave away all the secrets so easily. Sillin explained that there was nothing to hide here. The successor of the great faction did not care at all about his reputation. Otherwise, he would not have done such a thing. The final question concerned the location of the artifact, but the priest could not help here, since they were simply told to wait at the hotel. But the soldier could not believe this, because they had to have a way to contact each other. The priest made an innocent look and replied that the owner of the aura could not fail with a simple theft, so they did not need special precautions. The knights thought about it. Interrogations usually didn't go so easily, so they had a strong feeling that something was wrong. Snow covered the forest and mountains around the fortress with a thick blanket. Tilla walked, drowning in this loose blanket, releasing clouds of steam into the frosty air. She was amazed at how quickly the guy caught a deer in the forest, but for the owner of the aura it was not difficult. It was enough to simply expand the perception. On the other hand, the dwarf girl was afraid that hunting in the Viscount's lands was prohibited. But this was the least of the guy's worries after all. It was more important to restore strength for future battles. Tilla studied the one who was called their savior with interest all the time, as if trying to understand what he was thinking. Overall, his goal of giving freedom to all intelligent races violated the laws of all human kingdoms that used slaves for their own benefit. This is what he thought about as he greedily swallowed the meat in pieces, generously donated by the forest. Then the dwarf girl was surprised at how quickly the guy swallowed the whole deer. Under the influence of large amounts of protein, Reifen's body quickly recovered. He waved his hand several times to check his recovery. A blast wave erupted from his fist and spread over the trees. "Excellent," said Reifen, and launched into a fan service shot so that everyone could admire his steel abs. In the Viscount's high, impregnable citadel, everyone waited for news. Jesus looked thoughtfully into the distance through the window of his office. He thought that it was unlikely that the thief had stolen a random artifact, which meant he knew what he was taking. A month ago, he had an interesting conversation. One person came to him personally on an important matter. He showed Jesus the coat of arms on the shield and said that the true heir of Tennis must remember this sign. The Silver Sage, as he was called, immediately remembered the day when his father declared him heir and revealed one secret of their family. The Silver Sages were a group of people who possessed immense power, capable of overthrowing the governments of entire countries. They exist in the shadows and only reveal themselves when humanity is in danger. Many rulers had been at their beck and call, and none had yet managed to attain their influence. So when Jesus saw the crest, he knelt down, acknowledging the status of the hooded man. He handed the knight a parchment scroll, in which the rights to explore the ruins of Aleutian were contained. All the treasures would go to the knight, and the sage asked for only one artifact for himself. If he failed, the fate of the Tennis family would be at risk, the sage said, and now Jesus was tormented by these thoughts and worries. Then someone knocked on the door, distracting the knight from his headache. The two who had interrogated the prisoners returned to report the results. The guards stood at attention at the gate, afraid to move. Thinking about what happened the last time a thief broke in, one of them shuddered. At first they had a headache, and when they woke up, Armageddon had already begun inside. Both of them hoped to never meet that thief again. The artifact was stolen anyway, but on the other hand, the thief could have come to save his comrades. In that case, it would be better for them to knock out their opponent immediately. Like last time, it would be better than getting caught in the main fight. But when they saw the strange figure of the guards on the bridge to the fortress, an ominous premonition came over them. Jesus was amazed to learn that the thief who had broken into their home was a member of the indestructible Jim. It was very strange. It was unclear why the Silver Sages decided to interfere in the affairs of the martial arts clan. Of course, the prisoners could have lied, but Sillin was a priest, especially one with the power of a bishop, and he could hardly have been a skilled intriguer, which meant he most likely told the truth. These two could simply be pawns for the thief, pawns that he could throw away. That's what Jesus suggested. In this case, catching the thief will be very difficult, even if all the forces of the Tennis clan are used. But even if they catch him, it is not a fact that the thief will have the artifact in his hands. Here a warm ray of light touched his face in the frosty winter, and then the walls of the citadel echoed with the explosion again. Jesus immediately moved to the window to find out what kind of dragon attacked the castle. This time, Riefen went into battle without a mask, with an open face, but Yesus immediately recognized him as a spy by his internal energy. Several fires broke out in the citadel along Riefen's route. The knights ran towards the noise of the invasion and encouraged each other, wanting to give the attacker a hard time. Riefen chuckled at the sound of their voices and invited everyone who wanted to dance. The knights formed up and sent a couple of fighters forward to test the skills of the invader. The skills turned out to be excellent, even explosive, and a couple of soldiers immediately went on leave. This time, Riefen didn't hide that he had an aura, and ordinary weapons and shields were useless against him. Then, in order to suppress this power, the priests took up the matter and began to sing spells. They cast blessings on the fighters, as if this could help them, and the soldiers rushed to attack. With deft movements of his hands, Riefen sent them to the sanatorium one after another, and then he stamped his foot, causing a local earthquake. Everyone around him jumped into the air, losing their foothold. The magicians put blindfolds on their eyes so as not to see the horrors of the battle and chanted their spells again. This time the guy was attacked with fire too, combining different spells. Another magician had a charge of energy sparkling in his hands. Riefen realized that he was at a disadvantage, and first needed to deal with those who were inflicting long-range, non-physical attacks. He released a rapid burst of chi bullets, swinging his arms in all directions several times. Each one hit the target precisely, because the mages did not expect return fire and did not go behind cover after using their spells. The rapid fire, which they could not parry, immediately disrupted the soldiers' formations and scattered them. Low-level mages could be knocked out even by a breeze, so the fighter was satisfied with the result. Then he put to sleep all the priests who treated and inspired the soldiers. All this time he did without killing, because he did not want to harm people. But the soldiers did not appreciate the gesture of goodwill and scolded him unnecessarily. Some priests could become stronger from the pain, so they had to be dealt with quickly. Riefen covered himself with his aura and hands, and the arrows did not reach him. It was then that the soldiers realized that their enemy had not fought at full strength the last time. The captain shouted at Russ to start moving and not stand there stunned like a post. Russ always rushed forward, and now he drove the captain crazy by freezing in place. The knight threatened to dismiss the guy from service as soon as the battle was over. But Russ was trembling not from fear, but rather from envy. For the first time he saw in real life what he had been striving for all these years. The irresistible power of the aura that controlled the flows and made them more powerful, in a blinding light. Russ saw everything, saw his movements, how the power flowed, and understood clearly and distinctly everything that the fighter did. This was something he had never been taught, something he could not comprehend. Movements and breathing that only those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts can do, a single flow. Now Russ understood how he should behave on the battlefield. He couldn't help but admire his opponent, and his body responded with an excited heartbeat. Here the battlefield was marked by flashes, and Reifen had to quickly dodge to avoid being covered. "Here he is," Reifen grinned. From the very beginning, the Golden Knight was the main target, without whom the defense of the fortress is worth nothing. Jesus puffed up his cheeks with pathos, and said that he would not forgive his crimes, where he had been all this time. But with his appearance, the soldiers' fallen morale rose. Jesus saw what the enemy did to his knights. "So he was sticking around in the rear, and now he's acting like a newbie," Reifen grinned. With the help of his aura, he had long ago sensed the night mage who was hiding behind the wall and quietly watching. The magic armor gave combat power, but did not increase the sensitivity that the owners of the aura had. Even though the knight wanted to study the enemy, was it too cruel to watch his men being beaten like dummies? The fighter asked. And they also said that he was so noble and honest, Reifen added, and the knight was offended by this. Jesus even began to justify himself by saying that he was simply sleeping and could not wake up for a long time. But the attempt seemed weak. Who could sleep when the walls were falling, unable to withstand the pressure? The knight grabbed the sword, calling on its strength, and he put on his golden lumberjack costume made of magic nanomachines. There was so much power that Yasusa was instantly engulfed in flames and hidden from sight. Why Reifen did not attack before the knight was dressed is unclear. This time the guy decided to fight for real and beckoned the knight to him. The Tin Woodman jumped into the sky to immediately take a suitable position for attack, and for some reason he began to speak in strange phrases. "Pierce the eye of the god of death, and let the roar of a leopard shake your body. See the whole world from the height of a dragon's flight." He spoke such and other nonsense for an incomprehensible purpose. "The cleansing stream fills the sword," said the knight, and swung his club. It was a trick that Reifen had never seen before. The sword filled with pure mana, a challenge he liked. The two forces collided head-on with deafening egos. An exchange of quick attacks followed, and the fight was still on equal terms. But then the scales tipped. Even though his body was strong, the sword of pure mana still left cuts on him. Jesus felt that he could reach his opponent and made a wide swing. The fighter went into a deep defense, crossing his arms in front of him. The sword's pure mana energy passed through him and struck the ground. But Reifen immediately counterattacked, jumping up, ending up right next to the swordsman mage. And in the dungeon, they were now serving macaroni and sausages, when some noise began to be heard from outside, and Cirrus assumed that Reefenheart must have come to save them. The priest of the goddess of love chuckled. All this time the girl had been acting so distant, and now it immediately became clear that she was waiting and believed in salvation. Cirrus was embarrassed. She herself did not understand why the man who bought her out of slavery was so nice to her. Scylla assumed the simplest thing. The fighter simply had a thing for elven girls, or, as Cirrus thought, that he was a fan of role-playing games. But when she looked into his eyes, she was overcome by doubts that Reifen was a man driven by base feelings. The priest chuckled again. Girls in love all say exactly the same thing. They all repeated the same thing. If they liked someone, that he was special, not like everyone else. But after marriage, everything changes. Everyone immediately becomes bad, according to his teacher from the orphanage. But Scylla himself was angry that Reifen had failed in his usual theft, and now it had resulted in a lot of problems, although the priest could only blame himself for agreeing to this. "Living in harmony with the law does not always work out," he said, and sighed. His reasoning sounded mature, and it turned out that the guy was almost 20, and only 3 years younger than Reifen. Cirrus was very surprised. She thought that Reifen was much older. Then the doors to the dungeon opened and Tilla entered the cell, asking their names. She had the keys in her hands, and the dwarf girl told them that she had come here with Reifenheart. First, they had to get them out of there, so they decided to talk about the details later. It was the first time the priest had seen a dwarf so close. Except for the ears, Tilla looked like a human. Cirrus called the guy a naive boy. The ears weren't the only part, she said as they walked up the stairs. As they walked down the corridor, they were discovered by guards, and immediately realized that the prisoners had escaped. But Cirrus, with lightning-fast reaction, showed them her pass, which the guard was forced to accept. Another one jumped out at the elf from around the corner, waving his weapon. But his attack was repelled by Tilla, who skillfully used a huge axe. She easily grabbed her opponent by the weapon and threw him like a toy. The body of the small dwarf girl contained an unprecedented amount of power. It was then that Sillin realized what the main difference was between people and gnomes. He, with his sparrow muscles, felt completely uncomfortable. Tilla lit the fuse on the charge and shouted to the prisoners to hurry. The saber flew out into the yard and burst into a bright light. Thanks to this, Rifen realized that the captives were saved, and he grinned. Jesus also noticed the flash and looked in the direction where the dungeon was. He realized that all this time the enemy was simply distracting their attention. Now there was no longer any reason to hold back, and the fighter was ready to fight at full power. The knight did not dodge, but continued to attack. He believed that the fighter simply had too high an opinion of himself. The sword slid over Rifen's head and he found himself at Yesis's side, after which he threw out several key bullets. This skill was fast, so it knocked down Yesis's onslaught. The knight covered himself with his shield, thinking about how to turn the tide of the battle. But the fighter continued to attack him, leaving no room for maneuver. The attacks came one after another and forced the knight to retreat. He did a somersault in the air and released the power of the sword. A surge of golden power loosened the already long-suffering foundations of the citadel, but Rifen dodged it. After that, he directed a blow to the stomach of the falling knight. But something alarmed the guy. He didn't feel the proper effect from the blow. His aura spread like liquid across the armor in all directions and engulfed the knight. And soon it dissipated like smoke, leaving behind only a black trail of soot. Another double, or perhaps the original, appeared behind Rifen. He was surrounded by several doubles at once, and each of them confused his feelings, like a living enemy. It was advanced magic. The guy chuckled. He thought that the knight wouldn't be able to handle the pace of the fight because he wasn't used to fighting with the owner of the aura. But this trick was good. All knights simultaneously began casting the next spell. But then Rifen jumped up to one of them, deciding that it was genuine. With one blow, he wrapped the Tin Man around his fist and sent him flying. Jesus winced in pain. Even despite his armor, he took damage, and he didn't understand at all how the enemy managed to guess so accurately. The whole point was that the 10th level mage in the past was good at monitoring magical flows and was accustomed to duels against mages. "The sword of Taness knows no defeat," the knight shouted, filling his chest with pathos. He summoned fire magic and shot napalm at the enemy. To prevent himself from being roasted like in an oven, Rifen used the skill Vortex Guardian. A stream of power swirled the flames around. Then Jesus tried to freeze him with icy mist, and a wave of cold erupted from his hands. But the binding spell did not work. Rifen threw it away with brute force. Next came the turn of the wind arrow spell, which were thrown back by the same technique of the Vortex Guard. Then another cold spell, which also missed the target, and showed that something was wrong with the balance in this combat system. Because the same thing happened with poison magic, no magic could penetrate the protective circle of the aura. The battle turned into a confrontation of endurance and common sense. Jesus himself was quite stunned that not a single magical attribute could penetrate this protection. Not all aura owners could use the Vortex Guard technique, even though it was simple. Usually the owners of the aura covered their body with it simply to strengthen it. But in this case, there is no circulation of energy, and when trying to resume movement, the body may break. Only the followers of the indestructible rocking chair could withstand such overloads with their strengthened bodies, but for the effect itself, it was necessary to release a huge amount of aura. Jesus, quite angry at his own impotence, asked his opponent who was behind him. Rifen turned around in surprise and saw only a soldier from the fortress there, which angered the knight even more. Here Jesus went into a rage and completely lost his mind. In general, he looked bad. He again called upon his artifacts, awakening their powers, and this time he laid out everything he had. The time had come for the ultimate technique, without which no battle could take place. Even the air around him froze with tension. But this attack wasn't so easy to repel, thought Rifen, and prepared to use his ult. Jesus stood like a samurai, raising his sword above his head and concentrating all his strength on it, forgetting about defense. Rifen gathered his will into a fist and charged the horn of disaster. The knight swung his sword with a mad grin on his face. Two powerful forces collided in the center of the battlefield, like the light of 1,000 suns. All the energy of the blow that they released echoed throughout the long-suffering citadel. Rifen's fist struck straight at the wide blade of Yesis's sword, but his blow came out stronger and denser. The aura tore off the golden woodcutter's armor. What a crazy skill! Jesus was horrified, gritting his teeth from the tension. The ground shook beneath their feet, and blast waves passed through them one after another. And in the end, the golden armor was broken by a monstrous force. Now Jesus understood the essence of the enemy's technique. The fist was wrapped in aura several times to create a wave-like explosion. Just as after a stone is thrown into water, circles run across it, so a whirlwind runs along the entire perimeter. That's why his armor couldn't withstand it, Jesus realized. All he could do was hope that the fighter wouldn't shoot like that a second time. But he fired as if the force had become an endless tide whose waves destroyed even the hardest rocks. Jesus had lost his armor, his sword was almost torn from his hands, and the enemy's power was pushing him back. As a result, the knight, unable to hold on, flew back, carried away by the tidal wave. He rammed his body through several meters of stonework and disappeared in a cloud of dust. The heavy blade of the oar, broken and covered in scratches, was stuck into the ground nearby. Reefenheart lost the rest of his clothes so that everyone could enjoy the beautiful relief of his muscles. Here the soldiers felt how all the sphincters in their bodies were tightening, realizing what would happen to them. Just now, all the fighting power that was concentrated in the golden woodcutter was destroyed. The armor's magic emanated from the sword, and while Eldrin was intact, the armor could still be restored, although it could take more than half a year. The soldiers watched helplessly as the enemy seized their precious artifact. But Reefenheart handed it to the soldiers, saying that he had already stolen everything he needed. The knight who took the sword was completely stunned. With such behavior, the conqueror would have certainly deprived them of everything, but this enemy was not driven by greed. Of course, Reifenheart thought about stealing this sword as well to give it to Cirrus, but he decided to give the divine sword to the Messiah of Light. He was about to leave quietly, but then someone ordered him to stay in an uncertain voice. "The battle is not over while Tenna's sword is still on its feet," Russ suddenly declared, poking the hero with a toothpick. His commander, who had wanted to force the boy to attack the entire battle, now tried in horror to dissuade him from doing so, but the boy stood his ground. The captain again promised to demote him as soon as everything was over, but Russ didn't listen and rushed into battle with the only swing he had. Foolishness and courage, Reifenheart realized. He already knew that the boy had nothing but a downward blow, but as soon as he started moving, he was enveloped in a special power. The blade did not move in a straight line, and Reifenheart had to dodge the attack. Instinctively, he jumped back a few meters. Moreover, a simple swordsman with a simple sword was able to injure his durable body. The fighter was surprised at how the knight managed to do this. Somehow, the genius self-taught began to use the aura of the sword. The boy stood firmly on his feet and was confident in himself. This glow seemed familiar to Reefenheart, a blue aura that was like a crystal-clear sky. The last time he fought such a thing was in his previous life in the throne room of the Empire. Holy Sword Cirrus, that was his name, Reifenheart remembered, and the boy was surprised how the enemy knew his name. Cirrus von Tennes, that was the full name he received upon becoming a knight. But since no one recognized this guy, they addressed him by the name given to him by his commoner mother. The fighter reproached himself for not being able to recognize the young talent, even though he remembered that his enemy was from the Tennes family. Now the prestige of this family rests entirely on the shoulders of the Golden Knight. But in 30 years, everything will change. Cirrus will gain fame, become a marquis, and will overshadow Jesus, which is why he is not in the future. Russ was embarrassed that his knightly name was known to a stranger, and that he was also called by a strange title, but secretly he was happy about it. "It was just a mistake," Reefenheart told him and waved it off jokingly. Russ was immediately upset. He was easy to read like an open book. But the Cirrus that the fighter knew was unfeeling and indifferent. He had changed a lot in his past life. Ras, apparently tired of waiting, went on the attack again, raising his sword high above his head. But this time Reefenheart took the blow on his forearm. The shock wave from this collision created an entire crater in the foundation of the fortress. However, the fighter immediately responded with a simple punch. The patient received an intense abdominal massage and quietly groaned. But then he stood up and released his power in all directions, wanting to push back the enemy. It's amazing that the guy was so skilled in handling the aura, even though he had just awakened it. They whirled in a dance of battle. Time after time, Russ tried to catch his opponent, but he eluded him. He still caused some trouble for Reifenheart and made him think. At some point, he could no longer predict his opponent's movements. Most martial schools had at least some semblance of a basic theory that was created and filled in by many people. Even Gerard used the basics of the indestructible rocking chair that came to him through the centuries. But Russ, as a newbie, moved absurdly, like a wild animal. There was no logic in his attacks, and in theory this should have made the battle easier. But instead, it greatly confused Reefenheart's perception, and the swordsman balanced his defense and attack well, leaving no weak spots. From the outside, it looked like he was swinging in all directions. But in fact, not a single movement was wrong. Such people are usually called geniuses that are born once in 1,000 years. Apparently, that's how he became a holy knight, Reefenheart realized. But it was Cirrus who, in his past life, killed his dear friends, the 4 heavenly kings. Then the knight did not feel a drop of regret or remorse. Even the great orc warrior Taked was defeated by him. Anger gave Reifenheart strength, and with one blow he destroyed the aura of the boy's sword. His whole body was burning with righteous anger and malice that seemed to come out of nowhere. The boy shouted loudly that he was the swordsman Tennis and summoned his aura again. He only had one technique of a downward strike, but he had honed it for years, as if he was preparing to cut the heavens in half. Such was the fighting spirit of the man that he became his enemy again. Reefenheart realized that he had to kill him right now, so as not to repeat his past mistake, and he delivered a normal blow to the stomach, which was always open when using the useless technique of striking from above. It was good that they met at the beginning of his journey. Hello and goodbye, Reefenheart told him with cold fury. The aura power exploded from the tip of his fist and sent Russ flying. He rolled on the ground like a rag doll, counting every stone with his ribs. Reefenheart took a couple of beautiful, spectacular shots to remember this great event. But even the rather battered swordsman still tried to get up, still repeating that he was the sword of Tennis. Reefenheart frowned. In his own way, he felt sorry for the young idiot who stood in front of him and refused to admit defeat. The fighter looked at his fist. He had put the intent to kill into the last blow. When he fought with Jesus, he had not had this. But still the swordsman stood on his feet. He survived, and was still able to hold a sword in his hands, although he looked more like a living corpse, a zombie whose strings were being pulled by someone. Reefenheart really wanted to end this fight, but something inside him dissuaded him from the simple solution. Not only because in this life Russ was still an ordinary boy who had done nothing wrong. In the future he would become dangerous and might kill one of his friends. Killing him was not a mistake. But in his place, Tahid, a great and noble warrior, would not want him to kill Ras and take away the chance to personally take revenge. Tahid would definitely want a fair duel, so Reefenheart turned his back on the swordsman, saying that he was sparing his life. The fighter told the guy to gather his strength for now, and he cried out indignantly. Tahid has fought Cirrus more than once in the past. Both emerged from each fight stronger than before, as befits rivals. Perhaps Cirrus had a lot to do with the fact that Tahid became a great warrior, which means that if he is killed now, it will change the future of the orc. This guy is Tahid's prey, Reefenheart decided, and left the stunned swordsman behind. In desperation, Cirrus hit the ground. Surprisingly, he still had strength left. He cried from the pain of defeat while kneeling. The forest was deafeningly quiet after the stormy battle. The sun was setting, and the river peacefully carried its waters, not giving in to the cold. Tilla smiled sweetly when she saw Reefenheart, the frost adding a blush to her cheeks. Everyone was fine. Only Scylan complained that he had received a whole range of new sensations during the whole time. As a pilgrim, he was ready for many trials, but he did not think that he would end up in prison. Even though nothing bad happened this time, the priest warned about next time, because Cirrus is a beautiful elf, and they could have treated her much worse. As if thinking about it for the first time, Reefenheart rushed to ask Cirrus if she was okay, and the girl answered him that the knights turned out to be more civilized than they could have been. The guy was glad that everything worked out and promised himself to be more careful next time. Then Cirrus asked him if he found what he was looking for. When he showed them the strange cube, the priest remarked that the thing did not look useful to a warrior. Reefenheart lied to them, citing his mentor, who simply told them to take the thing. After this, they left the danger zone around the citadel, fearing pursuit. In the citadel, the cleaning up of the mess caused by the daring raider was in full swing, so the knights were not particularly happy that they remained alive. They whispered among themselves about a new significant event for their Tennis family, which received its owner of the aura. Jesus also saw everything, and now stood alone in his chambers, overcome with doubts. He heard that his people only talked about Russ, and no army could withstand two commanders. Opening the aura raised the status of the half-brother, and in the long term he could even surpass him. Jesus was perplexed as to how such power could have come to someone so low-born, although he himself was gifted with no small amount of power. Just now the one to whom the Father was favorable gained power. At the same time, the elders who praised Yesus in the eyes themselves lamented that their family was left without the owners of the aura. Now they had received the desired gift, and the status of the ruler of the house could increase many times over. But what will happen to him? Jesus was horrified, feeling how he was losing ground under his feet. He looked at his sword and the pieces of armor. Their condition was terrible. Soon his title will be taken away from him. This battle cost him dearly. Tenez can have only one true sword, said the knight, his eyes flashing furiously. Russ stood on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance, where the waters of the mountain river cut through the rocks. He came here to deal with everything that had fallen on him in one fell swoop. As soon as he awakened the aura within himself, everything changed at once. He was still not good enough. He just needed more time. This was just the beginning, and soon he would become the true sword of Tennis, thought Russ, and smiled. Then his half-brother came up to him and asked why he was so happy, since the battle was completely lost. For the first time, his brother spoke to him without arrogant irritation, and he made it clear that he knew about the awakening of new forces. After which he asked her to show what she could do, saying it softly, almost in a family manner. The guy who dreamed of being recognized more than anything in the world drew his sword and enveloped it in an aura. Jesus looked closely at the blue flames that flickered on the blade. It looked beautiful. Russ decided that he was accepted and smiled like the boy that he was. Only then did he feel a stabbing pain in his chest. And when he looked down, he saw Jesus' sword there. Everything happened faster than he could understand. Why did the last thoughts flash through his head when he looked into his brother's merciless eyes? Pain spread from the wound throughout his body, and Russ clenched his teeth to keep from screaming. Jesus called upon the power of his sword and shouted the password loudly. Then the young swordsman realized that his brother simply wanted to get rid of him. An explosion was heard over the cliff and echoed throughout the area. The Tenny's family is led by only one sword, and it cannot be a bastard, the knight said. This blow could have been the last, but Russ managed to defend himself. He was saved only by the fact that his brother was wounded in the previous battle. The soldiers who were on patrol in the area heard the noise of a fight and raised the alarm. Without thinking twice, Russ jumped off the cliff. After all, Jesus still hadn't learned his lesson from last time, because the thief had escaped from him in exactly the same way. Realizing his mistake, the knight cursed foully. After all, he had read so many heroic novels, and each one had a story about a hero who would definitely survive falling off a cliff and return to take revenge. This means that we will have to prepare for such a turn of events. Jesus first of all accused his half-brother of a vile attack in order to get the place of the head of the family. The knights and soldiers did not like the stubborn boy very much, so they immediately accepted this version of events. Jesus told them that he parried Russ's blow and wounded him, after which he fell into the river and would most likely die. He could have simply gone in pursuit and finished what he had started. But for some strange reason, Jesus was confident that he would defeat the owner of the aura with the help of his artifact, even though he had literally just lost to another owner of the aura. Instead, his knights went in pursuit, and the swordsman magician himself remained on the mountain. He grinned maliciously, because overall his plan had been a success. He had driven out a dangerous contender for the position of head of the clan. Meanwhile, the cheerful and motley company walked along forest paths away from the fortress. On the way, Cirrus decided to ask how Reifenheart met Tilla, and the guy told her how he fell into the river and the gnomes saved him. She was very surprised that the gnomes helped a man, and then Reifenheart, embarrassed, told her that he was now also the Messiah. The evening of incredible stories had begun, Cirrus thought, but Tilla confirmed everything that had been said. But Scylla was surprised to learn that the dwarves have gods, priests, and religion in general. Tilla was saddened by the question itself. People usually believed that those born slaves were not worthy of divine protection. Alpat was the god of the dwarves, and Scylla had heard of him as an evil god. Then Reefenheart asked him what evil he had done. In total, there were 12 gods known on the continent, not counting the very primitive spirits that were abundant in every village. 2 deities were revered less than the others: Elida, the goddess of the elves, and Alpat, the patron of the dwarves. Although the latter was considered an evil deity, even the priest of Melatine could not say why this was happening. Here Cirrus distracted them from their thoughts and shouted, pointing her finger to the side. She thought she saw a man there, so the squad stopped to check. The waters of the river really did carry the body. The river is a miracle. No one drowns in it, even if they are seriously injured, and he will definitely be carried to where he will receive help. Reefenheart immediately recognized the annoying guy, and he definitely didn't think he'd meet him again so quickly. Scylla quickly patched him up with a blessing. Perhaps this was also part of the prophecy, the fighter thought, because the same thing happened to him. Russ woke up in a cart. He was naked and covered only with a thin blanket. With her in this universe, he existed only as a decoration, and real men did not freeze even after swimming in icy water. Memories quickly flashed through the swordsman's mind. His brother finally renounced him, and they became enemies. Previously, Jesus was an authority for him. Russ tried his best not to let his brother down. He hoped that if he became strong enough, he would be recognized. But everything turned out exactly the opposite. There was never trust between them. To some extent, it was the only possible outcome of everything. But as often happens, feelings did not allow him to see it. Russ chuckled. He felt stupid now. Such naivety was something to be laughed at bitterly. Reefenheart saw that the boy had come to his senses and asked him how he was. After all, they saw him in the river floating like a log, face down, and miraculously not drowning, not choking, and not freezing to death. They were now in the lands of Baron Wade, and 3 days had already passed since the battle at Kelbrun's castle, they told the swordsman. At first they wanted to leave him in the nearest tavern, entrusting his care to a doctor. But Scylla insisted on taking the boy with them and looking after him, because a mediocre doctor would not have been able to cope. It was lucky that the swordsman had already awakened his aura and was quickly recovering. Only thanks to his new powers did the swordsman survive, but now his soul was gnawed by anger at his brother, who almost killed him. Rifen saw the guy frown and misinterpreted his look, so he reminded the poor guy that they had saved him after all, and even hired a cart. Realizing his mistake, Russ bowed several times. Then the fighter pointed at the priest and said that since he himself was broke, Sillin paid for everything. In general, Riefen liked this arrangement. The future Holy Sword was in their debt, and would not dare to kill his savior, even if they suddenly became enemies. He offered to give the boy some money for the road, so that he could return to his people. But after a short discussion around the fire, everyone realized that the guy's road back was closed. He had already been declared an enemy of the people, and the case was handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department. In his past life, Cirrus challenged his brother to a duel as soon as he gained aura, and that was when Jesus was first heard of, changing the course of history once again. Russ looked at the thin candle of smoke that was rising into the sky and wondered what he should do now. There is no way back. He will be branded with shame without even being given the chance to justify himself. And he had no other place, so he made the right decision and asked to join the hero's retinue. Everyone was quite surprised by this request and stared at the swordsman. This was how he wanted to repay them for saving him, because he didn't have any money with him. And although Rifen believed that it was not worth going that far, the swordsman stood his ground. Thanks to observing the battle, he was able to awaken an aura in himself, and wanted to continue learning from the great warrior. Riefen was again amazed by this, because the boy did not know him at all, but it was enough for him to know that he would be studying with the heir of the martial arts, Gerard. In his past life, Cirrus dedicated himself to finding experienced aura users to become stronger. But now that he is an outlaw, this path will be more difficult. He has no choice but to learn from the outcasts, and Rifen fits this description. Before the fighter could change his mind, Russ immediately took all the oaths of allegiance that were required. So, by a twist of fate, the one who had killed his friend Tahid in the past had now become a loyal student. It was hard to refuse because the boy was an incredibly talented warrior. Turning an enemy into an ally was a good start. Rifen even thought it would be great to accept all the outstanding people into his camp. But some of them were not born yet. The issue with Teslan had already been resolved. Only the light mage Jade remained. But he is such a sly one that it is dangerous to take him even for free. It was he who defeated Cirrus in the past. With such a track record, there was nothing to even discuss. After thinking for a bit, the fighter accepted the boy as his companion, but refused to swear allegiance. Instead, the boy wanted to call him older brother. True, it immediately became clear that the boy was not a boy, but was already 27 years old, while Rifen was barely 23, but only in this life. Late at night, he came to the luxurious palace, quietly so that no one would see him, like a thief. Jesus knelt down and immediately apologized to the silver sage, informing him of the failure. The sage did not hide his disappointment. He appeared before the knight as a purple haze and was indignant about the failure, because the performer had all the information, and such a simple task turned out to be impossible. It seemed that he had misjudged the knight's capabilities, the sage said in a sarcastic voice, and Jesus felt hurt. But he had nothing to say in his defense. Even the most powerful magicians could not teleport to this house, and the sage sent a projection here. It was an expression of the highest power before which he could only bow. Tina's future is not enviable, said the sage. And then the knight begged for mercy. But the ghostly projection had already melted away like morning fog, and the prayers had gone into the void. So much effort and all for nothing, said the sage who held the ball in his hands. It was not worth relying on the undersized one after all. It was not for nothing that in the past he was pushed back by the holy sword. A sage with long black hair, dressed in a leather corset, was walking to meet the Duke of Iranad. When he knocked on the door, the Duke ordered Leston to come inside. Leston also called the Duke a sage, and besides that, he was the 7th ruler of the aura in the Kingdom of Grime. Irand praised the young man. At 20 years old, he managed to awaken the aura, possessed magical powers, and also the gift of foresight, thereby providing invaluable assistance in the protection of humanity. This is how he got a recommendation to the Lodge of Silver Sages of Masons. Despite his young age and lack of experience, he is here because of his potential, rather than his current level. There was no disciplinary action for using the sacred symbol to communicate with Jesus, as nothing happened because of it. But the Duke reminded the young novice of his position. This time he forgave him. The Duke turned away, making it clear that the conversation was over. Although he called him Leston, he immediately corrected himself and addressed the guy by his real name, Teslan. Brown eyes stared at the Duke intently and coldly in response. The Silver Sages, a secret organization that watches over the world from the shadows. Their power is enough to ensure the rise or fall of entire countries. The problem was that Teslan was at the very bottom of the hierarchy of this powerful organization, and yet he barely managed to join them. The demon king who made the world tremble with terror was reborn in a hardened body with the memory of a magician who can stop him now, who will prevent the nightmare that he will bring down on the heads of humanity. Teslan was determined to stop him before the mage regained his powers, and his acquisition of Aleutian's voice was a disaster. But there was also hope, because even though Reifenheart was the demon king, it would not be easy to master magic again. The voice of Aleutian was a relic of the four symbols, and according to Jade, it was thanks to these artifacts that Reifenheart gained his power. It was a race to see who could get ahead of whom in the matter of historical spoilers before the course of history changed completely and unpredictably. Meanwhile, the merry company continued on its way to the dwarf's forge and their great sage. The two girls got along well and were now chatting merrily as they sat on the box on either side of the priest who was driving the cart. Russ never ceased to be amazed at what a strange company they had gathered, although so far it was a classic party: warrior, shooter, priest, blacksmith, and knight. From the very beginning, the swordsman did not understand why duties were distributed by lot and not entrusted to an elf slave, so the master himself served everyone. Russ then asked Reefenheart directly why he didn't assign the work to slaves. And then the warrior explained that even though Cirrus was a slave to the whole world, he had no intention of treating her that way. They were friends, and therefore equal in everything. He offered Cyrus to leave if he did not agree with this situation. Then the knight took it all for the eccentricity of the martial arts master for which they were famous. But he didn't consider this a particular problem. What was more important was that Russ could follow his teacher until he became a skilled swordsman. And until now, he was determined to do everything his teacher told him. And now he was interested in what Reefenheart was doing, who had been riding in the cart all this time. He was just meditating, holding in his hands the artifact he had obtained with such difficulty. Having restored his mana, Reifenheart tried to interact with the object again, and he ordered him to activate the first level for beginners. The object came to life and began to move. And then the warrior found himself in the middle of an imaginary space, limited by white walls, as if someone had placed him in a hermetically sealed cube. The monotony had already tired him out, so the warrior went into the settings to change the appearance. Wallpaper with beach girls was just what was needed to raise morale. For a while, the warrior just stared stupidly at the walls and smiled contentedly. But then he began training, shouting spells for air bullets and shooting them at imaginary targets. There were many spells, and each one hit where it was supposed to, discharging into the air with loud bangs. But there were even more targets, and Reifenheart used fire arrows, fearing that he would not be able to cope with their numbers. The beach girls, seeing him hesitate, encouraged and mimicked him in the ancient language. But because of this, the novice magician missed 3 targets at once. And this was on easy mode. His training was progressing very slowly. Reifenheart was annoyed. In the end, he somehow managed to survive and complete the task, accepting congratulations from the virtual girls. The voice of Aleutian was indeed effective, but it had too many useless options. This artifact was used in a more ancient developed era. It allowed to create many different zones, like a casino school park, complement everything with musical accompaniment and beautiful ladies who encourage on the way to the goal. Here is such a wonderful artifact. Everyone would like to have one for exam preparation. People of the Silver Age must have hated studying to resort to such methods, thought Reifenheart, as if there were eras when people liked studying. In any case, the subject, although useful, was of rather dubious origin. Despite Teslan's meager intelligence points, with this artifact, Reefenheart was able to increase some amount of available mana, although it cannot be compared with the previous mind. Then Sillin called him, and the fighter looked out of the cart to take a look. The priest's finger pointed towards the city that appeared on the horizon, and so they arrived in Strasand. This huge city was an important military and commercial center. All northern trade routes crossed here, so it was protected by a wide stone wall and was simply amazing in its cyclopean dimensions. The first thing the company did was to get information. Finally, Reifenheart was able to obtain the history of his real body. At the age of 16, he went crazy, began calling himself by the fictitious name Teslan, and considered himself to be another person. This is what Reifenheart read and frowned. Now everything was falling into place. His worst fears had come true. A true king of martial arts had been reborn in his weak body with a cute face. Reifenheart sighed in disappointment. He had so hoped that he was wrong. The document says that at the age of 20, Teslan left the magic tower, and that's where his business ends. It was not possible to find out anything more about the ordinary trading company. In the past, Reefenheart became a mage only at about 30 years old, and it was not a matter of skills. It was just that the top of the tower did not want him to leave it, but Teslan succeeded much earlier. This ended their visit to the city. The fighter told his young Padawan to prepare for departure tomorrow. There was a lot to prepare. Reefin looked thoughtfully towards Russ as he told them their real purpose. In the evening they had fun at the inn. Scylla, as befits a pilgrim, told stories about their trip to the ruins, where Reifin defeated the demon with one right hand. While she was chatting about their first meeting, the fighter himself was wondering whether the brother of the priest and the knight was worth going to the Dwarven Forge. One way or another, they were all now the hero's retinue, that is, his friends, of course, and Reifin suddenly attracted their attention and said that they needed to talk. He said that in the place where they were going, there were no relics of the Silver Age. Russ was the first to realize that there was no gold in the Grey Mountains. Before telling them about the purpose of their journey, Reifin decided to tell them about his dream and plans. His political program was quite simple. Elves, dwarves, orcs, and any other intelligent peoples should not be slaves. Secondly, the hero's squad can only include those who share this initial belief. And his goal is to create a world in which there is no place for slavery, said the future emperor of the galaxy. The team reacted differently to this statement, which went far against the foundations of the world, and Scylla was the first to realize what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into this time. Russ asked the master if he wanted the elves and dwarves to go wild again. He spoke so sincerely that he earned a disapproving look from Tilla. But Reifin quickly explained the obvious and simple thing. All nations are self-sufficient, possess reason and feelings, and the boundaries of their division are conditional. Here one could even assume that they separated not so long ago, and all come from common ancestors. The naive knight who knew nothing in life except the sword was not ready for a complex philosophical debate and immediately went cold. Reefin understood that the demand he was putting forward would be tantamount to considering cats and dogs equal for some people. People who had kept intelligent races as slaves for centuries, perceived them as talking tools, nothing more. Scylla nodded several times in agreement with his thoughts. All of this suited Reifin very well. The fighter wanted to change the world, because the goal was not only to give freedom to the people, but something more. The creation of a council of socialist republics. A joke. Reifin was determined to go towards this goal as a true leader of the people and a revolutionary, even if the whole world turned against him. But following him was their choice. Scylla immediately agreed. After all, he served the forces of love and goodness, and he also longed for adventure. Of course, he did not believe in any utopia. Such dreams are unrealizable, the priest believed. But he shared the fighter's convictions. It was rather strange that intelligent, loving beings were treated as tools, and yet there were plenty of talented individuals among them. And since all intelligent races were divided into two sexes, he, as a priest of love, was obliged to spread the teachings of Philanese. Wherever possible, Scylla already saw himself as a great shepherd who converted other races. Perhaps this cult is the best of all that can be imagined. Reefin warned the priest that he would find himself in a state of war with people in order to give freedom to the nations and throw off the shackles of imperialism. But this did not stop the priest. For the sake of the great goal, he was ready to do anything. Russ also made a decision. He swore allegiance to his mentor, and although he did not quite understand what was being discussed, he promised to walk this path together. Reefin nodded. These are the words you usually expect from a knight. For now, the guy was required to keep this secret, because what was said next should not go beyond their squad. The place they were heading to was the Great Forge, where the temple of Al-Pot, the god worshipped by all the dwarves, was located. There were some clashes along the way. Tilla called upon the power of Mother Earth and swung her huge axe. The petite girl waved it so deftly that she easily dealt with the wild monsters. After her, Russ attacked the savages, also shouting pompous words at those who couldn't even speak. Reifin grinned. In their squad there was a strong dwarf girl, a skilled master of aura. Even wild okras are no obstacle for them. At the moment, the attitude towards humanoids is very strange, who, although they live in the Stone Age, can still be intelligent. Along with the ogres, they were attacked by flying harpies who screamed terribly but quickly disappeared. Even the bears in these mountains had a hard time after meeting the hero's detachment. Reifin also took part in the battle, mostly staying in the rear and covering the others so that they could gain experience. The area in these mountains was simply full of monsters. For this reason, people did not go there, and the gnomes built a temple here. Russ was amazed that anyone could survive here at all, let alone build a temple. Reefin killed some bird without even turning around, and told the knight to follow him. Then he would see everything for himself. A couple of times along the way, a whole flock of griffins attacked them. They were able to create phantoms. While the real one was hiding somewhere, Reefin decided to use a spell and asked to cover him. It was illusion-dispelling magic. A flash of green light spread out all around. The light immediately destroyed the fragile illusions, and they melted away like smoke. Russ still couldn't get used to the fact that a melee fighter could skillfully use magic. Sillin was also amazed by this. Until recently, Reefin could hardly cast spells. But his mana reserves were still minimal, so the fighter constantly needed cover. Cirrus thought that Reefin looked pretty cute at times like this. She asked Tilla how much longer they had to go, and found out that the journey usually took 2 weeks. Russ was outraged when he heard this, imagining a nightmare in which they would constantly have to fight. But the fighter calmed him down, saying that they would go an unusual path. Tilla was also surprised to learn that it was possible to reach the goal in just 1 day. Reefin led them along narrow mountain paths the next day. So they walked along the serpentine road until they saw a secret passage in the rocks. The place looked ancient, as if it belonged to a past era. Cirrus asked the fighter how he knew about this path, but Reifin answered evasively. He just heard rumors. This answer only increased the elf's suspicions. She still couldn't understand what was going on in the guy's head. And what does he think about her when he periodically looks back? Russ volunteered to go first into the open passage where there wasn't even a gate. Reefin led them to the side again and pressed a button on the wall to open a secret passage, which again confused everyone. It's just that his mentor was here in his youth and talked a lot about it. Reefin tried unsuccessfully to justify himself. He himself did not understand why he was giving out ridiculous excuses every time he crossed eyes with the elf. It only got worse, and she couldn't get the idea out of her head that the guy was acting like he was already there. And Reifin walked forward and waved his hand at them, urging them to go further. When they got deeper, they were very surprised, even Tilla. The great forge was different from how she imagined it. Reifin approached the stele with the ancient writings of Hokrul and ran his hand over it, after which he suddenly directed his explosive aura at the stone. The stele shattered into pieces, and a bright light struck their eyes from inside. It sparkled so brightly with gold that it blinded the eyes. The light was followed by a shockwave that nearly knocked them off their feet. Inside, they discovered a huge temple, a domed vault with a well in the roof, which lightened the weight of the structure and served as a source of light. All around the perimeter stood statues of ancient kings and thunder warriors, majestic and stocky. They actually got to the Alpot temple, and it looked amazing. It was worth their hardships on the way. Then Sillin noticed something and asked if they had broken it. The guy looked at the fallen column with indifference and nodded. Everything was fine, he said, because last time he did the same. But then he suddenly thought, they came here because he had memories. Then the temple also suffered a little, but there were no consequences because Alpot gave a detailed prediction on this matter. But what now, he wondered. Then screams were heard from all sides. The temple was being destroyed. There were violators, and armed gnomes appeared on the upper balustrades of the temple. If Alpot hadn't left them any predictions, the dwarves would definitely get it all wrong, Reefin realized belatedly. The angry dwarves gave orders to destroy the invaders, and the squad realized they were in trouble. The dwarves were armed with crossbows, so the sound of a bowstring being pulled was immediately heard. The travelers quickly took cover behind the debris. Sillin scolded Reifin because of whom they got into this mess. The gnomes were furious, like jealous husbands who caught their wives with a lover, ready to destroy everyone. Russ stepped forward. "How dare the lesser beings threaten humans?" he shouted. But Reifin resolutely stopped the knight before he ruined everything with his prejudices. The fighter waved his hands and said that he did not want to fight, and they did not come here for battle. But he received a shower of steel arrows instead of an answer. The dwarves were clearly not inclined to chatter. However, seeing that their arrows did not even scratch the invader, their commander ordered them to stop firing, deciding that the enemy was simply mocking them. Then Reefin addressed the dwarves in their language. "The sons of the earth who are able to hear the voice of truth are not their enemies," the fighter declared. Because of their connection to the earth, gnomes were walking lie detectors. So they were very surprised by the truth of the statement that people are not their enemies. The leader of the dwarves asked why they had broken into their house then. Even though the guy was embarrassed to say it in front of everyone, he told the dwarves that he was their savior from the prophecy of Alpot. Sillin immediately reproached Reefin for such smug speeches, but the fighter had no other way to calm the warlike nature of the dwarves. So, raising his hands up, the fighter told them that he had come to see the high priest Mashlin, at the behest of the chief of the Steelhammer tribe. "The dwarves would never believe such a thing," said Ras. But they believed it as soon as they heard from the man that he was their savior, and joyfully rushed to greet the guests, as if they were the only ones they had been waiting for. The behavior of the short guys changed by 180 degrees, and they quickly surrounded the guy, who was too tall for them. Later they were taken to the Great Forge, which was a whole city, 30 meters underground, located under Mount Settlard. It occupied a huge cave with an area of 2 kilometers, and its arch went up 30-50 meters. There were geothermal springs in the mountains, and special stones placed everywhere provided light and heat. One dwarf gave them a quick tour, showing them where all the masters of their people gathered, and the friends were amazed at the skills of these little people. Russ was more shocked than the others, because he understood that such construction would require thousands of workers. Seeing how many gnomes lived here, he did not understand why they did not try to wage a war of liberation. Scylla realized that the knight had already begun to have the right thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have asked himself such questions. The gnome explained that these ruins were built in the previous great era, and they simply did the interior decoration. At that time, their people already lived in these lands, added Reefenheart, who knew their history well. This was especially indicated by the fact that the doorways were too low, especially for a fighter who was as tall as a railroad tie. During the Silver Age, the dwarven people were prosperous enough to build this place, so it can no longer be said that they were born into slavery, Reifenheart said. He didn't expect Russ to understand right away. After all, the knight grew up with a different attitude, and it was difficult for him to rebuild all his ideas about the world. Afterwards, they were brought to the chambers where they could rest and have dinner. Scylla was indignant that he did not have to bend down anywhere. He still had a strong complex about his size. At dinner, everyone began to devour the meat that the hospitable gnomes served them. The dwarf explained that it was the liver of a basilisk, and it turned out that Cirrus was a vegetarian, although the priest immediately reminded her that yesterday she had only eaten meat. In the end, they agreed that the food was simply delicious, and there was nothing to argue about. The gnome scratched his beard in embarrassment and said that these were their traditional dishes, and that they strengthened male potency. Hearing this, Scylla and Russ began to consume the treat twice as fast. When everything was ready, Reifenheart was called to the central tower, and he left his friends. Pulvart, that was the name of the dwarf captain, led him to a staircase that seemed to go to the top of the mountain, and said that the boy should go there. Reifenheart understood this as meaning that not everyone is allowed to climb to the great saint, but in fact the dwarf was just lazy. 5 minutes later, the fighter found himself at the very top, and there an old acquaintance was waiting for him, still short and bearded. He greeted the guest, calling him his savior. Reefenheart suddenly found himself plunged into memories. The Empire's throne room destroyed by battle. The battle is not over yet. The magician breathes heavily, gathering his strength because Teslan is a dangerous enemy. The great warrior is confident of his victory. Today he will free all intelligent races from the Demon King. Then Reefenheart used a strange artifact, the effects of which he had not yet properly studied. He summoned magic that could break through the flow of time and space. And Teslan fell into this trap along with him. Now he lived a different life, a different destiny. Teslan surprised himself because he barely closed his eyes and managed to fall asleep. He had been sleeping little lately, but still felt that he was not doing enough. Over the past 6 years, he managed to awaken an aura even in such a skinny body. Using this power, he threatened the mages of the Delphic Tower and thus gained the status of a mage. After which he built connections with those who would gain power in the future and even successfully became a member of the Silver Sages. Everything was going according to plan, but he was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat the Demon King with his aura and fifth circle spells. His real body was stronger and more powerful, which meant that now the Demon King who kidnapped him was also. Besides, Teslan didn't know how much mana the Demon Lord had managed to restore. His enemy wasn't sitting still, but was also looking for supporters, which meant he needed allies too. Michelin was the most loyal friend one could rely on, a respected and reliable teacher. Reefenheart greeted him as if they had not seen each other for a long time. The sage felt that the man was telling the truth, although they were seeing each other for the first time, and he himself had not left this city for half a century. It was a paradox. The fighter nodded. It was difficult to understand, because their real meeting was supposed to take place only in 10 years. The gnome already thought that the savior was some kind of crazy person, but seeing his anxiety, the guy said that he would explain everything. Time travel, Reefenheart said, frowning to show he wasn't joking. And then the fighter told everything, about how he was in the war, traveled around the continent, made friends with intelligent peoples, and how he fought with people, and also about the entire short history of his newly formed empire Antares. The guy understood that it sounded like an evening of charming stories, but it was up to the dwarf to decide whether to believe him or not. Without Alpot's prophecy, the dwarf would have decided that the boy had gone crazy. But I decided to check the guy out anyway, to test him to see if he had really moved or was just delirious. Since they had been loyal comrades in the past, Michelin had to tell him one secret, and when he asked what color his beard was, the dwarf stroked the long hair on his face. Reefenheart smiled and nodded, understanding the gist of the question. And then he confidently declared that the gnome had no beard. Then Michelin, disappointed, removed the wig from his face. He asked Reifenheart if he knew how this happened, and the guy answered that it was because of the blessing of Alpot. In the world of gnomes, a luxurious beard is a sign of masculinity. You can be bald, but not have a beard is a shame. But the oracle could not grow a beard. No matter how great his divine powers and merits were, he would not have achieved such respect as now. Then the oracle smiled. Even the dwarves could not expose his fake, which meant this guy could be trusted. He stepped down from his throne and knelt down on behalf of all the dwarves, promising to serve the one their god had indicated. Reefenheart sighed heavily. He hoped that in this life he would be able to repay his loyalty. The fighter asked the dwarf to stand up and said that now his wise advice was needed more than ever. He had already failed once in trying to solve everything by force, and this eventually led to a war with humanity. He couldn't repeat the same mistakes, thought Reifen, and looked thoughtfully at the dwarven city. He told the sage that he had already freed a group of slaves and educated them, and if everything went well, he would teach others too. Michelin agreed that the plan was not bad, so people could gradually change their opinion about other peoples. But it was unlikely that everything would change quickly. Another couple of centuries would pass before people understood something. Elves and dwarves live a long time, but Reifen would die sooner. The fighter nodded. This was indeed a big problem for him. He had time to warm up, to slowly transform. Now he was restoring magic, and he had also mastered the power that he did not have in his past life. It would not be difficult for him to rebuild the empire and become the Demon King. But most of all, he was afraid of repeating the past, of once again becoming a symbol of fear for people, and of starting a bloody war. Now the sage saw the whole problem, and he had something to say. He looked at the boy sternly, like a father, and said that Reifen underestimates the world. The reason for his defeat was not that he used force, but that he used only force. If brute force does not work, you need to try other methods of pressure. There was no hatred towards people in him, although the fighter did not feel any particular reverence for his own kind. The problem is that he had no friends among his people in his past life. He neglected them because he cared about other nations, the sage stunned with his guess. There was not a single man in the army of the great emperor and father of nations. They were waging a war. Reifen could not trust people, could not allow them to govern the country, because elves and dwarves were less inclined to corruption. Who better than the gnomes to work in the state machine with their innate sensitivity to lies? Reifen thought this was the right decision. He did not give them political freedom. Many were citizens of the empire, but had no rights at all, Michelin immediately realized. Reifen hesitantly objected that it was best for everyone, but now the sage understood why he was called the Demon King. Such a life could only suit naive peasants, but what about those who already had status? He did not become the Demon King because he shed rivers of blood. The ruler is the one who is powerful, and does not listen to those who are next to him, choosing only those who are to his liking, and moves the whole world only along the path that he sees himself. The empire was a toy in his hands, and he resolved all contradictions not through wise management, but on the basis of his personal preferences. Of course, he wanted the best. He only wanted the best for people, but not understanding what they really wanted, he became a tyrant and a threat to them. Michelin was even surprised that he hadn't said this in his past life, but Reifenheart explained to him that by the time they started working together, people were already exterminating the gnomes, and it was he who put all his efforts into the creation of the Antares Empire, the very name of which contained opposition to the war. Michelin realized that he was not in a position to lecture the former ruler. Reifen asked him in confusion what they should do, because before that, he seemed to see his path clearly. The biggest mistake in his past life was to conduct the confrontation as if there were humans on one side and all other species on the other, while the unifying principle should have been based on the idea of another, progressive model of society. Besides, humans themselves were very willing to engage in their own squabbles. Selfishness should not be given free rein, such was the advice of the sage. As a ruler, he should not suppress the will and interests of those he rules. These words made Reifen think deeply. A huge dragon descended into the gorge, making a loud roar, to feast on the dwarves. But they, having gathered in a detachment, managed to throw strong ropes onto the monster and securely held it in place. Then a young knight went out to hunt and used a recently discovered technique, making several cuts with the help of aura. But the dragon's stone-hard armor reflected these swings back. The knight hissed in displeasure, realizing that he still needed to hone this skill, in which he tried to repeat the chi bullet of the mentor. Then the elf continued the attack, firing her bow. But this time, too, their attacks were no match for the powerful beast. Then the dwarves went into battle, with heavy axes, strengthened by their magic. Their rapid onslaught was not at all in keeping with the shorty appearance. Moreover, the dwarven warrior was surrounded by a powerful red aura. With one monstrous blow, he cut off the dragon's head. And he solemnly announced that today they would throw a good feast. So Russ learned that among the gnomes there was a master of the aura, and not just one. In this city alone, there were 3 owners of the aura, which meant simply monstrous military power. Russ was deeply shocked by this news. The strength of the gnomes exceeded all his expectations. It had already been a month since they had lived in the Great Forge, and although there were cultural differences among them, this period was enough to adapt to local life. Ras, overcoming his culture shock, still hoped to learn something from the dwarves by observing their warriors. One day, Scylla announced that he had grown a whole centimeter, and was proud of it. Friends praised the guy for his efforts on the path of masculinity. After all, people valued height more, while gnomes preferred the width of the shoulders. But Rifen was nowhere to be seen. He often went to the top of the tower and sat there. Everyone was interested in what he was doing there, but as a leader, the fighter kept it a secret. In the center of the tower was a giant steel pipe that controlled all the heating stones. She was considered the heart and sun of the Great Forge, and she was called Magrum. Some of the ancient technologies of the past, more advanced civilization, were astounding. Much magical knowledge has been lost since then, but the teachings of Alpat, the history of the gnomes and Magrum, were successfully passed down through generations. This place was the heart of the forge. The influence of a god is determined by the number of believers. So with the decrease in the number of dwarves, his faith wavered. All that Alpat had the strength to do was to awaken Magrum. Teslan's body was so far removed from mana that no matter how hard Rifen tried, its volume did not grow. So he wanted to change this with the help of Magrum's power. All that was needed was precise control. In his past life, he subjugated this place in a year, something only a god could do, and even created a special 10th circle spell, and even used it to destroy one of the principalities in one blow. To be honest, my jaw dropped at this double standard of humanity. Magrum was the largest accumulation of mana, and in order to change the structure of the body, a complete fusion with it was required. There should be no impurities in its mana. Rifen stripped naked and jumped into the glowing ball, burning with shame at the thought that someone might see him. He had no idea that there were cameras in the room that transmitted images to the guard room. So that day the guy became a hot topic of discussion among mature married ladies who looked like babies, but only because dwarves age slowly. 40 days had passed since their arrival at the forge, and Rifen was still tinkering with the ancient processors. He uttered some meaningless string of words that was obviously a spell, and his body was overflowing with mana. Rifen summoned an ice elemental, and Magrum's room filled with purple magic. Now he could successfully use 5th circle summoning spells. All that was left was to work on increasing his mana. Rifen was thinking about whether to go for 4 artifacts at once, but spring was almost here. There were many places where he should appear. All these days Scylla continued training and gave it his all. Rifen even praised the priest, noting that he had gained more muscles. The boy immediately began posing like a muscle man, and the fighter almost burst out laughing. When the priest got dressed, Rifen informed him that he had finished his business, and that they would soon leave here. The priest liked it here, and besides, he had not yet managed to properly spread the teaching of love among the dwarves. Russ also began isolating himself, eating only healthy food and searching for insight. Cirrus watched the little gnomes play, or maybe they were already young men. It was impossible to tell by their faces. She just looked at them with a thoughtful look while the shorties argued. On closer inspection, one could see a slight blush on her slightly dark face. Once upon a time, she also played like this with the others, but she had long forgotten that carefree feeling of childhood. She never thought that these memories could come flooding back like this. Then Rifen approached her, noticing the elf's thoughtful look. She told him that she was just watching the children playing carefree, but hard times will unfortunately reach them too, and some will even die without ever growing up. Cirrus asked not to pay attention to this. Something similar happened to her home in childhood. Sphalis is the furthest territory from the Kingdom of Grime, a desert land where humans are forbidden to enter, where the Dunheims and the Cirrus family lived. In the past, they had become his family, so Rifen thought it would be right to look in on them, and suggested that the elf visit her relatives. She was so surprised that she jumped up on the spot. After all, it took 2 months to get there, but the guy had a quick way. He smiled and suggested that they go on this trip, just the two of them. Soon they were walking on hot sands that had replaced the snow-covered rocks of the mountains. The purple explosion broke the usual whisper of the wind in the sand and echoed throughout the area. Rifen appeared from the portal with his companion. He was dressed in very strange clothes that made one doubt his choice of profession, which he mastered at night. With the help of an artifact from a past era, the fighter was able to open a portal. To do this, it was enough to master the magic of the 6th circle and indicate the direction. Cirrus was again amazed by his deep knowledge, and Rifen had to come up with ridiculous excuses about how he simply had magician friends, and that's how he picked it up. She could hardly be satisfied with this, but as usual she kept silent. Along the way they encountered well-fed dinosaurs full of fat experience points. It was decided to level up a little on them, especially since it wasn't difficult. Besides, sand lizards were very tasty and nutritious. To cook the lizard in its own juice, Rifen lit a fire underneath it using magic. With another spell, he drained the water from it to replenish their supplies, and Cirrus decided to remove the skin to make a purse or bag. When the meat was cooked, the girl cut off a piece and handed it to him to try. At dinner, Riffin asked how far it was to her house, asked out of politeness, because he knew the answer. It took half a day to get to her village, but the elf herself didn't think she would find anyone there. Who knows? Riefenheart answered her and smiled strangely, so that she looked at him intently. The next day they reached a small village of low clay houses, the color of which blended with the surrounding landscape. They just discovered that the village was empty, as if it had just been abandoned. Cirrus was flooded with memories and walked painfully along the familiar streets. She didn't understand why she came here where there was no one. The faces of relatives whom I missed, the voices of friends and loved ones, the smell and breath of dear brothers, and also her name, by which they addressed her, which every local resident knew and which she forgot. The girl wanted to cry, but her tears dried up half a century ago, just like this desert. Riefenheart looked closely and warily at the elf's face. The guy himself would like to know what happened, because in his past, the Danheims had flourished here. But now the place looked empty. This could be another change in history, but Riefenheart could not imagine how exactly he could influence it. There was something wrong here. The village seemed strange to him, and he had seen many abandoned houses. Her tribe had fallen 50 years ago, and in that time it was unlikely that the houses would have remained untouched, even in the dry desert. Everything around looked as if the elves had left only a few days ago. Then Cirrus suddenly heard a quiet voice in her head that was begging for help. It was as if the spirits of the wind brought this quiet call to her. The elves walked along the hot sands, dying of thirst. One elf stood proudly and encouraged the exhausted children not to show their weakness to the invaders. The drivers were unhappy. Their catch this time was modest. Even if they couldn't get much from selling these kids, the group was still in the red. The mercenaries gave up more profitable business in order to now languish in the heat no less than the slaves. Things didn't go well for them after meeting that crazy guy. One slave hunter demanded a cooling spell from a mage, but he replied that magic is not omnipotent. And then the leader of the squad grumbled that the magician was not worth his money at all. The only thing that consoled them was that they were not returning empty-handed, but with 3 captives. But this could hardly satisfy the captain, because 2 of them were children, one of whom was a male. Then he turned and saw a strange bird or cloud rapidly approaching. And then they saw that an adult elf was approaching them at high speed. The mercenaries were even glad that the prey was coming to them on its own. At the same time, far from the desert sands, there was a knock on the door of Teslan, and a girl asked to come in. She found the tall magician at the window, studying papers in the daylight, and his place was completely covered with books. The magician didn't even look at her, and reminded her that he had already asked her not to ask stupid questions. Felena was Reifenheart's childhood friend. She was the only one who was on his side even after he woke up in this body, and everyone thought he was crazy. Without her help, Teslan wouldn't even be able to awaken his aura. Of course, she was just the Demon King's friend, so Teslan had no misconceptions about her. When he smiled, Felena remembered the past, about that seemingly distant time when he called himself Reifenheart. Teslan brushed this off and asked her what about his request. Felena handed over a scroll and said that many were now talking about the martial arts king Reifenheart, which was a curious coincidence in the girl's opinion. The magician reminded her that he no longer called himself by that name and asked what was funny about that. The Golden Knight was defeated by the newly minted Aura Lord, and this is the work of another branch of Tennies that is fighting for power, so the king of martial arts will become even more famous. Felena didn't understand why this fighter became so popular, but Teslan knew that strength attracts people. Yesus is already on his way to them, having answered the invitation, her friend said. Jesus was his trusted ally as he sought strength to defeat his half-brother, who had recently awakened his aura. Felena also found him another person who fit the given criteria. Stefan von Altian, the one Riffen had already encountered in the dungeon, and who was so easy to confuse with Ras, because all the knights looked the same. Teslan nodded to himself. He had never heard of Stefan, but even if the guy was useless now, it could still be fixed. He suddenly hugged Felena tightly and thanked her for her help with all his heart. The magician promised himself that he would steal from the Demon King everything that he had stolen from him, and in the end he will be left with nothing. A malicious grin appeared on Teslan's face. On the other side of the globe, a battle was raging. Mercenaries rushed with axes at the elf who attacked them. But her blade was faster, and it cut without any mercy. After all, it was she they wanted to take alive. The enemy felt that he was losing control of his parts and fell into the sand. Cirrus quickly broke into their formation, but at the same time allowed herself to be surrounded. But unlike her slow enemies, she could move in 3 dimensions with beautiful somersaults. Each swing cost the mercenary his head, and Cirrus landed softly on the ground like a cat. Here the captain of the hunters realized that things were not going very well, and the detachment that he had been gathering for so long was quickly melting away. The mage called upon fire spells, hoping to at least hit the elf within the radius. The fiery arrows struck in a volley and immediately covered the entire space around the elf. If it weren't for Reifen's protective barrier, she really could have been hurt. The fighter ordered the rest of the mercenaries to freeze in place, or he would destroy them. Here he recognized their captain, with this vile face they had seen when Reifen met Tahid. The unlucky mercenary's face instantly became covered in sweat, despite the dry desert air. No matter how many years pass, the captain will never forget this monster. But who would have thought that he would remember him too? Human memory is an amazing thing. It's a pity that it stores all sorts of obscenities, said the fighter and scratched his hair. Then the fighter stepped forward and asked if there was anyone else besides the three elves. His voice became firmer, and he warned that the answer would determine whether they would live or not. The captain of the mercenaries even stuttered from fear and said that there was no one else. Then Reifen asked them in the same icy voice how many elves they had killed. This question puzzled the mercenary greatly. He was even at a loss. The number 40 that escaped his lips made Reifen's blood boil with rage. "Blood for blood," said the fighter and called upon purple magic. The mercenary mage also responded with a quick spell to interrupt the enemy's cast, but his blue flash simply spread across the strong barrier without causing any harm. Then the mercenary realized that in front of him was a magician of the same circle as himself, only younger. Reifen began to move his hands, spinning and turning, he said, after which he cast a lightning spell on the entire enemy squad. The mercenary mage fell to the ground and began to shout that he would give up all the elves if it was about them. They should all have turned to ashes by now, so it turns out he didn't have enough mana, Reifen whispered and walked over. The survivor begged him to spare him, promising to give him everything he had and even more. But the fighter mercilessly refused. "And why did the surviving magician shout at us and awkwardly wave his arms?" Reifen even froze at this question. He explained everything clearly. Blood for the blood of elves and all that. Noble revenge. But there were no people among them. The magician was sincerely indignant, still not understanding that by doing so, he was only digging himself deeper into the grave. He thought that these elves belonged to this guy, and began to apologize for the fact that they were swatted without knowing that they had an owner. But Reifen repeated his earlier words that he would make them pay for their death. The mage still did not understand why they should die because of some elves. Reifen was still angry, believing that his enemies simply did not want to understand him, that there was nothing good in killing intelligent beings. But to a slave hunter, he sounded like a madman. Elves were weak and allowed to be caught. They were good goods, nothing more, and he wasn't worth fighting other hunters for. And yet the boy asked the magician what the difference was between a beast and a man. People knew how to think. They were driven not only by instincts, but also by rational thinking. The magician gave an obvious answer. But then how were the elves worse? Reifen immediately asked him. But the magician did not understand how one could compare elves with people, because the long-eared ones were born slaves. He simply hates the slave system and thinks that he is the smartest person in the world, the magician suddenly blurted out. Reifen suddenly remembered Michelin's words about underestimating the world. He would never want to live a life of slavery. If he thinks so, then others should think so too. This logic was correct, the fighter believed. But the magician objected to him that this was arrogance, and that he was simply judging everyone by himself, based on his own high moral principles. Reifen agreed to do everything that way, but if the moral character of society was poor, he was not going to follow it. The fighter's strong hand squeezed the magician's thin throat. He was like a child. Better to remain arrogant, thought Reifen, than to hobnob with murderers. The rescued elves looked at everything, not believing their eyes. Cirrus freed their bonds by cutting them with her knife and checked to see if they were okay. Looking closely at the face of the girl who looked like her age, she recognized her as Shaylin, her friend. "Serendi," she replied in an equally astonished voice, and their memories of their shared childhood returned to both of them. Thus Cirrus regained the name that she was called in her native village, and tears flowed from her eyes. Serendi al-Arelfiana. Cirrus grabbed her friend's hand, happy to know that she was alive. Only Shaylin brushed aside this friendly gesture. Cirrus didn't understand what she had done to deserve such a cold attitude. Shaylin told the children near her not to talk to the one who came to save them. After all, she is a slave of vile humanity who chose a life without honor and pride. So she went and chose it herself. A very strange phrase came from the elf's lips. But then Reifen objected, saying that Cirrus was his companion and not a slave. He spoke in Elvish, which greatly surprised Shaylin, and threatened that he would not let anyone get away with such treatment, not even his family. He said the same thing to Cirrus. She also needs to state her position. The girl looked into his eyes, as if she was thinking about his words for the first time. Then the fighter asked her if he had ever treated her like a slave, if there had ever been a time when he had not asked her opinion, and the elf shook her head from side to side twice. But he never told her so openly that she was not a slave, Cirrus objected. The question caught him off guard, and then Rifen repeated clearly and distinctly, not a slave. They are equal to her, and she is a free elf, the boy declared, so that everyone could hear him. Cirrus looked down. She knew his attitude towards the elves and his political program. She also understood well that his morality extended to all intelligent species. She couldn't fully understand it, but she knew that when he looked at her he saw the image of someone else. Here the elf's words caught the guy off guard, who did not expect that she would start sorting things out right in the middle of the sands in front of witnesses. Riefen thought that he had saved her. He was proud that with his help the girl had avoided an unenviable fate. But in reality she still considered herself a slave, and did not trust his good attitude. He saved the previous Cirrus, who had already tasted the life of a slave, and he simply bought the current one out of slavery and dragged her with him everywhere. He was a stranger to her, who simply bought a slave, even if he showed concern and distinguished him from others. Cirrus couldn't accept sincerity that wasn't meant for her. It was a burden. Then Rifen told her that she was free and could go wherever she wanted, stay with him or leave him. It was only her choice. And no matter what she decided, the guy promised to respect her will. He would like her to stay, of course, Rifen added. But it's just a suggestion. He didn't want to hold her back. And the manga decided to steer into the genre of the convention. But don't switch. It's temporary. The girl asked for time to think, because it is always difficult for girls to understand their feelings. Rifen then turned to the freed Shaylin and asked her to help Cirrus reunite with her family. He promised that he would under no circumstances reveal the location of their village, just to look after them on the way home, and Shaylin invited the guy with her after all. The honor of the clan obliged her to reward the savior. That's what they decided. He would have found their shelter anyway, Shaylin said, and took the children by the hands. These words sounded logical because elves are always logical, the elf added. So their small caravan set off for the elven village, taking control of the slave hunters' camels. On the way, Shaylin apologized for her rudeness. In her place, Cirrus would have done the same. Rifen was a good man, the friend said, looking at the tall fighter. And Cirrus thoughtfully agreed that guy really was good. Now Shaylin understood why her friend had told that guy her real name. But Cirrus was surprised because everything was not like that. It was not she who said her name. And then the entire previous scene flashed before the elf's eyes. She was completely confused when she realized that the guy knew her real name, which she had forgotten. After that, they reached the shelter of the elven refugees, who lived like lizards in deep crevices and canyons that had been blown out by the wind over hundreds of years. A tall warrior of the tribe entered the elder's tent and reported that the water supplies were running low. Even if they stretched it out, it would only last until tomorrow. The scouts reported that the people had left for now, and the wounded had already been consigned to the hot sands. Danheim Relhard prayed for the repose of the fallen. He had been an elder of the wretched tribe for most of his 343 years of life. The warrior told him that they could not wait here any longer. They had to move out. Otherwise the tribe would simply die of thirst. Then the elder ordered them to gather at sunset. If they return to their village now, they will still not be safe, because their location is already known to people. But when he was already praying to the gods, the missing members of the tribe approached the secret refuge. But seeing a man with them, the warrior shouted that they should not let him pass. The elves came out from cover with slingshots, and Karl with slingshots. Several rocks fell near Rifen and Cirrus, and the fighter told her not to worry, as it was a warning shot. The bullets that the elves fired were made of sand, created by the magic of the elemental spirits. It takes high temperatures to melt the sand, although without the World Tree the elves could not summon the battle spirits. Over hundreds of years of living in this area, the Cirrus tribe developed a kinship with the spirits of fire. She is also capable of this, the guy told her. That is why her skin does not lighten, even though she has not lived in the desert for a long time. Since this knowledge was also passed on to him by his mentor, Rifen was given a suspicious look. Just a friend who knows the physiological characteristics of elves, dwarves, and others, the fighter quickly recovered. First, he had to show that he was not a threat to the elves, and the guy stepped forward waving his arms. But he received a completely different answer than he expected, although the stones did not harm him. Seeing that the enemy was not harmed, the elves shouted at him that he was a monster. Then Rifen also shouted that he was not an enemy of the descendants of the great spirits. And as someone who knew the history of the elves well, he asked for a friendly gesture. The elves doubted. The stranger knew their language, and even manners. He really could not be an enemy. They looked uncertainly at Elder Relhard. The speech sounded smooth, but it was not enough for them to believe him, the elder said from the cliffside. Rifen expected such an answer, so he showed them that he possessed a combat aura. He waved his hand, and immediately made it clear that with such power, he had no need to negotiate in order to deceive anyone. People in the elves' place would definitely regard this as a threat. But the elves were smarter and immediately understood that a strong warrior did not need tricks, which meant that the stranger came with good intentions. "Here they are at home!" the guy shouted, slightly timid Cirrus. At sunset, Shaylin introduced Cirrus to the tribe leader and asked if he remembered her. The child that was lost on the day of the nightmare was a great joy for the tribe, the chief said. They not only returned the captives, but a long-lost relative. Now the elves believed even more that Reifenheart was a benefactor, and the guy said that now they could return home. By nightfall, they had already returned to Darreld, their village in the sands. Out of great joy, we organized an evening of dancing and singing around the campfire. The dinner was modest, deserted, but everyone was happy. Cirrus met her family and friends. Many recognized her, and she remembered them too. Reefenheart sat to the side, leaning against the wall of the house, and watched. Today everyone was laughing, and he thought that Cirrus looked happy too. But if she likes it here, she may not want to continue their journey together. Reefenheart remembered that he had one more unresolved matter, and approached the leader with a request. He asked him to teach Cirrus elven magic. The leader immediately understood that they were talking about spirit magic. The warrior himself understood something in this direction, and even showed them. But in his hands it was more like a call. Only the elves could give the necessary knowledge. The chief agreed. It was their duty to teach the children, including Cirrus. But since they had lost their affinity with the world tree, they were no longer capable of anything more, and their magic could hardly replace a fire, much less be used in combat. Of course, Reefenheart will also teach Cirrus as much as possible, but for an elf to lose contact with the spirits is akin to a catastrophe. The chieftain agreed with him again. This stranger really understood them well. He told the guy that if Cirrus wanted to stay here, and he in turn wanted to stay with her, they would accept him as one of their own. So the night passed, then the day came, and the fighter spent 4 more days in this village. He waited for the final decision from Cirrus. Meanwhile, the girl was learning the magic of spirits, which required resonance, and the spirits themselves corresponded to the elements. It took Shaylin herself 3 years to do this. Few could have dealt with the resonance faster. But on the 4th day, Cirrus was able to make a breakthrough so as not to drag out the plot. Her friend praised her. It's one thing to know the theory, another to actually have a kinship with spirits. Most elves wouldn't be able to master their magic so quickly, but Cirrus underwent compulsory education while she was enslaved, which helped her accelerate her cognitive skills to par with humans. How it works and why, don't ask. It seems like all the races didn't differ much in cognitive abilities, but apparently not. The girl really liked her new skills, and Reifenheart praised her for her success. Then he asked her directly if she wanted to stay in her native, but still remote village, instead of traveling around the world in search of adventure with the cheerful company of a pumped-up, handsome man. Cirrus thought seriously, because girls like to think even where the answer is obvious, she can't just agree. It will lower her dignity. The girl admitted that she would like to stay with her people, but immediately added that it would not greatly affect their standard of living. But if she helps the hero, then everything will become possible, and the elves will prosper again. Reifenheart immediately made pompous vows that he would lay down his life to change the world order. It was easy for him to say. He was big and strong. He knew the future. But real life would be laid down by ordinary guys who would remain unknown to anyone. Cirrus smiled sweetly at him, and said that she wanted to go with him for the sake of the bright future of her clan. Realizing that he would not have to part with the elf, Reefenheart no longer hid his joy. For the sake of the woman who chose him, the guy was ready to change the whole world, so much so that he almost burned the sky from great joy. Inspired by such success, the fighter said that he would show her the future of the clan right now. Then they came to a crevice, sheltered from the wind and the scorching sun. The elves used this place as a temporary refuge, but from that day on it would become their home, Reefenheart declared, despite the fact that there was no water in that place. Then the boy asked the elf to lend him a bow that was part of the world tree, and he asked her why she awakened the power of spirits in just 4 days. It was all about this root, the full owner of which was the elf. As a full-fledged contractor, she could call him by name and wield his power. The boy stuck the cutting into the ground and began to read agricultural spells. And then the cutting woke up and sprouted with young shoots and leaves. The elves stared in amazement at this miracle, and the sprout quickly turned into a tree right before their eyes. The elven leader couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that something like this was impossible. But right in the rock, without potassium fertilizers and manure, without even watering, a tree grew. The miracles of magic did not end there. The tree's roots managed to reach the groundwater and gave rise to a source of water. Reelhard himself already felt everything, but still asked how this was possible. An unusual warmth filled his body, a stunning feeling of fullness, as if every cell had come to life, and the soul itself had awakened. That's what life-giving fight-insides do. The elf burst into tears from an excess of feelings. All elves knew this feeling from birth, the sensation of the presence of the world tree. Nihilin was a lost branch of the tree of life. Reefenheart caused the cutting to take root, and also increased its mana flow to sustain life. So the leader of the tribe believed that this hero was their savior sent by Alita herself, but the guy modestly replied that he was just their friend. He promised Cirrus to find a better weapon to replace the bow he had used. Now they could go back to the forge, the boy said and smiled. The return journey did not take long, and Sillin met them at the exit of the portal. Reifenheart jokingly praised the guy for his muscle growth, and the simpleton took his word for it and began to be proud of himself. The gnomes were also happy to see their savior, who had not warned anyone about his departure. The gnomes surrounded him like little children, and the boy asked them how things were going. Many were just mastering simple magic and casting magic bullets without a single mistake, which earned them praise. Reifenheart selected 20 young dwarves and taught them the basics. In 2 months they had already mastered the basics, and everything else they could learn from books. Then it was time for Rast to report his findings, and the knight had something. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he could see it clearly, the knight said, making Reifenheart nervous. Now Russ saw that their leader was broad, not in the sense of height, but as if his soul was mature, and he was definitely older than his 23 years. It felt like he was 3 times that old, the knight said, and Reifenheart wondered what exactly the slacker had been studying all this time. Then their squad of black archaeologists decided to plunder another historical monument, because they really needed money. But the ultimate goal was further, Reifenheart said. There was someone in the kingdom of Crovens who would help him, and while he was finishing his business in the forge, something was happening in the distant and vast lands to the east. In the frozen lands near the kingdom of Grime there was a camp. The handful of people that lived in it melted away. At the very beginning there were 30 of them, and now there were 10 left. They warmed themselves by the fire that the magician kept, but the flame was small because it had to be kept going all night. But their rich booty was the only thing that really warmed these tomb robbers. One of the treasures was a book about the Silver Age and lost knowledge. Due to the difficulties of translation from the ancient language, the magician could not master everything, but he already knew that the book would cause a sensation in the scientific community. But then they heard a heartbreaking scream, and the diggers thought it was monsters. But there was something worse. Other robbers who came to take their loot. Teslan ordered to eliminate everyone without any pity, in the name of humanity, of course. And his team, not burdened by morality, happily carried out the order, in the best traditions of special services for the protection of citizens. Since the black diggers were ordinary people, they quickly ran out. The magician asked to spare them, because the squad could simply take everything they wanted. But Teslan objected that they had come precisely for their heads. Not everyone in his unit believed that such violence was necessary. But the defender of humanity said that no one should know about this story, for the sake of the future. A small sacrifice for a great goal, said the Silver Sage. Teslan asked Stefan how he got used to the berserker armor. Thanks to this artifact, the former unsuccessful knight was so transformed that he was unrecognizable, and he himself was very happy with the gift. Another person who was waiting for his moment of revenge was Jesus. His golden armor had already been restored. Teslan ordered to take everything that was useful, sell the rest, and hand over the items from the list for safekeeping to their organization of Silver Sages. In the last century, there were too many dangerous artifacts that humanity was not ready for. Among the items were heating necklaces, and Teslan said that this privilege belongs to the sages. Here he came across another cube, an exact copy of the Voice of Illusion. This was a strange artifact that created decorations from girls in swimsuits, extremely dangerous because the Demon King wanted it so much. Teslan did not suspect that there were 2 of them. Reefenheart's childhood friend asked him what part of history the sages were trying so hard to hide, but the warrior told Felena that such questions were unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the dwarf forge, Mashlin had an unexpected guest in his tower. Cirrus came determined to find out the whole truth about Reefenheart. Now she no longer doubted that the fighter knew her before their meeting, and his look, manners, and form of speech were not similar to those used by strangers. And she didn't understand how this was possible, to which the dwarf told her that it was because the guy was afraid that she wouldn't understand the whole truth. Before giving the girl advice, he asked her if she trusted the guy. Cirrus would now believe even if the dwarf said that Reefenheart really is a god who came down to earth. But the question was completely different, so the dwarf asked again if she believed him. After this conversation, she walked thoughtfully along the narrow streets of the dwarven city. Reefenheart sat in his room as if waiting for something. Now she knew the truth, he realized as soon as Cirrus entered the house. The girl didn't even have time to say anything, and her eyes widened. And then she nodded. The truth turned out to be stranger than all her guesses. A time traveler, that's what Mashaline called the boy, and that's how it was. The first 10th Circle mage in history, a man who wanted to change the world, but was baptized by the Demon Lord. Having failed, He returned to the past to change everything. In his past, Cirrus was the patroness of all elves, and the most famous representative of her people. She achieved the magic of the 8th circle, and the magic of the 7th level of spirits, becoming the embodiment of Elis for her own, and the goddess of madness for her enemies. And also as Reefenheart's companion in night battles, the girl now understood the guy's motivation and his attitude towards her. And Reifen asked her if she could forgive him for interfering in her destiny. Like all the girls, Cirrus did not give a direct answer, only saying that she could continue their journey together. But that's all because she was not the one he remembers. As a consolation, the girl said that she didn't find him disgusting and smiled, after which she left, leaving the guy in a state of deep uncertainty. And for a long time he thought whether the elf was angry or not. The next stop on the route of their revolutionary army was the kingdom of Krovans. This region was the world's breadbasket, because it was here that the most grain was grown. The kingdom had an old king, Godric, and his son and successor Telion, who was worthy to sit on the throne. But as often happened in the Middle Ages, after the king died of old age, the son also died suddenly from an unknown disease. Perhaps his appendix ruptured, or he was attacked by dysentery, or another shameful illness. As soon as the throne became empty, the nobles began to squabble over who would take the place of the new king, who had more rights, and so on. Soon 2 candidates emerged, resulting in 2 factions being formed, each with lords joining them. As happens in a normal civilized society, they immediately moved on to aggressive negotiations. On the battlefield, knights differed in almost nothing, except the color of the flag and the shape of their armor. Many were even related to each other, and took advantage of the opportunity to settle scores. One side was led by Yuval Krovans, the second prince, who turned 18 this year. He was a bastard, the son of a concubine, but still of royal blood, which served as a reason for challenging his rights. That is why the son of Duke Fernandez was the second candidate, as a more pure-blooded representative of another branch of the dynasty. His name was Karzes. Both guys, however, were handsome and noble in appearance, looked dignified, so a long civil war was brewing. Karzes was valued for being a renowned knight of 28 years old, already a mature man with high leadership qualities. But Yuval did not have time to distinguish himself with great merits, and besides, there were some unflattering rumors about him. Half a year after the king's death, the kingdom's civil war reached its peak. Yuval sat on the balcony of a small palace in the county of Delphia and thought about how tired he was of this war, and also how there was a crop failure in their lands, as if the blessing of Redanti had left them. The guy didn't want to rule at all, but a clique of nobles dragged him into this war for succession. He really didn't want to fight, but I can't refuse anymore. It's either victory or death. The prince turned to his interlocutor and told her not to pretend indifference, because it concerned her too. If they lost, then both would end up on the chopping block. But the dwarf girl was not worried about this, because love cannot be ordered. Her name was Phinia, and she was a beautiful baby. They were relatively safe now, but as soon as their soldiers replenish their supplies, a general battle will begin that could cost them their lives. Eventually they could escape as lovers or as political refugees, hiding their names and living in other countries. The prince was worried that as a spoiled man he did not know how to work, and would hardly be able to feed them. But Phinia promised to take this upon herself, which somewhat hurt his pride. To the rest of the world she was still a slave, so she saw nothing wrong with working. Yuval agreed. There was no place in the world where they could be recognized as a couple. But this did not stop the couple from admiring each other all night long, while they had precious time together. It was then that someone's voice disturbed them, asking what they were having fun with. Phinia immediately grabbed the axe from the guard's hands. She was not only a charming lover, but also a loyal bodyguard. In her hands, the huge axe moved like a toy, and she ordered the uninvited guest to show himself. A cloaked figure emerged from the shadows. The man introduced himself as Reefenheart, and said that he had come to help them in their fight. Even though his words were unexpected, Phinia immediately realized that they were true. Although the dwarves could tell the difference between lies and truth, the couple still had many questions for the stranger. For example, he was too tall and strong for a magician. Riefen frowned, even dressed in a robe from head to toe. He still didn't look like a mage, so he said that he was a mixed class. Now that they were convinced of his intentions, they could talk normally. The couple really didn't like how the magician joked about them, but Yuval wasn't too worried about the barbs directed at him. He had long since gotten used to people looking at him strangely given his preferences. The dwarf girl with her insight complicates the negotiations somewhat, and so Riefen admitted that he himself is in a relationship with an elf, so he does not see anything wrong with their closeness. Considering that Phinia immediately confirmed his words, the couple was very surprised. Yuval didn't expect that there could be a guy with a strange taste like him in the world. However, Elves, dwarves, and humans were practically no different from each other, so a similar process of mixing should have occurred throughout their history, even giving birth to mixed tribes and peoples, if of course the crossing of two species was possible. Then the prince got straight to the point and asked how exactly the magician would help them. It would not work to speak in riddles. And then Rifen offered them provisions worth 100,000 gold. It was a huge amount of food, equal to half the kingdom's annual budget. With this money, the whole country could have been fed for 3 months. The offer seemed too good, so the prince wondered what the catch was. Moreover, Riefen promised to add 6 aura lords to their army. This colossal power exceeded the entire kingdom's combined power, so the prince asked what he should give in return. And Reefenheart demanded what the king had in abundance: land. That's all, the guy said when he heard about it. But Reefenheart demanded a plot free from the laws of Crovens, and entirely belonging to the Socialist Council. And no, simply to him. There will be a country organized in which all intelligent species can coexist. That same evening, Cirrus asked him how the conversation went when the magician returned. Everything went smoothly, but from now on they faced difficulties. Since Riefen couldn't afford to make mistakes again, he wanted their holdings to be recognized as legitimate. Even if it took time, then the people would simply have no choice. In his past life, the magician had not met the current prince, and Cirrus asked how their war ended. Cartzes won and beheaded his competitor, which means he showed mercy in medieval language. Unlike the executioner's axe, the guillotine did its job in one blow, cleanly and smoothly. And to prevent this from happening again, Reifenheart intervened in the battle. He was confident that everything would work out, and thanks to this war, people would see representatives of other nations as reliable allies. Later, Reifen joined the others who were waiting for the results of the meeting in the tavern. They had left the Great Forge a month ago, and in that time had plundered 10 historical monuments. Carrying the loot around was almost as difficult as fighting the ruins' gatekeepers, but the strain was good for the muscles, Sillin believed. Of course, they didn't have 100,000 gold coins even after all the thefts, but they had food for that amount. Riefen was talking about the very grain that the Taubon Guild bought for him, for a total of 1,000 gold. Due to famine and war, food prices skyrocketed. Some might say that Riefen was just a damn speculator, but he didn't deceive anyone. He just used the information he had correctly. Ras was concerned about another issue. In their squad, there were only 3 owners of the aura, himself, Riefen, and the dwarf. Where could they get 3 more? There were also aura lords among the elves, but the magician didn't even count them because they wouldn't get along, and he didn't include himself in the list either. It was all simple, because the orcs Kalkin and Stala would fight for them, Riefen said. To the southwest of the Larchid Mountains, about 2 weeks' journey away, there is a field called the Land of Trials, and there a tribe of orcs with very old traditions has settled. These are not at all the orcs who have lost their wild nature and live in fear, but they are not at all the wild barbarians that they are considered to be. This tribe is the heirs of the spirit of true warriors. They call themselves the Blue Bear Tribe, and among them there should be an old acquaintance of Riefen's, an orc named Tahid. He was interested to see how much that skinny teenager had grown. Russ agreed that there were definitely skilled warriors among the orcs, but not strong enough to wield the aura. But Riefen objected that these orcs were some of the strongest warriors he had ever known, more powerful than humans, elves, and dwarves. In an unknown space among the debris, 2 stars lit up, and from them appeared 2 figures that looked like illusory images. The old man promised the sage Leston a reward for his efforts. And the reborn Teslan took it for granted and thanked the Taoist teacher. Only the right people should have dangerous information. This is the only way to protect humanity, everything for its sake. The Taoist proclaimed his propaganda nonsense. Sometimes the good of humanity really does require sacrifices, but this topic is slippery and constantly slides into a bloodbath as a result. After these words, Daos disappeared, and Teslan was unhappy that he was only called to chat. He already wanted to get the highest position. It was difficult to talk about the danger posed by the Demon King without being immediately ridiculed. Because of the light mage Jade Arclight, the warrior learned that Duke Iranod was a member of the Silver Sages. It was enough to tell him everything that Teslan knew about the Silver Sages, to become one of them. The irony was that in the Silver Age, in a more advanced era, it was not the people who were at the top. What made this era great was the elves with their tree of life, and the dwarves with their connection to the land, forming an effective union of workers and peasants. Their contribution lasted for thousands of years, so that the 2 peoples formed the civilizations of Eldrad and Alhatran. The elves lived under the blessing of Elis, the dwarves under the rule of Al-Pot. Both empires were named after the gods. This is exactly what the Silver Sages tried to hide from humanity, and in order to hide the truth, sophisticated lies are needed. And this is how the Silver Age appeared. These supposed defenders of humanity were more concerned about their own egos, which made people weaker. Meanwhile, the hero's squad reached the lands of the dead Deathstrand, which looked like a rocky desert. This land was truly dead and barren. There were rumors that the orcs were driving weak children and old people away from the villages. Moreover, the departure had to be voluntary. It was considered the highest honor to leave the tribe, if you cannot be useful, so they survived here. But in Tilla's opinion, they were simply savages. But Cirrus knew that the dwarves were lucky to inherit a good home to live in, and she knew a thing or two about being in harsh places. An argument brewed in the company, and Scylla quickly changed the subject, asking how exactly they would persuade the orcs to join. Reefenheart had a plan and he was sticking to it, but he could only find out on the spot. Cirrus was surprised that he didn't do the same as in his past life, and the guy replied that at that time Tahid was already with him. Russ was the first to notice someone approaching them from behind. A whole crowd of enraged red-skinned orcs rushed towards them at full speed, growling loudly. Reefenheart translated that their phrases meant that one cannot walk on their land without passports, and that a fine is imposed for this. Then the fighter called out to the warriors of the Blue Spirit, but his speech was cut off mid-sentence, because the orcs really didn't like it when people argued with them, or on the contrary, they liked it, depending on how you look at it. Russ suddenly realized that he was doing a great job of translating, even though he didn't know the language. The orcs did not stop and attacked Cirrus, who was closest. The elf once again demonstrated her graceful curves of body and ability to move in 3 planes. Tilla also joined the fight, rivaling the orcs in strength. Russ gave a couple of slaps. He didn't draw his sword, since they didn't come here to kill. Reefenheart could afford to do nothing, since he had strong skin armor. Finally, the orcs had a fatal weakness. The mage quickly cast a spell. Mass Sleep was a second circle spell that spread across the area. In one fell swoop, all the aggressive passport control officers fell asleep. Even Scylla was amazed at how quickly everyone passed out. He thought that this spell was useless in battle, but this was exactly the reason why the orcs lost to the humans despite their strength. Even the strongest warrior couldn't do anything if his magic resistance was near 0. But what if they had someone who could protect them from such tricks? Scylla understood everything because these guys on Earth weren't even warriors, said the magician. True warriors of the Blue Tribe hunt monsters and protect the tribe. Those who only strive to become a warrior serve in intelligence and passport control. Russ was also amazed at the strength of the still completely inexperienced orcs who were now peacefully snoring. But as soon as they remembered about real warriors, they felt their approach. These guys who appeared on the mountain slopes were already significantly different. Their appearance was menacing, and their actions were cautious. An orc came forward, wrapped in rags from head to toe, and repeated the previous truth that people were not allowed on this land. Then the hero began to speak on behalf of everyone, that they came in peace, in the language of the orcs. Since the word peace was absent from the warriors' speech patterns, communication did not go well right away. Reefenheart understood that they wouldn't believe him so easily, so he said that he would back up his words with actions. A true warrior tempers his spirit in battle, so he offered them a ritual fight to prove his case. Through this ancient tradition, the tribes established connections in the past, and it was the only way to gain the trust of the orcs, because they only respected those who had strength. It was believed that cowards are not strong, and only the strong deserve trust. The only question was whether the orcs were ready to conduct such a ritual with a person. But they were ready. As soon as they heard that a person knew their traditions, the orcs began to argue over who would be first. This was to be expected from a wildly warlike tribe, orcs. What can you expect from them? Cirrus said. Ras was worried that the girls would have to participate too, but Reefenheart replied that the orcs didn't care about gender when it came to fighting. Scylla thought that he would also have to fight, but since he was not a warrior, this was not required, and the orcs would certainly take him for a child. But Reefenheart preferred to remain silent about this. The orc who was wrapped in rags was apparently the leader, since he ordered those who wanted to prove themselves to come forward. Cirrus decided to be the first in their squad, and after saying her name, she stepped forward with her sword drawn. The orcs in the friendly match were represented by Zalcador's son of Darethar, a massive orc about 10 weight classes taller than the elf. They studied each other for a while, preparing for battle, until the orc said in human language that he would fight. Scylla was very surprised by this, because they did not know any other languages and now they felt stupid. Cirrus attacked first, using her speed advantage. But the orc was not much inferior to her in this and responded in a timely manner. Such a fight was only possible in a fantasy world, but the elf did well, parrying a couple of blows. The strength and power of the orc made her bend down. She immediately felt that he was quite strong. The orc had the advantage in strength, height, length of limbs, and weapons, but the little elf galloped like a doe, and somehow she managed to parry his blows, directing them into the ground. But the orc, possessing a natural onslaught, continued his advance, waving his sabers. Then the elf did a somersault and kicked him in a spin, apparently remembering her taekwondo techniques. But the blow only provoked the massive enemy. He began to attack even more furiously, realizing that there was a real warrior in front of him. Now Cirrus understood what Reifenheart was talking about. The orcs were stronger than the elves, dwarves, and humans. Gradually, she was pinned down by a hail of repeated attacks. The orc was very good with swords, and he had no particular difficulty in hitting the fragile girl. Only thanks to the quality of her weapon, which was better than the orc's, Cirrus held on. She waited for the moment when the enemy's swords were crossed on the ground, and only then did she attack with a slashing vertical blow. In response, the orc addressed his swords by name. Satharar, Skeven, he growled. The sword seemed to come to life and now moved much faster, so the orc managed to block the elf's attack. She landed on the ground stunned as the battle took on another level. His weapon emitted something like an aura, but the orc called it a spirit that could not be broken. Reefenheart recognized this ability. It was called a spiritual weapon. He shouted to the elf not to panic. It was just an orc technique. Cirrus wanted details, and he added that the orc's swords had become sharper and stronger. Then the girl realized that this was something like the abilities of the race, like the powers of the dwarves, and therefore she should fight as if there was a famous sword in the hands of an orc. At an advanced level, orcs could change the shape of the spirit weapon, but now was not the time to explain all the details. The two dream opponents clashed in a battle with wide swings, paying no attention to defense. But for Cirrus it was a feint, using momentum to move closer to the orc's body, and she hit him with a sharp movement under the knee to deprive him of balance and support. Feeling that the enemy had become vulnerable, Cirrus kicked him, again using techniques from her childhood. The blow was very powerful. With the next swing, she knocked the orc's weapon out of his hands. Even though the enemy was unarmed, that wasn't enough to defeat him, she thought. The blades flew high into the sky, too far for the orc to catch them. But he only had to roar, and his comrades returned to him, spinning along completely unpredictable trajectories. The echo of the deafening explosion resounded across the lifeless sands. They chased her through the dust like predatory sharks in the sea, until they reached their goal by plunging into the cloak. But this was only an afterimage that immediately disappeared. Cirrus landed in the distance, ready to continue the fight. The orc praised her, and had to resort to the strength of his comrades, who continued their mad dance around their master. The elf realized that this was a typical technique for orcs, and it was clear that they had a special connection with their weapons. She was already thinking about whether to give up now. Now the orc's attacks became much more destructive. She couldn't even get close to him. But the girl didn't want to lose, especially because of their classic fighting style. Zalcadar used the basics of orcish martial arts, but what prevented him from using a typically elven art, Cirrus suddenly thought. Then she called upon Selena, and the fighting spirit of the wind immediately responded to her call. Even Reifenheart was amazed that she had already mastered spiritual magic to such a level. But the use of the spirit did not turn out as expected. The girl stepped on a dense area of air as if on a step. This gave her the opportunity to jump high into the air. It is not yet clear why this was necessary, but Cirrus took off like a bird. The orc stood motionless and simply attacked her with his blades from a distance. It even played into his hands that she jumped into the sky where there was no support. But Cirrus was able to deflect his sword attacks even in midair, managing her balance well. She fell down and found herself behind the orc's back as if she had become the wind. Before he could react, her sword touched the orc's throat, and Cirrus urged him to wisely surrender. The orc leader declared the aliens' victory, and they all roared, either from excitement or delight, as if they were enjoying the spectacle. Sillin offered the elf treatment, but it was not needed. Reefenheart also praised her for her good work, and the girl was pleased with herself. The priest asked if the spirit would mind being used as a springboard, but the fighter explained to them that the spirits were not so petty as to dwell on that. However, he himself thought that the girl was quite stern even with her friends. For the second round, Tilla entered the fray with her axe taller than she was tall. But unfortunately, she quickly lost, since she did not have any special cheating abilities. The orc leader acknowledged the strength of the dwarf girl, but she still had room to grow, and she did not give herself completely to the battle. A warrior must control her inner energy, and she had underestimated her opponent's energy, and if she had given it her all, she would have been able to win, the chieftain told her. Tilla didn't understand anything, but Reifenheart translated and explained that she was a good warrior, but needed more diligence. Next, it was Russ's turn, and the fighter warned the knight not to kill anyone. Russ stepped forward and immediately showed that he owned an aura. He loudly shouted his name and meaningless title. Then the orc leader himself jumped forward, seeing the knight's glow. Stala Langar Vega, the leader of the orcs, introduced herself. It turns out she was a woman, and accepted his challenge. She told everyone that this man, Karuga, blessed by the great Debata, of course Ras did not understand anything. Karuga was the name given to the one in whom the true spirit of a warrior lives. This was the name given to the lords of the aura, or those who use the weapon of the spirit. In other words, this was how the orcs singled out the greatest warriors. The orcs were also amazed that the man had an aura, and Russ thought about how the opponents would treat Reifenheart when they saw his abilities. Orcica was the leader of the entire Blue Bear tribe, and she immediately released her power. The knight felt how strong she was and also saw no point in holding back. Before they could get close, their auras collided, raising a heap of stones and dust. Then their blades clashed, and the air was filled with the ringing of steel. Despite the orc's power, the knight was able to stand on his feet and for now held back her impulses. His opponent was clearly head and shoulders above anyone he had ever fought, Russ realized. Stala also liked this strong man who possessed so many techniques. She remembered that the man did not know their language, and switched to the language of martial arts. Even though the guy was a good fighter, Stala was older and more experienced, and she was the first to seize the initiative. Russ swung his aura wedge around haphazardly to hold back her onslaught, but Stala still quickly approached with sharp jumps. In addition to her own powerful aura, she also possessed spiritual weapons. The blades began to dance at will. Now the knight seemed to be fighting not with one enemy, but with three. The clicks flew forward and returned. They abruptly changed direction and angle of attack. Yet Russ managed to stop their destructive power and parry all the blows, holding his position. Now he understood what kind of spiritual weapon Reefenheart was talking about. It was difficult to resist swords that were controlled by the power of thought. As a result, Stala broke through his far line of defense to the distance of a punch. A direct blow fell upon the knight like a raging sea. But he had already experienced attacks filled with aura before, so he expected to withstand this one too. But Stala's attack was not so simple. Her clinics attacked with her and achieved their goal. The knight was a good warrior, but he had little experience in combat. He remained vulnerable to unexpected attacks, the enemy. But it is not surprising because until recently this genius could only make one swing. Russ's situation was getting worse. He was injured, quickly weakening and losing his chances of winning, but it was under pressure that this guy grew. The orc leader had already declared herself the winner, but the knight refused to surrender. Although he hadn't trained enough to use this technique in combat, he had no choice now. Even Stala was surprised to see his changed aura. The technique was called ghostly replication, and as the name suggests, it created copies of blades from the aura. But Stala was too experienced to sense that only 3 of these copies were real. The rest were empty. It was a very good technique for such a young man, but Stala only laughed, confident of victory. But then she unexpectedly missed a blow that she didn't even notice. At some point, the guy sped up so much that he disappeared from view and then appeared next to her. Reifen also found this way of using the aura surprising. The skill allowed one to separate the physical form and materiality of an object. A good attack praised stall, but it wouldn't work twice. Russ realized that his cunning maneuver had already been discovered and hissed. The tribal leader rushed towards him again, the wound not slowing her down at all. Before she could hit him again, Russ used the ghostly replications again to confuse her perception. But Stala easily passed this defensive technique, because she knew where the real ones were and where they weren't. But before she could strike, the knight covered himself in aura and disappeared in its glow, only to appear at another point and unexpectedly counterattack. They went their separate ways, but this time Stahl received a deeper wound to his thigh. The knight swapped the imaginary and real images. It was the technique of the void sword. It was not for nothing that Cirrus was called a genius. Phantom replication, a skill that creates illusions based on aura that violates the laws of physics. It also allows manipulation of feelings, which makes it 100 times more difficult to counter. But this is just a bonus. The real power of the skill is to remark the aura in a split second and attack. This skill is the basis of the void sword, which was the characteristic technique of the knight Cirrus, which means the guy did a great job. As soon as Reifen encountered this skill again, he felt uneasy. Now he realized that Russ trained alone in the Great Forge. Stala looked at Reifen. She already felt that this guy was also endowed with the spirit of a warrior, and she wanted to quickly deal with her opponent, so that she could fight him too. "It was fun, but it's time to end," said the tribal leader, and not 2 but a dozen blades appeared next to her. Each of them was a weapon filled with aura and capable of moving independently. Everyone attacked at once like a shotgun blast, leaving no chance for resistance. Russ saw the blades weaving a web around him to catch their prey. He was in the very center of the carnage, and was not harmed only because he was spared. Realizing the limits of his abilities, the knight immediately gave up before losing all his limbs. This was already the second battle that the orcs won, so the victory made everyone very happy. When Russ returned to the party, Reifen asked him to use the replication skill on him during training. But the knight only waved it off, and the fighter still dodged every attack. "It was worth at least trying," suggested Reifen, and threw off his cloak. Now it was the hero's turn to show off his powerful physique and strange, tight-fitting clothes. The female orcs from the tribe liked this look. There is no point in fighting. Everyone is already killed, Stala said. But a ritual is a ritual. Everyone understood that. So Reefenheart introduced himself and said that he was ready. But then her husband, almost twice as tall as the strong orc woman, appeared behind Stala and asked to be allowed to participate. Riefen was surprised by his appearance. He didn't even feel how the orc approached them. All this time he had been watching their fights from a distance, and now he covered this distance in one jump. The orc had already dealt with the Snake King and was freed from his duties. The water and food supplies were replenished. Kalkin, the chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe, introduced himself as a mighty old orc, throwing off his cloak. Apart from his teacher Gerard, Riefen had never fought such a huge opponent before, so he accepted his challenge. The orc growled and drew his huge berserker sword. Riefen immediately used advanced sleep magic, which was a strange move since this was a fair fight. The tribal chief immediately fell down and began to snore, drooling into the sand. This was how magic was supposed to work against the orcs, but it could hardly be called a duel. Even the hero's retinue looked disappointed by such a meager spectacle. Stala was indignant that this did not paint a true warrior, and Riefen answered her that she could wake up her husband. He just wanted to show that he was not only a warrior but also a magician. Kalkin stood up, surprised that he was so sleepy, and Riefen explained to him that magic was his weapon as well as his body. It would be disdainful to fight at less than full strength. The orc accepted this answer. If the man had hidden his abilities, he would have acted unworthily. The tribe immediately began to debate whether it was good to use spells or not. It was impossible not to use weapons in battle. It was disrespectful. But the question was what was considered a weapon and what was cheating. With his warrior body, Riefen expected to gain the trust of the orcs faster than in his previous life. Kalkin answered his challenge and struck with his sword, their protective auras colliding in a bright flash. Somewhere in the distance there was another orc, who was different from the others because he hunted for food for the tribe. He tamed the wolf, and it now ran after him like a dog, looking at him with puppy eyes. Then the orc shared the tasty morsel with his pet. When I saw a whole tornado of raging green flame on the horizon, this radiance filled the entire sky above the desert and was striking in its power. It would be worth checking, the green-skinned orc decided, and headed towards the mysterious place. The sword and fist, surrounded by the warrior's auras, collided with the release of waves of power. Riefen repeated the attack using a chi bullet, and Kalkin covered himself with his sword. They fought without any unnecessary tricks. Just strike, defense, strike again. Considering the size of the weapon and the orc himself, he held his own well against all of Riefen's might. The fighter then unleashed a hail of chi bullets on the orc, causing the air around them to become hot. Gradually increasing the power of their blows, they tested each other's limits. Such a demonstration should have been enough to be called a warrior, the fighter thought, and beckoned Kalkin with a gesture. After which he used sleep again. It was time to change the boring frontal combat tactics. The orc, of course, immediately began to snore, but this time he did not fall off his feet. Deciding that his opponent was weak against magic, Riefen jumped towards him to wake him up with his fist. But what was his surprise when he saw that even in his sleep, Kalkin was using aura. Only at the last moment did Riefen manage to cover his body with a golden aura to protect himself. Everyone was also amazed that the aura lords were able to fight even in their sleep. This meant that the aura could influence reflexes. Russ decided to test this method later. Riefen had never seen such abilities before, however. This was because they did not give the enemies a chance. Since the sleep did not work, he attacked the orc with a paralysis spell. A purple glow surrounded the warrior, and a magic circle appeared directly below him. It is obvious that Kalkin, as an orc, has no resistance to magic. He simply switched to automatic combat mode, and his advanced aura control compensated for all the shortcomings. Kalkin burst out laughing as he came to his senses. He enjoyed the fight, and he himself went on the attack, dispelling the spell. Riefen could have done some more magic, but now he decided to fight like a true warrior. This was exactly what the old orc was waiting for. They again went into a face-to-face confrontation. The fighter fought hand-to-hand. Not inferior to the mighty Kalkin, they fought with pure strength without any special techniques. The rocks could not withstand the heat of their confrontation and turned into rubble. The ground trembled under their feet. "It's time to end the fight!" Kalkin growled at the man, sensing where this was going. Riefen agreed and respected his opponent's request. The four-stage disaster horn and Kalkin's strongest technique collided. Their combined power was like a blow from the gods, and the flash of the explosion split the sky. After this fight, Riefen even needed treatment from the priest. His whole body was aching with pain. So the guy was constantly whining and complaining about pain, and Sillin told him to hold still and let him finish already. The fight was declared a draw. Their energy was so similar, it was as if they were twin brothers. The treatment itself did not cause pain, but the enemy's residual aura still caused problems for the fighter. The aura, mana, and power of the priest were of different nature. The holy power was not as alien to the aura as it was to the mana, but they were still quite compatible. Sillin offered Kalkin his services, but the chief refused. He told the cub that it would heal on its own. The orc recognized Rifen as a true warrior, and now they were brothers. It was an honor to have a brother, since they had already crossed swords. Even though Riefen didn't have a sword, now they could clink glasses. So the whole night in the leader's tent it was noisy and cheerful. In the festivities the orcs were as furious as in the battles. They drank to the bottom, as befits courageous warriors. Kalkin extended the horn of drink to Riefen, who remembered the strong brew. It tasted like donkey urine, only worse. However, when he tried the drink, it seemed tasty to him, and the orc noticed that the guy liked it. Under the displeased gaze of his wife, Kalkin demanded another barrel of the drink. Then Riefen had to show again that he was not a coward either. Meanwhile, the tribesmen began to discuss Cirrus and Tilla. According to their ideas, if the muscles are not visible under the skin, then the warrior is considered fat. They didn't even perceive Sillin as a man because he was too skinny, so they tried in every way to feed him. Russ watched everything with a frown, his opinion of the orcs quickly changing. Now he understood what the mentor wanted to show him. Then the shepherd boy returned, said Kalkin, noticing the approach of another member of the tribe. As soon as the greenskins saw Riefen, he immediately recognized him as a savior, and then he recognized him as Takid, despite the fact that some changes had occurred in him. Kalkin was interested in how they knew each other, and Tahid told his story of salvation. It all seemed like a wonderful coincidence, but of course it wasn't. Now it was time to talk business, and the chieftain asked for what purpose Riefen had come. Then the boy replied that he had come to offer them lands more fertile than these. In exchange for help in one matter, he added, and everyone immediately understood what this matter was. Because the orcs knew only battle, the fires did not go out for a long time that night. The chieftain immediately latched onto the terms of the deal. They had fought a lot, but no one had ever offered the orcs land. Kalkin turned to Tahid for advice, because he had lived among people before. Not all people could be trusted, but Reefenheart, his savior, was trustworthy. The greenskin immediately responded. The leader himself knew that the strong would not lie, but he was concerned about the safety of the tribe, and Tahid suggested turning to the weapon makers, who were famous for their wisdom, for advice. Without thinking twice, they headed to the tent of the blacksmith, whose name was Gralter. He was the creator of the weapons of his tribe. Kalkin informed the blacksmith that their new brother was offering them a new path, and his wisdom was needed for the good of the tribe. A few days later, the detachment set out again. As a result, the negotiations were successful. The orcs decided to hide the young in a shelter and join the revolutionary army later. But unlike the rest of the tribe's warriors, Tahid immediately went with them, because he was a guide and was supposed to bring the orcs later. Russ quickly realized that their international team had expanded again. A couple of days later, they reached the kingdom of Crovens, along whose main trade routes merchant caravans traveled. Although they were walking under heavy guard, in the light of torches, there were also those who closely watched their movements from the bushes. Despite this, Prince Yuval's enemies considered him careless, since he prepared only 100 warriors to guard the food convoy. The caravan appeared to be vulnerable to ranged attacks and had no mages with it. There weren't even any knights to be seen, only some weaklings, and one of the carts was even being driven by an orc. So the prince's enemies considered the convoy vulnerable to their attack. Yuval must have been afraid to divide his forces. The soldiers did not expect strong resistance, so the captain ordered to scare everyone properly. Then the guards would simply run away. Then, having saddled their horses, a detachment of horsemen left the shelter in the forest and jumped out to intercept the convoy, demanding in the name of the legitimate King Kartzes to lay down their arms. Confident in their strength, they threw off their cloaks and uncovered their faces. But the defenders of the convoy did the same, and suddenly it turned out that the short people were gnomes who were deliberately hiding under their cloaks. The knights were dumbfounded by such madness. What kind of fool would use short people for cover, they thought. But the one who came up with this plan knew much more about the fighting abilities of the dwarves. The first riders who reached the convoy immediately lost their heads. The knight, who had never fought such an enemy before, did not understand how the short man was able to jump so high. But there was no time to think. 3 dwarven warriors, like berserkers, fell upon the shaky formation of the attackers, and from hunters, they quickly turned into prey. Their captain tried to restore order and lead the soldiers into the attack, because the enemy was only dwarves. So the attackers were now joined by another ambush regiment of soldiers. 800 infantry, 8 for each caravan guard, and the dwarves were told not to use aura. Without a shadow of fear, the nimble dwarves fell upon the steel wall of shields and swords, crushing them with their axes. And suddenly it became clear that with such overwhelming force, numbers no longer mattered. No matter how brave the humans were, They were no match for the dwarves in close combat, and Rifen watched the battle with great pleasure. Besides, the whole plan was a decoy. People thought that they were attacking a weak target and did not expect strong resistance. No one could have predicted that in an ordinary rear convoy there would be 3 Aura Lords at once. The captain desperately cursed the dwarves and those who sent them to kill knights without honor with the help of inferior creatures. He himself did not understand how pathetic his curses sounded. The dwarves did not like such arrogance at all, so they responded to the knight with choice curses. Then the orc Talcata joined the fight, riding one of the horses. The captain decided to deal with the insignificant orc himself and directed his horse to meet him. But the mighty warrior proved too much for him, and the knight lost in simple hand-to-hand combat. The death of the enemy captain was immediately reported to Rifen, who did not even enter the battle, allowing his troops to gain experience. Rifen decided not to pay attention to the fact that the orc addressed him as Lord. Even after training in Taoban, his past habits had not been eradicated from him. The deed was done, and the convoy was able to reach its destination, while at Baron Dolphin's estate everyone was waiting for news. Yuval and his cabal of aristocrats had gathered in the dining room, but no one was eating yet. The prince's grandfather, Duke Fionin, thanked them for their help, but did not agree with the demands. The older generation found it difficult to accept slaves as legitimate soldiers and pay them as mercenaries, but Rifen stood his ground. These were the best troops he could provide. Among other aristocrats, there were also dissatisfied people who did not hide their disdain for the slaves. Even if the gnomes knew how to fight, they thought that only 100 shorties could do anything. In reality, there were only a little more of them. And besides, the Blue Bear tribe was already approaching, and today the magician came to introduce them as allies. These words were met with a new roar of disapproval, as if they had a choice, but the aristocrats did not like the international army of the allies, so they began to discuss in every possible way the racial stereotypes of each people. So they just don't believe in their power, the magician realized, and Yuval's grandfather nodded. Then Rifen decided to take on a significant goal and prove the strength of his new revolutionary army. He declared that they would take the Sinai fortress with their own hands, and it was a tough nut to crack even for an entire siege army, a double encirclement of high walls, towers, buttresses, and a deep ditch, which, importantly, did not allow anyone to approach the walls, across which there was only one bridge. It sounded as if Rifen had suddenly decided to make a joke, so even Duke Fionin couldn't immediately find what to answer. But from the guy's look I realized that he wasn't joking at all. They won one battle and imagined themselves to be great fighters, the Duke cried out when his patience snapped. How could some rabble accomplish such a feat? But the magician had no doubt in the strength of his troops, and if they were supported, he promised to bring victory to Prince Yuval. The nobles were outraged again. They believed that a magician could not know what a real siege was. But then the prince put an end to these disputes. Yuval asked them why they were so worried, and they told him that if they were defeated, they would simply lose valuable slaves. The argument was strange, because even if the dwarves were slaves, they did not belong to humans. But the prince did not agree with his subjects. As soldiers, the mage's troops had already proven their usefulness, especially since they had delivered provisions to the camp as agreed. Supplying a small force for their army was no problem, and Yuval said they had nothing to lose with this offer. As the legitimate heir to the kingdom of Krovans, Yuval ordered the capture of the fortress of Sinai, an important strategic point. Reefenheart bowed to the prince and said it would be done, since he was now practically in the sovereign's service. A couple of days later, they came to the valley of the Sinai fortress, densely covered with forest. The camp of the United Army was located on the top of one of the hills for greater security. At the Rifen camp, Cirrus and Ras met him. They informed him that Tahid had already moved out to get reinforcements for the orcs. Their handful of soldiers were going to turn the military business upside down and take a fortress with 3,000 defenders. So Russ understood the seriousness of the upcoming operation. In case of failure, it was pure suicide. The Knights of Krovans were not weaklings. They were simply warriors of the Great Forge, and the Blue Bear tribe was strong. With such an elite, it was easy to drag the rink. And the 6 Aura Lords, not counting Rifen himself, it was a unique army in terms of the concentration of combat power. Even Sillin understood that after this battle the opinion about aliens would change. And about the elves too, the elder agreed with him. Railhard also arrived at the camp, from the distant south. Now that their people had reclaimed the World Tree, people would no longer dare to look down on them. A flame flared in the elf's hands, as if a demon had jumped onto his palm. Suddenly the demon grew in size so that its flame illuminated the entire camp. This signified the rebirth of the elven people. Even the elves themselves were terrified of the power of the fire spirits that they could now summon. The prince himself came to the noise to find out how the preparations for the battle were going. He came accompanied by his beloved Phinia, who was interested in communicating with her fellow humans. Now everything was going according to plan, and the prince again asked if the magician was confident in his victory. The answer was the same. Although much still needed to be prepared, the prince was glad to see his girl happy. It was for this reason that young Yuval trusted the magician more than his subordinates. They shared the same views, and was ready to give Reifenheart complete freedom of action. The magician smiled and promised that he would never let him down. A few days later, with the onset of spring, came the time of chaos generated by war. The fortress sounded the alarm when they saw the enemy army on the distant approaches. Teswald Fernando, the Lord of the Aura, appeared on the walls at the first call. They clearly saw how a handful of enemies, perhaps their advance forces, emerged from the dense forest onto the open ground. The army of the United Army looked motley and colorful, short gnomes, thin as tree shoots elves, monstrous orcs without armor. There were almost no people in this army, but the symbols of Juval were emblazoned on the banners of the troops. Slaves were expensive. Mercenaries would have been cheaper, so Teswald simply spat in disappointment, a waste of money and his attention, the knight considered. He ordered the magicians to be ready, and to send 10 knights to the enemies, and to give each one 50 soldiers to make a powerful sortie. Even if the enemy lured them into a trap, a large detachment would be able to escape. The commanders ordered the dwarves and elves to be killed and the elves to be taken alive, hoping to obtain rich booty. Clad in full plate armor, the riders looked terrifying. To achieve a full knightly image, they only lacked long spears, which formed the basis of knightly combat. But then their cavalry charge at full gallop was crushed in the first skirmish, when the knights saw their comrades flying to the rear. An irresistible force swept away both horses and riders like a surf wave. The dwarves, who had been hiding their power until now in order to mislead the enemy, no longer held back, and 3 aura lords immediately pounced on the defenseless knights. When the infantrymen who were walking in the rear saw how the knights fell, they were seized with panic. The battlefield was chaos, and the dwarves felt right at home in it. They enjoyed fighting to the fullest without any restrictions. Each swing meant someone's death. For a knight's army, where a rider and his horse were expensive and raising them took an incredibly long time, these were devastating losses. Sir Teswald cursed when he saw the aura lords among the dwarves. This was a threat of strategic proportions. After all, in that case, the gates were under threat, and the knight ordered the activation of protective magic. The wizard from the fortress did just that. Raising his hands to the sky, he activated a chain of spells. In an instant, the entire citadel found itself under the reliable protection of a magical dome. The dome was astounding in its size and thickness. Sillin was worried that they were now at a disadvantage, but the mage told him not to worry. Now it was the turn of the elves to show their power, and they began to call upon the spirits of fire. This land has not seen anything like this for many centuries, a wall of fire created from demons. Teswald was horrified to see the ancient magic and ordered to return fire before the demons reached the fortress. The first arrows simply bounced off the spirit's dense shell without causing any harm. Seeing that the effect was approximately 0, the fortress command became even more nervous. At that very moment, the elven battle spirits leapt over the moat and unleashed their might on the protective barrier. When the defense cracked and weakened, the gnomes ran up to the wall, no longer afraid of oncoming fire. There was nothing that could protect the fortress from the effects of the aura, which was very strange, because it was worth building with a possible attack in mind. The gates fell in one blow and real panic reigned among the defenders, which spread faster than fire. The dwarves, under the cover of fire from the battle spirits, burst into the first gate. Then Teswald led his main forces to a counterattack, his knightly order. Sir Teswald decided to take on the dwarves while they were supposed to strike at the demons. The dwarves saw an incoming cavalry attack. It was easier to repel it in the narrow streets of the city, since they could not maneuver. The knight released his aura and decided to immediately show the dwarves where their place was in the slaughter. But the gnomes with aura couldn't be called weaklings. The two forces collided, absorbing each other, which meant that they were equal. Teswald hesitated again. He thought he would be much stronger than the dwarf. The knight himself was also not bad, although younger than the dwarf. People really did learn faster than other nations. The knights watched in horror as their leader fought the dwarf on equal terms. Reefenheart watched the battle from afar. He didn't think that his dwarf friend would lose. But the elves were already at their limit. Their strength was quickly depleted, the price for maintaining high-level magic. Russ also wanted to go into battle, but the magician stopped him. This battle was supposed to show the strength of other races. People should not interfere in it. But everything would be pointless if they lost, Russ worried, and Reifenheart was also a little nervous because the main blow was delayed. Then, turning around, he saw the long-awaited reinforcements. The orcs had arrived riding on wolves. Time was short, so Rifen ordered them to enter the battle right from the march. The orcs had become hungry for battle during their long journey, so their eyes flashed with fury. An avalanche of wolf riders with furious cries and howls rushed to attack. Their onslaught was as powerful as if a rockfall had come down from the mountains. The orcs rushed towards the gap in the gate that the dwarves were defending. Then the battlefield turned red and people sank into despair. In battle, the orcs sang their hymns and crushed skulls for the god of skulls. Their impact immediately affected the entire battlefield. People quickly despaired, not being used to fighting monsters. One of the knight captains tried to gather his soldiers around him. After all, there were a lot of people in the fortress. But then he himself saw how furious the orcs were and what formidable weapons they brandished. Riefen understood the despair of the people. In their lifetime, none of them had ever had to fight with aliens in such numbers, and certainly not in real battles. Elves preferred graceful blades. Dwarves fought with heavy polearms, orcs with massive shovels, believing that the bigger and more visible they were, the better. Moreover, the orcs' weapons were fueled by the power of the spirit, and they danced and whistled as they flew over the heads of the defenders, plunging them into terror. With the arrival of the orcs, the battle began to look one-sided, despite the fact that the tactics of the formidable warriors had many vulnerabilities. While the orc is unarmed, he is unarmed and can be attacked. People, due to the suddenness of the attack, did not have time to figure it out. Ignorance turned against the people. The people were fooled by their vanity. Kalkin summoned his aura and rushed through the streets of the city, destroying everything in his path. Teswald no longer understood what kind of madness was happening here. It was as if the entire power of the entire kingdom had fallen upon him. Scylan didn't like watching people being destroyed after all. He himself was a human. But the magician told him that all this was for good purposes. All nations want to live better than they live now. As soon as the dwarf finished off Sir Knight, he let out a battle cry that echoed throughout the fortress. The defenders no longer had a protector, so the battle ended quickly. A couple of days later, the news reached the capital of Krovans. Kartzes could not believe the reports, believing that it must be enemy disinformation. But his subordinates confirmed that the reports were true. Sir Teswald had fallen in battle. All surviving witnesses report the same thing. Their best knight is in the afterlife. Their forces were greatly reduced to 12,000 men. Moreover, they had lost the strategically important fortress of Sinai, and now the capital was under attack. To resolve this issue, Kartzes ordered that all the aristocrats gather for a council. If they also lose the capital, they will be defeated in the war. Since Prince Yuval still has the seal and crown, he can hold his coronation in the capital. Then even the neutral nobles will side with him. They need to gather forces in one place. Only a day had passed since the capture of the Sinai fortress, and Prince Yuval met with the magician on the highest tower. He still could not believe in this impossible, stunning success. As Riefen had promised, he kept his word and did not disappoint the prince. Yuval smiled and asked if the soldiers had rested after the assault. The local elites were not entirely happy with being thrown out of their homes while the troops of the United Army were billeted there, but no one gave them a choice. No one could deny the effectiveness of his army anymore, Yuval agreed. 17 dwarves and 9 orcs died during the assault. Compared to the human ones, it was a pittance. But for their small handful of brave men, it was still not a few. The elves survived because they fought in support, but many were wounded. Such was the price of their victory, where every warrior counted. Riefen liked the prince's words. He was worried about their losses, which spoke of his humanity. Both heirs were more than worthy of taking the throne, and at first the magician did not know who to support, so he chose based on his preferences. Now in Yuval's army there was no one who looked down on the United Army. The problem was that there were still those who perceived foreigners as slaves and thought that their loyalty could be bought for money. Riefen repeated to the intrusive aristocrat that they were not slaves, but allies. But the nobleman did not heed these words, only saying that in his place he would not have given away such slaves either. Gritting his teeth in anger, Riefen left the blockhead, although he really wanted to teach him a lesson. But the time when people would realize the truth had not yet come. News of their military success spread widely throughout the kingdom and even beyond. Many considered it nothing less than a miracle. Others were afraid of the orc tribe, and they were only reassured by the belief that Prince Yuval was somehow keeping everything under control. Despite this noise, many slaves were treated as before, like talking tools, and were reprimanded for every offense. So people still didn't believe the rumors. Orcs were considered too stupid to pose a threat to anyone. There were other rumors that the priest Philones, who controlled the gnomes, was behind everything. There were even eyewitnesses to this. It sounded strange because temples usually did not use slaves. Here, a tall warrior woman became interested in these rumors, and suddenly leaned over the local drunks and asked them to tell her more. The drunks stared in surprise at the woman who had appeared out of nowhere and asked her what she wanted. It was hard not to notice that this girl was taller than even the warriors. She wanted to learn more about that priest from their conversation. But the drunks didn't know much, only that this priest looked about 14 years old. He had scarlet hair and a face more like a girl's. When the warrior heard about this, she could not contain her feelings and crushed the silver cup in her fist so hard that wine splashed out of it. At that moment, satisfaction crossed her face because she had finally found her fiancé, Silan Marsis. Soon, the two great armies met on the plain of Ledant, a flat as a table terrain, bordered on the flanks by mountains on the way to the capital, looked like an excellent battlefield, where one could play a not at all friendly match between two teams. The army of Kratzis brought the knightly aristocracy to the forefront as the basis of his army. They outnumbered their opponents 3-1, 10,000 against 3,000 warriors, and all other things being equal, it was a crushing ratio, in which a meeting on the plain was not the best choice. But Reefenheart expected that the experienced military leader Karzis would gather all his forces for a decisive battle. A very arrogant knight with an aura came out from the side of Karzis in front of the army, Raven von Spirius. That's how he introduced himself when he challenged the strongest warrior from the enemy army. Since no one answered his call, he decided that Teswald's death was some kind of dirty trick. The dwarves immediately assessed the knight's strength. He was weaker than the one they fought in the fortress. They wanted to deal with him, but there was already a volunteer. Raven told the warrior in front of him to state his name and title. Cirrus von Tennes introduced himself as a swordsman on horseback. He came to fight for Prince Yuval. Raven decided that the young guy, who had not yet reached 30 years of age, was not a threat to him and attacked first. But the boy did not take his elders into account and answered him quite confidently. At full gallop, they crossed blades, releasing aura. Raven fought with a heavier sword and constantly pressed forward, trying to suppress his opponent. The knights of Yuval let out a cry of delight when they saw that a human warrior with an aura was fighting on their side. Karsus frowned when he realized that his opponent's army had more aura lords than the entire kingdom, and their presence raised the morale of the entire army. A lot depended on Sir Raven's victory now. The knight acknowledged Cyrus's strength and pressed on, releasing more of his aura. In the end, the confrontation always came down to who had the more powerful moves and overall power output. Nevertheless, Russ was confident that he would win, because thanks to Reefenheart, he had significantly more experience than his opponent. At some point, he suddenly approached his opponent, not at all afraid of his blows. The power exploded around them, spreading in waves across the field and reaching the front line of soldiers, Russ coping even better than Reefenheart expected. To this, Sir Raven responded by pouring his power into the sword, causing it to flare up like a huge torch in his hand. Then Russ used the ghostly replications he had been practicing all this time. Here Raven, who considered himself an experienced and strong fighter, was confused. He had never encountered such techniques in battle, and he didn't know how to resist them, so Russ was able to ride past at full gallop and strike the knight. When the soldiers saw their best warrior being damaged, their spirits were broken. "Where did such technology come from at such a young age?" asked the wounded knight. But Russ was not happy with his performance. He still could not use the technique cleanly. Kartzes, realizing that now they would either go into a decisive attack or run away in terror, ordered everyone to prepare to attack. Yuval also gave the order to attack, taking advantage of the fact that his soldiers were inspired by the victory of their knight. Two dense boxes of knights went towards each other, gaining speed like an avalanche, horses trampling the ground with heavy hooves, horns roaring and drums beating. A squad of orc wolf riders also joined the battle, with Ras leading their charge. The orcs immediately entered berserker mode and rushed towards the enemy in an uncontrollable wave. Their wolves broke the knights' horses, throwing off their riders, and since the knights did not use long spears, they were deprived of their advantage. Moreover, the horses were afraid of the wolves, snorted and kicked their hooves, throwing off the riders, so the knights' formation was broken and their first attack was thwarted. Kartzes himself saw that the rumors were true and in a rage asked what the special squad was doing. This elite knight regiment attempted to attack the enemy headquarters, but was stopped by a small defensive formation of dwarves, thus pitting 1,000 horsemen against a handful. The dwarves were unmatched in defense with their heavy, long polearms, which were good at knocking down riders, and thanks to their connection with the ground, they were impossible to push through. As soon as the knights stopped and huddled together, they became an excellent target for the elves' fire magic. The knights had nothing to counter this power. Kartzes ordered a magical attack in response, but they reported that a dark force was clouding their vision, and something was blocking the flow of mana. This meant that there was a powerful mage on the enemy side who was capable of more, and one could only wonder why he hadn't yet entered the battle and destroyed everything here with spells. Rifen certainly didn't have enough mana for everything, but he wasn't lacking in knowledge. Meanwhile, Cirrus, with the help of the wind spirits, rushed straight towards the enemy army, representing a new kind of troops, the heavenly cavalry. And then flashbacks of Vietnam came over Kartses. He realized that he had misused his numerical advantage. His enemies had superior troops. He should have divided his forces, fought defensive battles, and he gave the order to retreat. When Juval's army saw that the enemy had begun an organized flight, they gave a joyful cry of victory. Thus, the battle on the fields of Ledant, which entered the annals, was generally recognized as ending in victory for Prince Yuval. As soon as the prince entered the county of Hendry on the shoulders of the retreating people, the inhabitants had already changed the flags of Karthes to others, and now joyfully greeted the new king. Yuval therefore did not relax much. He knew perfectly well that this loyalty was demonstrative. Some of the barons already wanted to meet with him, but the rest took refuge in the capital together with Kartses, and were preparing to fight to the last. There were also those who remained neutral, and the young prince called them slippery snakes. There were always those who waited for one side to win in order to join them in time. Now it was possible to win them over to his side, the prince's grandfather suggested. But Yuval asked why he wanted to do that. The question was reasonable, so the old man himself thought about it. Yuval already imagined himself as a king who takes care of his citizens. Meanwhile, an unusual guest arrived in Hendry County. The guards crossed their halberds and asked why the paladin's sire was here. There was a beautiful woman in front of them, but now was not the time to admire it. This tall warrior looked too threatening. Meanwhile, in the same county, on a green lawn, Rifen watched the diligent training of Sillin, who still dreamed of becoming more courageous. After the last battle, the soldiers called him Sviatolka. A beautiful girl who saves the wounded right during the battle made an impression on many soldiers, especially considering their general confusion and clouded minds. After the push-ups came the squats. Sillin tortured himself according to the program of one bald guy. And although Rifen suggested that he take a rest, the priest wanted to build up his muscles as quickly as possible, at any cost. But he still took a break, deciding to see what the elf was doing. Cirrus was just trying to establish a relationship with the spirit, coming up with various excuses, but Selena was in no hurry to accept them. The elf could only hope that in a couple of days the spirit would forget everything, because they had a memory like goldfish anyway. Rifen was even surprised by such harshness. In her past life, Cirrus was not like this. Perhaps she had been hiding her character from him all this time. Here the guards reported to them that some woman wanted to see Rifen. In fact, she demanded a meeting with the priest, but the guard decided that it would be better to inform the magician about this. Then the friends went into the living room to see this guest. A noble and slender as a tree girl introduced herself. Her name was Christina, and she was the paladin swordswoman of Sire. She looked like Teslan's younger sister, judging by her height. Rifen asked why she came to them, and the swordswoman said that she was looking for Sillin, a priest of Philonis. Then the magician asked about her intentions, because he couldn't just give away his valuable ally. Then the priest himself appeared from the room without waiting for a signal. Christina immediately beamed upon seeing the guy and recognized him. But the priest, on the contrary, was not happy to meet her. Rather, he was horrified. The girl's voice changed, and she tenderly asked him how much longer her love would run away, since their meeting was predetermined by fate. But Sillin, as an expert in love affairs, categorically disagreed. But then the magician intervened in their conversation and asked what kind of relationship they had. Christina, without a shadow of a doubt, declared that they were destined for each other by the will of the Almighty, and assumed a seductive pose. After this meeting, the priest was packing his suitcases in horror, as if he was going to rush to the other end of the world. They asked Christina to wait in the living room for now, and cool off a little. The magician asked if they were really engaged, but Sillin denied everything. Christina Silisana, originally from a famous family of the kingdom of Hallane, even when she was little everyone predicted that she would become a beauty. She really did become like that, only she grew almost 2 meters tall like a young poplar. Then the prophet Saira came to her and said that she was the daughter of the Lord himself. She was his sword, and she was destined to become the mother of a great warrior, and soon fate would bring her together with the man of the sun. So she became a paladin and went out with the order on missions. And on one of them she met Sillin, after which Christina considered him to be her destiny. The priest who cared for the wounded on the battlefield became her ideal, and the girl fell in love at first sight. Returning to her order, she made a statement that the prophecy had come true, and she had found the father of the future great warrior. But the order did not approve of her idea. They were ordinary people, and could not recognize the marriage between a 20-year-old warrior and a 12-year-old priest, considering that the maiden had made a mistake. But then Sire sent another oracle and said that everything was so. However, the Order of Philonis made their demands on this prophecy. Only if the maiden could achieve love would they give their consent. And then all hell broke loose, Sillin said as flashbacks to Vietnam washed over him. In essence, he was drawn into an arranged marriage between two orders, which he had not even thought about. Christina's obsession frightened him. She followed him wherever he stopped. Sillin lied to Rifen about his pilgrimage. It was just an excuse to join him. He just hoped that she would leave him alone when she saw the mage. That's why he pumped up his muscles so desperately, because he wanted to be strong before. But after meeting the warrior maiden, this desire intensified. He hoped that if he became more courageous, Christina would lose interest in him. Of course, it wasn't about height. For love, this is not an obstacle. Rather, it was about the character of the unyielding maiden, who never listened to anyone and always stuck to her guns. Christina had already written down the names of their future children. She would name her son Stein, and he would become a paladin of the order. The girl would be named Ram, and she would be Saint Sayera, while the father would remain the priest of Philanes. Sillin was indignant. Then Rafen asked what his daughter's name would be, and Sillin repeated Ram, although it didn't matter at all. The magician thought for a moment, repeating the name to himself several times, which seemed familiar to him. The last frames of his past life and the composition of the anti-demon coalition ran through his head. Saint Sillin, Father Saint Ramelin, suddenly realized Rifen what deep connections were woven around his personality. She became one of the 5 strongest warriors on the continent who fought against the Demon King. Her skills allowed her to bring the fallen back to life, which surpassed even Michelin's skills, and in the end, the dwarf fell at her hands. A nightmare saint from whom Rifen suffered in a past life, she was able to bless an entire legion of soldiers, turning them into morally indestructible berserkers. And this monster is Sillin's daughter. Reefenheart was horrified. The problem was clearly more dangerous than he initially thought. The overwhelming power of the saint was created artificially, using the Holy Grail spell, which was forbidden even within the Order of Sire itself. The Holy Grail was the union of a man and a woman. Within a special barrier, the resulting embryo absorbed the lives of the mother and father. For the Holy Grail to be born, the parents had to give their lives for it. So Rifen told the priest honestly that this marriage would ruin him. The best days would definitely be behind him, Sillin agreed. Now the magician understood why he had not heard anything about Sillin in his past life despite his power, and he told the priest directly that he should not marry this girl. This made the boy cry, because for the first time, someone was on his side. But despite this, Sillin was already saying goodbye to him as if he was about to leave. There was a whisper among the soldiers that the saint had quarreled with the magician and was leaving. Sillin just didn't know what else could happen if he stayed. During this time, the priest became more than just a useful tool and a walking first aid kit for the guy. Sillin shared his ideas and was an important part of the team. Then Rifen suggested thinking first, because you can't run away from Christina all your life. She will pursue him everywhere until she catches him. But what should he do? The priest asked. Rifen won't stop her by force. There was a strange atmosphere between the guys, and the magician asked if the priest was really going to leave him. Especially from the outside, Sillin didn't want to leave, but in this situation he was powerless. How could Rifen follow him in the midst of an important battle? The fighter suggested first talking to Christina and trying to convince her that if she continued to pursue the priest, she would only receive greater hostility. But Sillin replied that if this plan had worked, he would not have left the Philanese order. The soldiers who sat on guard all turned red from this atmosphere of gender intrigue that was played out before their eyes. Then Christina came out of the living room, apparently tired of pressing, and seeing Sillin's suitcase, she decided that he had packed his things to quickly go with her and get married. Seeing her again, the priest realized that because of his chatter, he had missed his chance to quickly slip away. Christina looked at him like an obsessed fanatic and invited the guy to her home to live happily ever after. The priest sharply replied that he didn't want to go anywhere, but the tall warrior didn't listen to him at all and continued to press. Rifen asked her what attracted her so much to her chosen one, and Christina answered that their children would be of ideal height. The warrior believed that the priest should become her husband, so as not to incur God's punishment. She was too tall. He, on the contrary, was afraid that he had stopped growing. This was definitely a sign of fate, Christina believed. Their marriage was blessed by the gods. Here Sillin looked imploringly at the magician and asked for help, but he still did not know how to get rid of the warrior. Then the priest took a desperate step. He declared that he already had a loved one, and he grabbed the magician's hand, saying that they were dating, because he could not accept her feelings. This news seemed to hit Christina like a blow, and she froze in place, stunned. The soldiers on guard were no less stunned than she was. A suspicious number of them had gathered here in the last 5 minutes. Sillin said that they were connected by the scarlet thread of Philanese, and technically it wasn't even a lie. because she blessed the relationships of people bound by fate, bringing their paths together, because Scylla had once already used this blessing when they were running away from a mercenary knight with strange inclinations. That was how Reefenheart was able to find them with Cirrus. The guards immediately began to whisper. In general, they agreed that the couple looked good together, and they had long been suspected. Reefenheart looked at his friend and asked why him, and Scylla whispered that Cirrus was not suitable as an elf. A simple person like a maid would not have been suitable either. It was necessary to shock Christina. There was nothing left to do but play along with the priest, hoping that he would sort out all the consequences later. Now she will surrender, the priest thought, watching the warrior's reaction. The path to love is always full of trials, the crazy fanatic replied. In the name of great love, Christina challenged Reefenheart to a formal duel. This news was met with another wave of rumors. Now it was no longer possible to say that it was just a joke. Reefenheart didn't even know what to answer, as if he didn't understand the meaning of what was said. If he truly loves Scylla, he will accept the challenge, Christina believed. But the priest immediately seized this opportunity and began to urge the magician to fight. Fighting with a woman for a man's heart had never happened in his life, but Scylla insisted on a duel because it was a working way to get rid of the stalker. Then Cirrus also witnessed this showdown, and everything turned into an even bigger misunderstanding. Christina had already grabbed the sword and left the right of the first blow to him, as was prescribed for paladins. So the magician realized that he could no longer avoid the battle and accepted her challenge. Since he was given the right to strike first, he decided to simply knock out the warrior and began to read the spell. Here even Christina hesitated, feeling that the magician was much stronger than he seemed at first glance. Reefenheart unleashed a storm of lightning on her, wanting to finish as quickly as possible. He reduced the power of the spell so as not to accidentally kill Christina, but he was very surprised to see that she survived and repelled the charges with her sword. Her technique was similar to the mastery of the Aura Lords, but it was something different. It was her divine sword which she wielded like a lightning rod. Only 1 out of 10 paladins was able to use this technique. The warrior was stronger than she seemed at first glance. The magician used a protective barrier, after which he fired a whole bunch of magic bullets. But this attack was also repelled by a single sword. Christina even mocked his pathetic attack. Here the priest began to demand that Reifenheart use not only low-level magic, because his fate was at stake. Then the magician began to read a spell of a higher level and uttered many cold words. Magic circles appeared next to Christina, from which ice blocks burst out, one of them freezing her to the ground. Since the swordswoman had lost her mobility, the magician decided it was time to call it a day. But Christina also had her own trump card, and feeling herself pressed against the wall, she decided to use it too. Straining with all her strength, the warrior broke the ice with the simple power of her muscles. She honestly admitted that she never achieved the aura, but Lord Sire took pity on her and gave her the power to fight against fighters with aura. Here, Reefenheart recognized the special breathing technique that Christina used and asked where she learned it from. During her maiden years, before she became a paladin, she met an old man who taught her this technique and said that this way she would grow up healthy. At that time, the girl did not understand, but now she knew that Sire himself had brought him to her, and somewhere there the ominous shadow of Teacher Gerard flashed. Now it became clear that it was because of that old man that the girl grew so tall. The teacher had definitely cursed her forever, leaving her without male attention. Of course he did it with good intentions, thinking that the more the better, and Reifenheart laughed nervously. Then the warrior decided to continue their fight and rushed to attack. The mage cast a cutting wind spell, and the purple scythe flew towards Christina. This attack was also repelled by her sword, without slowing her down at all. Christina did use the indestructible rocking technique, and judging by her height, she was at least 10 years old, but Reifenheart deliberately abandoned it. The technology didn't work on everyone. Otherwise, the gym school would have become rich, because there are so many people in the world who would like to grow up. Here the warrior got angry that the magician was not inferior to her. All magicians had a snake tongue. Solana was definitely deceived, she decided. So her pressure of her love power only became stronger, and Reifenheart was already tired of brushing her off. That's why he detonated the magic bullet right at point-blank range, throwing Christina back. From this concentrated attack, she flew away. As the winner, Reifenheart ordered her to give up Scylla immediately, and Christina admitted defeat, but said that it was only temporary. She asked the priest for forgiveness for not being able to pull him out of the clutches of this magician who was torturing his fragile body. The priest told her that there was no coercion. They shared love with soul and body, and whispered to the magician to continue following the legend. Almost crying, Reifenheart hugged the priest, agreeing with his words. Then Christina left the castle at that very second, crying loudly, promising to save Scylla one day. When everything had calmed down, Reefenheart asked in a detached voice how the priest intended to deal with the consequences, and Scylla replied that everything would somehow resolve itself. But the next day nothing was settled and rumors reached the highest aristocracy. Mr. Reifen and the young priest became the subject of some spicy discussions, which was not prohibited by law, although it looked strange. No one objected. Everyone accepted the fact that Reefenheart was rooting for another team and acknowledged that there had always been a special atmosphere in the squad. The orc was surprised that people also had such relationships. In general, all nations were very tolerant of same-sex love. In a sense, these conversations helped to break down the wall of communication, because everyone realized that their cultures had something in common. Cirrus noted this fact as a positive step towards Reefenheart's dream, and she asked why he didn't leave the room to celebrate the success of his successful actions. The magician offendedly suggested that the girl ask Scylla about everything, and the priest grumbled that nothing would change from accusations against him. Cirrus really didn't see anything wrong with it. The rumors spread because of the priest's pretty face. She understood that the guy himself didn't like it, and that's why he trained tirelessly. Here they both looked at each other, as if they both understood something, and hope appeared in them. Reifen roared like a bull, saying that the priest would now have the hardest training. He promised to make a man with a muscular body out of the boy. Seeing such unity, Tahid realized that this would only strengthen all the rumors, although over time they would weaken. A little more time passed, and the Allied army was again ready to set out on a campaign, and so it found itself under the walls of the capital of Crovans. The army shook its weapons menacingly, demanding that Karzis surrender to the mercy of the new king and open the gates of his own free will. But the defenders from the walls said that they would not recognize as king the one who consorted with demons and brought an indelible stigma of shame to their country. Reifen listened to their exchange of chivalrous pleasantries with indifference. They would have to fight anyway. So what was the point of chattering, he thought. Then Yuval waved his hand, sending them into battle. Even if nominally, he gave orders. The advancing army was met with a shower of arrows from the walls. Then the young prince sent reserves into battle. It was necessary to attack with all forces. The Blue Bear chief himself, Kalkin, joined the battle with his wife. Even the dwarves, who were not accustomed to horseback riding, rushed faster towards the walls of the capital. Seeing the Aura Lords on the battlefield, the soldiers' spirits were lifted. Karzis ordered to open fire on them, promising only 100 gold pieces for each. But the arrows couldn't do anything about the aura. Its power was too great. As the enemy approached, the soldiers began to throw short javelins. But they were also repelled. So what if the arrows became a little bigger? Said the dwarf. Russ concentrated his aura power into the sword and swung it. He repeated Sir Raven's giant blade technique, and a huge candle actually appeared in his hands. The knight from whom it was stolen was very upset about this, and the full power of the technology fell upon the uncovered stone. The gates could not withstand the pressure and broke down, once again confirming that this country had not yet used assaults involving the Lords of the Aura, and that the fortifications were clearly outdated. On the other side, the orcs, having thrown 3 sixes, were able to climb the vertical wall, apparently clinging to it with the claws of the wolves. So without any ladders or siege towers, Kalkin climbed to the very top, after which, in one fell swoop, he demolished the entire gallery and its defenders, clearing a wide section of the wall for the attackers. After the gates were broken through and the only wall was lost, the morale of the capital's soldiers fell. The soldiers were terrified and did not know how to resist the overwhelming force. Their commanders had fled, and no one had the necessary tactical skills. The entire offensive was carefully planned by Reifen, taking into account all the specifics. He ordered the orcs to break through the defenses, but not to kill all the soldiers. But it was shameful for an orc not to use all his strength. Then Kalkin's wife summoned her 12 spirit weapons and attacked with them. The 12 sisters of battle rushed towards the defenseless wall. The blades sank deep into the stone, like a knife through butter. When the orc directed her power at them, they exploded, shaking the entire wall to its foundations. The explosion even reached the tower where Karzis stood and watched the battlefield. Even Kalkin was amazed at what his wife was capable of. The dwarves also appreciated the technology that allowed them to destroy walls, replacing battering rams. And Russ saw this as another technique he wanted to master. Karzis sighed darkly. That was why he wanted to give battle under the walls. Raven asked him for forgiveness. He could deal with a maximum of a couple of Aura Lords. They both realized that the battle for the walls was lost, and they needed to take refuge in the palace. But after all the loud demonstration, the enemy army suddenly began to retreat. And indeed, Juval's troops gathered into marching regiments and retreated from the walls. In this way, they made it clear that they could occupy the city at any moment. But Yuval wanted to avoid unnecessary civilian casualties, so he suggested that Karzas throw out the white flag and surrender. Now, if the knight had resisted, he would have looked like a coward who wanted to hide behind the civilians. Reifen chuckled. He knew his plan would work, that Karzis would not be able to continue to resist after such an ultimatum. At this point, it was decided to return to base camp. Since they had already shown their superiority, it was time to end the war. In the evening, the mood around the Duke was gloomy. Everyone had stern faces. Carsus's father, Duke Fernando, asked his son if there was a way to turn the defeat to his advantage. The biggest threat was seen in those who were considered lesser creatures. They were the real problem. Some nobles suggested simply gathering strength until the next assault. But Carsus understood that there was no point in wasting time, since the enemies would simply hold Yuval's coronation. If they surrender the castle, they will not be able to do anything. Even the people will recognize Yuval as the rightful heir. There were proposals to drag the neighbors into the civil war, but in this case, there was a risk that nothing would remain of Crovans except a scorched desert, even if they won. But if they do nothing, they will lose everything, one nobleman reasonably noted. Carsus saw that they were all just looking for an excuse to save their own skins. Even his father and grandfather were in solidarity with the others. They no longer wanted to fight. They even tried to send assassins to Prince Yuval, but nothing worked. Some suggested that Raven take on this matter, but the noble knight refused to dirty his hands with royal blood, no matter how much of a scoundrel the prince was to him. And the pitiful aristocrats looked at him with disdain, considering that the knight was cowardly. But Raven stood his ground, that as a knight he would not commit such baseness. He couldn't kill Prince Yuval, but his ally Reefenheart was out of the question. For the night, the prince's army set up a fortified camp. The place was perfect for this, with a forest and a river nearby. At the estate on the count's lands, the leaders of the allied forces threw a real feast. They raised their cups to the true king, although Yuval did not understand why they should honor with their presence those who had done nothing for the victory. But Riefen understood that in politics there is no other way, and the feast was an important event to gain support for the prince. If we count people among the victors, this will reduce their envy of other nations. Only a fool would insist on his own exclusive role, instead of claiming that the victory was achieved through common efforts. By so respecting the services of the nobles who gave them their supplies and allowed them to pass through their lands, Riefen won their trust. And Yuval also noted that he has something to learn from the wise magician. Not only did he appreciate the wisdom of the negotiations, many more flatterers approached Riefen, wanting to earn his favor. The feast was also used to introduce to the public the leaders of foreigners, whom no one would otherwise approach out of fear. The matter was simplified by a communication artifact, so people and orcs could speak and understand each other. And unlike most orcs, Kalkin's warriors were quite brave, one nobleman told the chieftain. Stala immediately intervened in the conversation before her husband tore off the stupid nobleman's head, and politely said that real orcs are just like that. They honor strength and despise meanness. Kalkin was outraged that a pathetic and weak man was judging the orcs, but Stala asked him to be patient. Before this feast, Riefen warned everyone that people love to talk, but in order to free the enslaved peoples, one must be patient. The beginning had been made. Now they did not need to understand each other, just accept, and over time people would get used to perceiving other intelligent species as equals. In his past life, Riefen had suffered a lot, trying to solve everything on his own. Sillin played a major role in establishing new connections. He introduced the leaders of the orcs, elves, and dwarves to the nobles one after another. The elves also did well, because their kind was distinguished by rational judgment, and they knew how to speak beautifully. Russ, however, remained withdrawn and responded sluggishly to attempts to talk to him. It was clear that he didn't like banquets. The sword in his hands was more familiar than the cup, and the nobles agreed that there were plenty of eccentrics among the Aura Lords. Riefen himself didn't understand why the guy was so nervous in public. Despite his stern appearance, he was shaking all over inside. The real problems will begin after the coronation, the magician believed. The real problems begin. He went out into the corridor to look for Cirrus, but found there a man in a cloak and with a sword in his hands, who was not detained by the guards. Riefen didn't notice how he approached, which means he was a strong warrior. The Lord of the Aura, who has honed the art of concealment to the limit. "Forgive me, wizard. This is for the future of humanity," he said. When he approached, Riefen recognized him as the Knight Raven. He blocked the first blow with his forearm, and a ringing sound was heard in the corridor. But the blade, which according to the knight's calculations should have cut off the wizard's hand, didn't even scratch it. He thought that the magician had managed to cast the iron skin spell, and in order to anticipate this reaction, he dealt a few more quick blows. At this point, even Raven himself began to doubt that iron skin could be so strong. All because it was the most ordinary hand, the magician answered him and called upon a spell of destruction. But Raven blocked it with a sword strike, causing the room to light up with a purple flash. Considering his slaves, he shouldn't be a weakling, the knight said as he summoned an aura. Riefen was angry at Teslan's stupid brain. It was worth guessing that he himself would become a target of the enemy's asymmetrical measures. Covered in scarlet light, Raven charged at him with a bayonet. The magician dodged, realizing that he had little choice, and with all his might he punched the knight in the solar plexus, which immediately caused his face to change. Close combat skills, he muttered, realizing that he was facing a combat mage. Rifen really wanted to convince his opponent that he was a normal battle mage, so he couldn't use aura. There were 6 aura lords in this manner, who would soon come running to the noise of their battle. But the knight believed that the magician simply would not last that long against him. Riefen himself didn't know how long he could last without using aura. Gathering all his strength, Raven dealt him a quick stabbing blow with his sword. The blow hit its target, tearing Riefen's mania to shreds. Blood dripped from a shallow wound on his shoulder, and the mage realized that without the vortex guard, he would not be able to stop the attack filled with aura. Raven didn't know what to think. Where did the magician get such a strong physique from? But still decided that he would win now. He slashed with his sword again, and Riefen continued to dodge, while scarlet flashes began to destroy everything around. The magician dodged, not allowing himself to be hit, and the idea of a quiet murder could already be forgotten. But no matter how hard Raven tried, he was unable to hit the powerful mage. Riefen moved like a true martial artist, and it looked more like he was holding back his powers. Then, in order to slow down the knight's attack, he attacked him with his elbow. The next chopping blow had to be deflected with a golden glow. Everything always went wrong, Riefen hissed discontentedly. He reproached himself for his carelessness, because he thought that he could provoke the Lord of the Aura with ordinary methods. But he would not make that mistake a second time, he told the knight, remembering his fight with Isis. The golden glow meant that he was Gerard's successor. Raven found it difficult to accept that the heir to the king of martial arts was a mage. Riefen chuckled. Life really was full of surprises, and a killer shouldn't be surprised by them. Raven felt guilty for having to commit the vile murder of a mage, but now he realized that this was almost a knightly fight of equals. Since the knight only had one technique of extending the sword with aura and a vertical swing, he used them. The aura lengthened so much that it even broke through the roof of the palace, and like a searchlight beam it rested on the sky. Raven was really giving it his all. There was no point in saving his strength anymore. 2 powers collided, destroying private property. Here he showed his face, shouted Raven, jumping out onto the roof. The same, the fighter responded immediately, jumping opposite. Raven shouted a few more pompous phrases before attacking and swung his sword. The fighter responded with a vortex guard technique that reflected all types of attacks, making it completely unbalanced. The aura flares have long since exceeded all reasonable limits. The battle has long ceased to be invisible. Towards the end, Riefen added a spinning kick to his opponent's stomach, and with that, he could have been awarded the victory. Here the guards finally came running to the noise in panic at the sight of the destroyed palace. To keep the knight from getting bored without something to do, the fighter threw him with a special move. Why did he crash into the long-suffering walls of the estate? Who will repair it? The assassination attempt somehow didn't work out. No luck, Raven said, barely holding back groans of pain. He was the last owner of the aura of Karses. Realizing that he was about to die like this, the knight almost cried. Riefen was already flying towards him on the wings of the night, like a falling meteor. Another unnecessary explosion plowed up the land. The fighter emerged from the ashes and dust, bare-chested, so everyone could see how tough he was. The guards appreciated the size of his biceps and his steel abs, because usually only men are interested in your muscles. They also recognized the golden aura of the legendary warrior Gerard, and they immediately realized that in front of them was the king of martial arts, Reifenheart. The gnomes were very surprised that no one knew the true identity of their savior. They thought he simply hid his muscles. Even Prince Yuval himself was deeply shocked by such news. The golden aura and belonging to the indestructible Jim spoke for themselves. There was no place for weaklings there. Riefen didn't know how people would react to this, so he hid his identity. But everything went well. The guards chanted his name, greeting the strong warrior. News of the famed knight's death quickly reached the capital, as did the fact that he had been killed by a martial artist. Many were comforted by the fact that the knight had fallen at the hands of a legendary warrior, and not a short dwarf like Sir Teswald. Even though many had already seen the strength of other nations, the people as a whole continued to look at them with arrogance. But Riefen was pleased with this. At least the previous disdain for foreigners was no longer there. After the last battle, there were gaps in the walls of Crotina that had not been repaired, so Yuval entered the city with ease. The entire army of Karses took refuge in the palace, deciding to defend not the long perimeter of the city walls, but a narrow section of the donjon. Yuval stopped in front of the gate with the lion emblem. He never thought that he would find himself in front of them again. But now the prince was confused, because their opponents did not surrender even after 3 days. This was not in the spirit of Karses. And Riefen said that most likely it was not the prince's decision, but his close ones, who obeyed him until he won. But instead of storming the fortress, the fighter said that he would go and talk to Cartzes himself. Even Sillin was surprised by this decision, but the guy decided that since everyone had already found out his true identity, there was no point in hiding anymore. The fighter stepped forward to the gate, to the encouraging cries of the knights. They were very pleased that strangers were doing their work for them. From the walls, the captain of the castle knights shouted that there was only a man in front of them and ordered the archers to shoot. But they only wasted their ammunition. The arrows simply bounced off the fighter's skin. True, a whole rock from a catapult immediately flew into his face, which slightly spoiled his mood. As soon as Reifenheart shook himself off, they started to shower him with fire arrows. After that, they washed him with water, and he even managed to wash himself under a cold shower. When their available means ran out, the fighter politely asked those who valued their lives to move away from the gate. The golden glow of his aura became so bright that Yuval's frontline soldiers had to close their eyes. Even though the magician did the same thing as in his past life, the reaction was completely different. He received approval from his power. When the nobles learned that the sage magician was also a powerful fighter, they understood how he was able to gather so many strong creatures and people around him. Since it was a man who led an army of aliens and planned to raise them to a civilized level, this calmed the nobles. In his past life, people said the opposite, that he was the demon king, and the slaves who defected to his side received the powers of darkness. Cirrus suggested that it was because of the different attitudes towards people and magicians. Anyone can become a warrior, and anyone can easily swing a sword, but magic is only available to a select few, and an ordinary person cannot even pretend to be a magician. Because the Demon King was a mage, and even a 10th Circle 1, he was incomprehensibly frightening, but it was easier to rely on a warrior who made his way with his fists. It was strange to realize that his impenetrable flesh seemed less magical to people than magic itself, and that was why he could do anything in battle. And Cirrus agreed with the martial arts king Reefenheart. Mana is a power that only a select few possess, but everyone has muscles and fists, and everyone recognizes aura. And with these fists, Riefen was going to make people look at him with admiration. Using the Horn of Disasters, he destroyed the gates of the palace. The defenders of the last stronghold shouted in unison that they were ready to die as knights of Cartzes. So people clashed in an attempt to figure out whose king was the real one. Riefen shouted at everyone to stop fighting in exchange for their lives, since the winner had already been determined. Cartzes met him in the throne room, sword in hand like a true warrior. Honor meant something to him. Yuval called on him to surrender, and he burst into the hall surrounded by his knights with Finia at his right hand. The noble warrior grinned grimly and greeted his distant relative. All this reminded Riefen very much of how he himself accepted defeat from the people in his throne room of the Empire. Cartz's father and grandfather had already left. Someone had to support their family, even if he died here. But they have already been declared traitors, and there is no place for them here, said Yuval's grandfather. It was enough for the knight to know that their line would not be interrupted, even if it moved to another kingdom. They fled to Chatlan just like Lantis from the kingdom of Taken, the Duke said. Yuval asked his defeated opponent if everyone had fled. Why didn't he leave with them? Cartzes chuckled and asked the boy prince what he thought about it. If Cartzes had escaped, the war would have continued. The knight decided to die rather than be a puppet in someone's hands without power and influence. Yuval felt uneasy when he realized how noble and selfless his enemy was, and he accepted his will. Contrary to rumors, he is quite sensitive, said the Duke, and again smiled crookedly. Raising his sword, he asked who would give him death. Only a descendant of royal blood can shed royal blood, Yuval told his cousin and stepped forward, raising his shield. For the first time in the entire war, he decided to fight himself. The guy knew that he was no match for the experienced warrior, but he wanted to at least show that he was not inferior to him in courage and nobility. Moreover, since there is an aura lord behind him, the prince asked the fighter not to interfere without special need. Cartzes did not object and told his brother to attack. Yuval did just that, going first to attack the enemy. They crossed their noble polished blades that so rarely knew real battle. The knights exchanged several blows in the center, causing sparks to fly from their swords. Cartzes was surprised to discover that the boy had not been skipping fencing lessons or going for walks with the dwarf girl, as he had been told all this time. Yuval chuckled. He just hadn't had the chance to show his skills before. From a fencing point of view, the shield and sword combination is always better than just a sword, even a long one, which is probably why Yuval held up so well. But even the prince's grandfather was surprised by his grandson's skills, not understanding where he got so much strength from. Overall, the prince did the right thing, hiding behind his shield and striking. Thus he pressed his opponent. The steel rang and the pain was still one-sided, and the path to the throne was shortened. Now Yuval has become more confident in himself. Before he thought that everyone could give in to him. Or maybe it was because he had been training with Finia since childhood. To compete with her, he trained every day, doing lower body exercises, deadlifts and squats. It is doubtful that this helps in fencing. Phinia was the most worried about the details of their relationship suddenly coming to light. Kartzes realized that his young brother had volunteered to fight because he was confident of his victory, but that alone was not enough. "One cannot become a knight for such a ridiculous reason," said the Duke, and his attacks became more furious. Yuval's fighting skills were largely due to Phinia, so his arsenal only included her fighting techniques, but they weren't entirely suitable for people with a higher center of gravity. As soon as Yuval was thrown back, he looked pleadingly at Riefen, as if handing over authority to him. The fighter immediately intervened in the fight, shouting that the prince was in danger. Kartzes was rightly indignant that only a low person would interfere in a sacred duel, and there was no honor in this. But Riefen, who attacked the noble knight, referred to the fact that in the mountains no one knows about their customs and does not honor them. The golden light from the impact blinded everyone present. The shockwave forced them to duck, and because of the noise they couldn't hear anything. The light was so powerful that it penetrated even the most remote corners of the palace. When the glow faded, the battle was already over, and only Riefen was standing on his feet. The hand raised the terrible trophy, and the fighter declared that the war for the throne was over. Yuval looked at his ally sullenly but remained silent, because that was exactly what he wanted. The king's ring and his crown were in his hands. Phinia was the first to shout, "Long live the king," and a hubbub of voices echoed her. Today the kingdom and the entire nation have found a new father. And all the knights, including Riefen, knelt down, swearing allegiance to his title. He was named Juval II, and later an official coronation took place, which confirmed his power. The news of the end of the civil war quickly spread throughout the world, and many were surprised by it, because no one had counted on the young and weak Prince Yuval. Along with him, a new hero, the martial arts rabbit Reefenheart, who had previously defeated the Golden Knight Grime, gained fame. And now he won the civil war by bringing a united army of aliens to the battlefield. Half of the people still did not believe that enslaved peoples could fight. This news reached the ears of Teslan, who was in the kingdom of Grime. The demon king had regained too much of his power, and the great ruler Kartzes was also killed, and he was one of the most reliable and wise men Teslan knew. Then Jesus and Stefan burst into his office. Both of them had already found out about their vis-a-vis. Russ had not died, but on the contrary, had acquired the glory of a warrior who had defeated the famous knight Raven. To Jesus' further hatred, his half-brother had joined Reifenheart, which was considered completely dishonorable by the knight who tried to kill his relative with a surprise blow. Teslan himself frowned at the thought of the kind of people he had to work with, but while his enemy was the demon lord himself, he had to rely on such scum. Stefan should have gotten used to the berserker armor by now, and was waiting for the time when he could use it in a real fight. "The time has come," the magician Teslan told them, and his voice was full of determination. Now they could set out to meet their common enemies. "It's time to finish off Reifenheart," said the newly minted mage. Quite quickly, the capital of Krovens forgot that a civil war had just thundered and returned to peaceful life. No sooner had the nobles resolved their disputes than friction began among them about whether to give autonomous territories to the allies. So now they crowded into the throne room, putting all kinds of pressure on the young king. Even though everyone recognized the merits of the allies, they believed that giving Reifenheart lands and the title of count would be enough. Yuval asked them what he should do: give away the estate, of which there were not many anyway, and there was little land, not take it away from those who deserved the reward. And considering Reifenhart's merits, even the title of Duchy of Fernando was not enough for him. As soon as the lands of the lords who had once fought against him were mentioned, they immediately fell silent, and Yuval grinned. Therefore, by royal decree, he proclaimed that he would grant his ally a title and his own lands that would bear his family name, Antares. Thus, a new county was formed within the kingdom of Krovens. This could be called the birth of a new empire, right in the bosom of the still strong human kingdoms. The former lands of Viscount Gelfane were a well-developed region, and there was a castle there, which became the new fiefdom of Reifenheart. And in this estate, awakened by the bright sunlight shining through the window, lived Kartzes, who was considered dead by everyone. He had no memory of what had happened, as in his last vision he had fought with Reefenheart. Someone came to his bed, and the guy was surprised to recognize this maid. Tilla introduced herself to him, saying that she was from Reifenhart's retinue, who had asked her to look after him. He slept for a long time, so even Tilla began to worry that the Duke would not wake up. But what can you do? Rafen is too strong, so he put the man to sleep for 2 days. Kartzes was rather amazed that he was spared, because Yuval would definitely not have allowed that. Indeed, for the entire nation, his head is the main decoration of the central capital square. During war, there is no shortage of similarly built corpses to dye their hair and disfigure their faces. Yuval didn't even know Karzes was alive. The Duke chuckled, a flash of light like that of a street magician, which helped the magician to disguise the substitution of bodies perfectly. There was a secret passage under the sacred hall, which they used for the trick, after which Reifen destroyed it so that there would be no evidence left, the girl explained. The Duke asked how they knew about the passage, and Tilla told him that it was common for gnomes to see underground, and they understood architecture much more than humans. But why did the magician need all this? A new conspiracy against Yuval, to sweep away the nobles or something else, the knight began to think. But everything was much simpler. The gentleman was sorry to lose him. Tilla suddenly stunned the guy. He was too smart to just kill him. Valuable personnel don't grow on trees, the former ruler of the empire believed. At this point, Tilla left him to rest, without answering all of the former duke's questions. "And what's going on here?" asked Karzes. The newly formed county of Antares had only one large city, but could already call itself a free country, a privilege available to few. Russ even dressed up for the occasion to look more respectable and congratulated the ruler. Reifen smiled, noticing that his protege had already understood the taste of life. Russ noted that he was not a king, and the magician objected that their county was not yet a kingdom either. "So they need to expand," said the knight, who would object to them if they decided to annex a couple of baronies. And like any military man, he knew nothing about politics. Reifen explained to him that what was important to them now was not the size of the state, but its autonomy and the ability to establish its own laws and its own social structure. And new lands can be conquered later. Russ himself knew how it happens. The dwarves were waiting in the reception rooms, the butler reported, and the magician called his knight to join him. There really were many dwarves gathered there. They looked old, and they all knelt before the master. All of them were former slaves of the count. The mage fighter gave them complete freedom. They could either stay or leave these lands. But just in case, he reminded that the rights to the mines belonged to the state, that is, to him. But then he suggested leasing the mines, so the dwarves could freely dispose of them. It was still exploitation, only softer than slavery. To gain freedom, one had to make an effort, Reifen believed. They just need to continue working and pay him interest. If they work well, he promised to even let them buy out this mine. He was ready to consider a 30-year installment plan. But in return, he demanded a monopoly on the equipment that the gnomes would produce, since the shorties felt that he was telling the truth, and quickly agreed to a profitable deal. Their country may have been tiny compared to the lands of his former empire, but big things always start small. Later, they held a council of the leaders of the United Army and sat at the same table. Reefenheart promised to grant all those present lands convenient for them, as payment for their service, and he began to cut out plots of land with his finger on a map of the entire continent, so that everyone immediately got an appetite. Some of the areas weren't part of their county, the elf chieftain objected. But it wasn't part of Crovan's either. Officially, the Glothan Mountains did not belong to any country, and as long as the Blue Bear tribe lived there, the mountains would be considered the territory of Antares. The orcs were rightly worried that settlers might already be living in the mountains and would unite against them. In that case, they should go back to the lands of Antares under the general protection. If the mountaineers come to them, they will be rebuffed. And in this case, the orcs will receive protection, regardless of how many attackers there are. Reifen promised that it will not be like before. This way the orcs won't have to worry about leaving their inhabited lands. There certainly weren't enough territories for everyone, because their country sheltered not only the Dark Elf tribe, but also all the slaves of the continent. The elven leader feared that they would leave the Tree of Life unattended, but Reifen assured that he would regrow it here. The leader was surprised because the world tree is not an apple tree, so it can be grown anywhere. The mage knew the main secret. An essence as pure as Neolin was needed, and Reifen knew the location of the other seeds. Before his rebirth, he connected 7 seeds to create a network of great power. This was the only way to make the elves stronger in the shortest time. In turn, the gnomes were not very concerned about the earth, because they preferred their underground world. Their main source of wealth would be the sale of minerals and craft goods. Until their numbers increased, there would be no problems. Although the lands chosen by Reifen did not suit everyone, they were too far from the homeland of the elves, and from the Great Forge. But he did so because of the dungeon in the Glothan Mountains. There was a portal leading to the ruins of Daimon, but first it was necessary to clear the entire dungeon. The gnomes happily agreed to help in this matter. There was still an empty space on the map between the lands of the orcs and the elves, and they asked him who it was for. Reefenheart had saved this place for those they had yet to meet. So their path then lay into the cold, snow-covered mountains of Glothan. In the middle of a snowstorm, an elf in just a tunic was looking out into the distance at something. And at this time, in the completely different mountains of Geterin, in the kingdom of Hallein, one troll was walking through the forest. a month after the decisive battle that ended the Civil War. Steel still rang in Antari's castle as Russ and Tahid engaged in a training duel. At the same time, the knight also prompted the orc in the direction of his blows. The orc responded in kind, loudly shouting where he was aiming his spiritual weapon. Even with all the blows predictable, Russ found it hard to fight, but he continued to hone his fencing skills. When they took a break, the knight asked Tahid if it would not be better for him to acquire another sword, because when he uses a spiritual weapon, he himself stands with bare hands. But the orc replied that the orc's sword is his faithful friend, and he cannot simply forget it and take a new one. Russ was surprised because Zalcathar had several swords, the orc that Cirrus fought with. Tahid responded to this by saying that the orc was simply lucky to have met two sworn friends, but he had no intention of acquiring another one. Here they stared at the mighty riding wolf, who yawned lazily. Outside the battlefield, the dog behaved quietly and peacefully, mostly lying on its sides in the sun. Tahid really liked the technique in which the aura was redirected to the blade. After seeing how Russ used it, the orc realized that he needed more time to get the blessing of the warrior's spirit, and hoped to manage it soon, although the knight warned him that sometimes you have to wait a long time. The very fact that the orc was only 9 years old was a huge blow to Russ's pride, but the fact was that their people simply grew up faster, so they could well be considered the same age now. Although Tahid's physique was much superior to his older comrade, after resting after the 9th round, the orc suggested continuing. Cirrus, who was watching them, was amazed at how much effort these two were putting in. Even Scylla was diligently tensing his bird muscles. Tilla was busy with her mission. She helped Karzies change his appearance, although the Duke was not yet accustomed to his new appearance. But he had no other choice. He had no right to reveal his identity. It would create a lot of problems, and not only for him. It was a beautiful summer day outside, and Tilla didn't mind looking after the knight at all, since she was the least busy with work. But there was another lazy person who preferred to sleep until the roosters became hoarse. Cirrus tried unsuccessfully to get the great figure out of bed, warning him that he would get fat if he stayed in bed for so long, but the boy did not object. But the elf insisted on her own, just like in his past life, so the fighter had to get up. This is how the extremely inconsistent Demon King began his morning. He simply could not refuse breakfast that the elf herself prepared with her own hands, because everyone else was busy with their work. Reefenheart realized that he had become very lazy, since now everything had settled down in the new state. He could get down to business. At first he wanted to find 3 fragments of the tree to plant the elven forest, and the closest of them was the staff of the blue sky of Reuniting. Hearing this name, Cirrus asked if he looked like Neolen, and so it was. The relic contained the essence of the world tree, and the elf sadly remembered her bow. Then the magician promised her to do something similar, but later. If he had enough mana, he could handle it in no time. After all, he was a 10th circle mage, even though you couldn't tell from his appearance. Reifenheart still needed to level up. His body was bad at building up mana. Even after being baked in the Megrim Forge, he barely had enough mana to cast 7th circle spells. And the fighter decided that it would be good to gather everyone and go today. To the north of the Settlard Mountains, there was a dungeon called Kelt, where the staff was located. It would take them a week to get there. 3 days later, the action moved to the city of Zeruda. Teslan continued to pursue Reefenheart, but there was a hitch. According to the information provided by the merchant, the magician left his country and set out on a journey, warning that he would be gone for 3 days. Their troops missed each other by only a couple of days. Felena suggested waiting for their target to return, and Stefan disappointedly poured himself another mug of the cloudy drink, hoping to deal with the bastards. Then the tavern owner heard him and asked him to watch his words, because he was talking about a great master of martial arts. Jesus asked what was wrong with that since there was no fighter here anyway, so there was nothing to be afraid of. What was important was not that he was a formidable fighter, but that this man was a recognized hero who put an end to the Civil War. And his subordinates were also very different from the image of slaves, and also made a huge contribution to the peace of the kingdom. The martial arts king had many people who looked up to him, and their careless words could cause a fight, which is why the owner of the tavern approached them. Yesus clicked his tongue in disappointment. There were only positive rumors about their opponent. But then someone loomed over their table and asked if they wanted to know where he was. The incredibly tall girl introduced herself as Christina, and from their conversation she could tell that their group did not have much favor with Reefenheart. Christina was almost touching the chandeliers on the ceiling. She looked strong and could tell where Reefenheart was heading. Teslan immediately asked her what she wanted in return, because nothing happens for free. All the paladin girl demanded was to take her with her, because she wanted to kill that man. Teslan didn't refuse. They all wanted the same thing except Felena, but she didn't dare say so. 8 days after they left their new home, the hero's party reached the Celt dungeon. Inside, of course, monsters filled with experience points were waiting for them. The huge toad could also cast spells, not just use weapons. Only thanks to their innate sense of distance did both warriors manage to dodge the blow. The guys already knew the attack patterns, so they coped well without the help of the rest of the team, who were currently busy robbing historical monuments, filling bottomless bags. Here the dungeon boss got upset that he was not respected, and went to the second phase, becoming stronger. I never understood why no one attacks at full force right away to finish off the enemy later. The strong chains that had previously held the boss broke when the resistance level increased. Everything was going exactly as Reifenheart had predicted, so the fighters were ready for this. According to the magician, all this was due to Gerard, who was a specialist in dungeons. But his knowledge was too precise, so even Russ began to wonder who his mentor was. Meanwhile, the magician also decided to contribute to the operation and cast a spell. He wanted to cut off the flow of mana for all the enemies in the dungeon, and was surrounded by a purple vortex. The overgrown toad was again upset that such cheating methods were being used against her. Now that the toad boss had lost the ability to heal himself, the warriors could attack him again. So they turned the reptile into a walking biological vivisection manual. By the way, the toad had thoughts and feelings, and she didn't want to die. But such a monster did not fit into the general outline of friendship and love, so the magician finished him off so that he would not suffer. Moreover, this monster himself drove away those who were weaker in another dimension, and now he was pretending to be a victim. Cirrus found an ornate stick and asked Refen if it was the item they had come for, and the magician nodded, smiling at the elf. The girl immediately liked the staff they were looking for. Now it will become a new sprout of the world tree. Cirrus asked him that since they found what they wanted, they could go for a walk. But there was one more place where Reifenheart wanted to look. On the map that teacher Gerard gave, one place was marked. The teacher said that there was a gift prepared for the fighter, maybe some treasure or something else. In the Patos Plateau there was Mount Pars, which was located southwest of the village of Santara, whose terrain was not too rough. Here ancient ruins were discovered, similar to a long-abandoned temple. To Cirrus it seemed more like a huge training ground for knights. This place didn't look like a place where gifts were usually hidden. The air was also filled with an unusual aura, although they hadn't entered the dungeon yet. Where would we be without basements, since they are so economically advantageous to build? So here they found an entrance. Everyone was nervous and looking around, and Reefenheart tried to calm them down, because this was only a parting gift from a teacher to his student. But then, as soon as they all found themselves on the same stone slab, the reliable support disappeared under their feet. So it wasn't they who entered the dungeon, but the dungeon that entered them, and the hero's squad fell into the abyss. They rushed into the darkness towards the unknown, waving their arms wide in search of something to grab onto. To avoid a hard landing, Russ covered himself in aura, proving once again its versatility. Tahid used his broadsword, which could fly as if it were a snowboard. He stood on the board and skillfully balanced on it. It turned out to be a pretty good fighting technique. The priest and the magician hesitated. Both tried to use magic and ended up interfering with each other. The mana and divine power they wanted to pull the others out came into conflict. In the end, everyone survived because Tahid's sword could fly, and the orc was able to catch the others. As soon as they landed, the chasm above them disappeared, as if a distortion in space had occurred. Cirrus was the first to look around and pointed her finger into the distance. There was something scratched on the wall in illegible handwriting. The teacher left a message here and congratulations on graduation, hoping that the dear student would appreciate the gift. Reefenheart didn't yet understand what they were talking about, because they were in an ordinary empty room. Here, around the corner, they saw an arch with light coming through it, and they realized that they had to go there. Another inscription suggested that he not linger here and move on, convincing him that if he was brought up correctly, he would definitely appreciate the gift. At first glance, the place looked like a polygonal arena, and as soon as they entered it, a blow was heard, raising a cloud of dust. The priest was the first to see something incomprehensible and screamed. A pair of glowing eyes looked at them from the darkness. It was as if there were spirits hiding there that looked suspiciously familiar, and Reifenheart disappointedly concluded that this was the teacher's gift. It was the spirit of the senior graduates of the indestructible rocking chair, a cursed title that concealed a lot of resentment. The magician cursed under his breath. Who gives such gifts to a student? It was like they were facing an entire army of legendary fighters. Without thinking twice, Russ summoned his aura and prepared to defend himself. These spirits were also capable of using the cheating skills of an indestructible rocker like the Vortex Guardian. And besides this, the key bullets, that is, they fought exactly like Reifenheart himself. The ground cracked under the knight's feet when such a powerful blow hit him. Cirrus also joined the fight, attacking with wind spirit magic. But the spirits of hatred for training were not bothered by these blows. Russ screamed in horror at how many students had been killed by the indestructible rocking chair, and Reefin remembered that Gerard had mentioned a 3-digit number. The souls of hundreds of people were contained here, Cirrus realized. Reefin didn't know what to answer to this. They were really stuck with this adventure. For the sake of the future of humanity, the unbreakable rocking chair must be eradicated, Russ suggested. And Reefin agreed with him, because he himself was now seriously discussing this topic. The fighter used multiple key bullet techniques, and they hit like a shotgun. But the spirits of the indestructible rocking chair used the vortex guard, and these blows were indifferent to them. Here, for the first time, Reefin felt himself in the place of his opponents and understood what it was like for them. Here, the knight noted that he felt the resentment of the students who died at the hands of the teacher they trusted. Then, when they had already completely despaired, the priest managed to read a blessing that banished those who were not pure in heart. Under its light, the spirits began to melt like wax candles from a fire, and in one moment they melted away, clearing the entire arena of themselves. Tahid admired the priest's skills, without which they would have had a hard time. The healing spell did a lot of damage, but it was more of a banishment, so it worked well. The situation was not pleasant. Then they felt that someone was approaching them again, but it was not an evil spirit, but a creature of flesh and blood. Did the teacher really create a zombie? Reefin was horrified for a second. Several people came out into the arena. They were also outraged by the fact that there were no treasures in the dungeon, only offended spirits. Russ immediately recognized his stupid half-brother Yesus among the invaders, who grinned, pleased with the effect he had produced. Stefan, who had changed so much that it was hardly possible to recognize his former self, shouted to Reefin that he had been waiting for this meeting. Christina delighted the heroes and his team with her presence and smiled charmingly. Scylla immediately went into hysterics at the sight of her, and they had only just gotten rid of her. What saddened Reefin most was the presence of Felina, his childhood friend. In his past life, she was his best friend. They grew up together in a magic tower. But since she was here, Teslan also came with the team of antagonists, so the fighter immediately shouted his name. A long-haired and tall mage came out of the corridor and greeted Reifenheart as if they were old friends. A devilish grin danced across the magician's face. However, as soon as they came face to face, their expressions became rather distrustful, and both simultaneously asked, "Who are you?" as if they did not recognize their real bodies. Teslan even cursed about this. He was very puzzled. The thing is that the magician took his body, but did not bother to take care of it. He was too short. But Teslan was no better either. Because of his intervention, Reefenheart's body actually grew. The magician was shorter than Cirrus, and now he had grown a lot. Reefin even thought that there was potential in his body, to which Teslan became angry, and stated that his crappy body was too fragile, and it took a lot of effort to harden it. But Reefin also had something to answer with, because Teslan's stupid head was no good for anything. It took 10 minutes to remember a simple spell. Scylla watched their squabble with surprise. They talked as if they were childhood friends. But then Teslan added pathos and even changed his tone of voice, saying that they were not close enough to chat. Teslan went on another tirade about stopping the tyrant and all that, and Reefin told the priest that they were enemies, but the details would have to wait until later. Teslan did not expect that the magician would come here for the gift that the teacher left, made with such love. Only a lunatic would consider this a good gift, but Teslan was truly a true son of a rocking chair. Thanks to Reefin Teslan's brains, he began to express himself eloquently. He talked endlessly about the fate that brought him here to put an end to the nightmare. Here they again exchanged meaningful glances, still delaying the start of the fight. Reefenheart responded with the same look and an expression of complete seriousness on his face, despite the absurdity going on between them. The magician decided not to hold back because his body was no longer his. At the same time, Teslan thought that Reefin would not dare to hit himself. The two quickly approached each other, Teslan holding a sword in his hands. Stefan, who could no longer restrain himself, also decided to intervene in their fight. But Tahid came to the hero's defense and stood in the knight's way. Russ found his enemy without difficulty, and they had their own duel, where Jesus couldn't help but say a couple of pompous phrases, as if he were the main character. They were discussing who was the greater disgrace of the family, and who did not honor the knightly code. And it seems that Russ called Isis a rat, quite deservedly, I ask you to note. The Golden Knight fundamentally disagreed with this statement and rushed at his brother. The most creepy thing was Christina with her fanatical gaze. Luckily for the priest, Cirrus decided to protect him, because the boy could not resist. Milena also joined the general battle, deciding to help Stefan first. She knew that orcs were weak to magic, and decided to start with Tahida. At full speed, she cast a fire spell and aimed it at the orc. But she was blocked by the sorcery of Scylla, whose specialty was such battles. So the fire spell hit the protective blessing he had cast. Even though they belonged to different classes, Scylla was still of a higher rank than the sorceress, and he thought that he could easily defeat her. Meanwhile, Rifen was locked in battle with someone who knew his techniques as his own, and he started with chi bullets. But Teslan easily dodged it. It was a simple attack. He even managed to boast that in the past he could do much more. True followers of the indestructible rocker usually don't dodge punches, but Teslan had to learn these techniques because his new body is too fragile. Rifen continued to press, confident in his strength, and even suggested that his opponent stop running away pointlessly. And then Teslan attacked himself with the help of destructive magic. Just a double spell, Rifen snorted. At his age, he could cast 4 at once, and Teslan harshly criticized his lack of speed. In general, they were both the worst parodies of their former selves. Their squabble forced even the priest to stop. He had already begun to think that his friend had gone mad. Then Rifen himself began to use magic, and a large circle appeared in front of him. Teslan was amazed that his body had a brain capable of casting a complex spell. He realized that the Demon King could cast spells. Rifen was amazed that his body was able to use aura like that. Even though Teslan was stupid, he was able to train his new and weak body to the limit. Rifen had an indestructible body, but he lacked intelligence points. And now if the fight drags on, he will be at a disadvantage because of this. Teslan pretended to retreat, and seeing how his opponent was confident in his strength, he counterattacked sharply. He struck with full force using his aura, and everything was covered in the flames of the explosion. This attack was serious, as it left a deep furrow on Rifen's body. His opponent had mastered the art of aura to the fullest, and this stunned the magician. But it was a kind of vortex guard, or rather a vortex blade, because Teslan had a weapon in his hand. He could not fully use the technique because he had less strength, but in this way, he enhanced the cutting ability of the sword. His body was not adapted to the aura. Rifen was amazed by this discovery. It is true that he will not achieve the indestructible rocking chair, but the magician himself casts spells with a slow brain. After all, he is the king of demons. And Teslan pointed his blade and reminded that there can only be one king of martial arts. There was nothing that the Demon King could do, and Teslan couldn't. There was also the holy sword Cirrus, with whom he shared the title of the strongest, reminded Rifen. And now one of the strongest was friends with the Demon King, which made Teslan very angry. He could not even imagine that the holy sword Cirrus would one day be defeated and expelled. Previously, only Teslan was his only friend, but now he saw that the knight had enough friends. He was just always shy. Here Rifen also reminded that they are not old friends who can just chat. The king of martial arts agreed, because even Felina began to look at him askance, thinking that they might have known each other since childhood. But considering that they are from the same time stream, one can say that this really makes them related. It's just that hatred brings them together, not friendship, so they can laugh at everything now, said Teslan and smiled wryly. He honed his strength through endless training to destroy the Demon King, and now it was time to reap the rewards. Rifen admitted that the enemy had done a great job on his original body, but did he really think that it would be enough to win? Magic was useless against him. The hero covered his body with aura. Magic alone is not enough, the martial arts king agreed and threw away his sword. But in a military duel, the one with more aura does not always win. Meanwhile, Jesus stroked his precious sword, awakening its powers. But Russ easily dodged the next blow. All the attacks so far were monotonous and predictable. They continued to exchange attacks and argue about who was more of a knight and who was not worthy of that status. Russ was no longer the same as before, so he looked his half-brother straight in the face. Cirrus, on the other hand, made full use of spirits for her super-mobile three-dimensional attacks. And this caused certain difficulties for the paladin Christina. Not only was her opponent a bloodthirsty slave, but the warrior maiden also suspected her of being a rival on the love front. But she took this rather as a good sign, because her chosen one was a guy in great demand. Cirrus then called upon the spirit of fire to fight in her place, in order to immediately clear all slander from her name. The warrior maiden used Sayer's blessing on her blade and prepared to attack. Felina nervously looked around the battlefield and didn't like what was happening at all. Scylla warned her that no one would help her. The balance of power was equal, so if he quickly defeated the mage girl, the balance would be disturbed. But then the sorceress blushed like a poppy from embarrassment. What are these two doing? A few scary thoughts flashed through her head. The two men held each other in tight embraces and rubbed against each other. In the girl's eyes, the situation was ambiguous. In fact, Teslan simply used freestyle wrestling techniques on the magician, who only knew the basics of the indestructible rocking chair, where blows are taken with the body. Gerard didn't like this type of fighting techniques, considering it unpleasant, crawling on the ground and grabbing another guy. It's better to hit harder. But because of these techniques, Rifen had no room to strike. In case someone grabbed him, the teacher advised to simply push him away, and then Rifen used the vortex guard. But the martial arts king didn't just get this title, he foresaw this move. and he pressed himself even more tightly against Reifen's leg, thus avoiding the guard's actions. All the golden aura failed to push back the clinging enemy. Reifen had never seen such a technique and asked what it was. Teslan chuckled. Of course, the Demon King had never heard of such a thing. After all, it was the result of hard training. Even children have greater aura control than him. The slow and clumsy vortex guard can be easily neutralized by blocking the flow of chi and blood. Reifen fought desperately and did not know what to do. The enemy held him tightly and could really break something of his. And then he realized that his main mistake was to pretend to be a martial arts master from the very beginning, and then the magician used the sliding spell. This magic reduces friction between objects, and Reifen slipped out of the enemy's hands like a fish. Teslan was very surprised, because this spell was usually not used on living objects. The whole point was that the body of the indestructible rocking chair is not recognized as a living object, or rather it is strong enough to withstand magic. But the king of martial arts did not lag behind, and in an instant he climbed behind Reifen. He grabbed him deftly and brought him into an elbow lock, a special painful technique that uses the body's strength to attack one joint of the opponent. He learned Karzen's technique for fun, and never thought it would come in handy like this. Reifen tried the fat and slide technique again. But Teslan immediately cast an anti-magic spell. Now Reifen understood that when the king of martial arts mastered magic, he became a real thorn. He completely forgot the teacher's instructions about wallowing in the mud is a disgrace. Reifen reproached him. But Teslan only replied that now he was not a student of the rocking chair, and a little shame was a small price to pay for peace and quiet on the continent. The magician responded that you shouldn't hold someone's hand between your legs when you speak pompously about the world. It doesn't work out very well. He simply didn't understand anything about martial arts, Teslan said indignantly. He repeated all these advanced fighting techniques, and Reifen suggested that he look at Felina's face. The other girls also had a hard time watching the men hugging each other. The culture of mixed martial arts had not yet been born in their era. All this together affected Teslan himself. He could no longer continue to persist. Reifen immediately took advantage of this and broke free from the grip. But Teslan did not abandon his techniques, and for each sweeping blow, answering with a dodge and a grab, he constantly tied up his opponent, nullifying his advantage in strength. If the magician had kept his distance from the very beginning, this would not have happened. Everyone else was busy with their own fights, so he no longer expected anyone to cover for him. Russ was busy with Jesus, but what about Tahid and Stefan? The magician thought, and looked in their direction. Stefan used the power of artifacts, which put him on the same level as the owners of the aura. So far, the massive Tahid has simply been fending off the enemy's furious attacks. Despite the natural fury of the orcs, Tahid remained cautious. Reifen himself was surprised that his protege, who would become a legendary warrior, was now suffering defeat. The lower races are no match for him, Stefan said smugly, and suggested that the orc lay down his arms and fall prostrate. Blue Bear warriors never surrender, Tahid growled back. But Stefan only grinned, the dirty orc pretending to be a knight. He gave him a chance to beg for mercy, but the barbarian chose death himself. Releasing a scarlet glow, the knight attacked with full force. Tahid responded to this by throwing his sword Dakar, which was a spiritual weapon. But Stefan didn't pay any attention to it. He didn't care about the strange spells. The armor he wore released a huge amount of power, and his sword cut through everything in its path. Thus even the mighty Tahid was thrown back by this irresistible force. Stefan even praised him for his resilience. Few could withstand the full onslaught. His armor sparkled red, as if it was heated by the heat. The knight's eyes looked at him with contempt, and the orc knew that look well. People always looked at him like that. Day after day he fought for his life when he was a gladiator in the arena. Covered in the blood of the same unfortunates as himself and other monsters, he swung an old rusty blade, taking the last breath of the defeated. Sometimes his relatives entered the arena, sometimes convicted criminals. He put his whole soul into this rusty steel. Do not contradict the holy fate. The crowd howls, it feels the blood. The life of a gladiator is not worth the grief of either wives or friends. The Colosseum. A true warrior may lose his life, but he must never lose his honor. Tahid's eyes lit up with fire, and he put his whole soul into his weapon, into his sword Dakar, who was like a brother to him, because he was a proud warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. He is also the heir of a great warrior, whom he swore to repay with his life. Tahid's entire body was covered in green flashes of power, and the light enveloped his mighty blade. Stefan was so taken aback that he opened his mouth in amazement, not understanding what to do. Thus, Tahid received the blessing of the spirits. For the first time he experienced such incredible sensations. But Stefan didn't believe that it was an aura. The orc must have used another trick. It couldn't be that a lower creature had such a technique. So they clashed again in a head-on attack, and their fields of force touched, so powerfully that the discharges exploded the stones. Stefan began to swing his sword even more furiously. Hatred filled him so much that his face was distorted with anger. But now the knight himself was convinced that the orc had an aura. What a shame if he continues to humiliate him even when he saw the aura. Tahid roared and swung. Here Stefan could no longer stay on his feet and was thrown back by the orc's powerful attack. And he himself was horrified, because his self-esteem always refused to acknowledge the obvious difference in strength. Stefan began to swing his sword wildly, as if it could help him in any way. The orc spun his sword like a propeller. It was time to end the fight, he growled. In an instant he stopped abruptly and delivered a normal blow from above, but so quickly that Stefan did not have time to defend himself. The wounded man cried out in pain, but more from despair that he had been beaten like a cutlet again. He fell down as if he had been mown down and immediately lost consciousness. And Tahid emerged from this battle as a winner without even being wounded. Russ congratulated his friend on his victory. The orc was finally able to wake up, and he had been so worried about this during training. Jesus asked his brother how it happened that the orc was able to use the aura. Just training hard, Russ replied, and suggested he get over it. But the Golden Knight was not satisfied with this answer, and he decided to prove the opposite with the help of a sword. Russ had to quickly dodge these sharp swings. He could barely contain the pressure of Yesus, who seemed to have become stronger during the time they had not seen each other. Due to the heavy magical armor, Russ was unable to counterattack his brother and was forced to constantly avoid attacks. Even after several blows to the golden armor, it was not damaged, and it was time to change tactics. Russ threw several very fast jabbing blows, and now Yesus himself is stuck in defense, trying to protect himself from everything. The brothers stopped and sarcastically said that such attacks could not destroy the armor. But Russ just snapped his fingers, and the entire golden armor exploded. He didn't need to destroy it completely. He just needed to pierce it with his sword and place his aura inside. Here, Yesus felt unwell. He had a strong pain in his side. From the excess of feelings, he fell asleep. And Russ thought that he still had something to learn from Miss Stala. Milena screamed when she saw what had happened. 2 fighters from their team had already been defeated. The overall defeat of the team was getting closer. The Golden Knight lost his armor again in a duel with the Aura Master, and the second defeat was inflicted on him by an opponent who had possessed the aura not so long ago. Stefan, who also used similar armor, lost with no less defeat. The Paladin and the Elf were still fighting, exchanging high-speed attacks. Then Felina shouted to Teslan that it was time to do something. The King of Martial Arts surveyed the battlefield, and the score was not encouraging. Now he himself was attacked by Russ, whose hands were freed. Thanks to this, Reifenheart was finally freed from Teslan's clutches. The magician managed to avoid deep wounds, and the weak ones will be patched up later by the priest. Teslan realized with regret that he would have certainly defeated the Demon King, but his minions turned out to be stronger than he thought. This was very different from the scenario of his past life. At this point, Reefenheart also regained his spirit and called on Teslan to surrender and stop interfering with their plans. At this point, they decided to end the friendly match, promising to definitely take revenge. But the magician was not going to let the uninvited guests go just like that. The martial arts king shouted a curse towards the indestructible rocking chair. Here is the answer to this call. Vengeful spirits who hated the rocking chair immediately appeared. They once again rushed out into the arena in unison to take out their anger on someone. Teslan promised to rip the Demon King's head off next time, even though it was technically his head too. Reefenheart had no choice but to resist. For some reason, the spirits of the rocking chair did not stick to Teslan. So the anti-heroes team was able to escape despite 2 incapacitated fighters. Milena felt guilty because she did nothing. In her past life, this girl was the Demon King's friend, but Cirrus was his ally. But he could not be brought back, Teslan realized. He suddenly stopped and ordered them to do the same. At the exit of the cave, there was a stone with the secret of how to surpass the 5-stage horn of disaster. Teslan was afraid of Reefenheart because he thought that he had already learned this secret, but after the battle he realized that it was in vain. Now they were in an equal position of a weakling and a weakling. Teslan destroyed the tablet, and now he was sure that Reifenheart would not reach the 5th step. The battle may have been lost, but the magician had lost what he came here for. Meanwhile, Sillin once again had to take the rap for everyone and appease the vengeful spirits. A pink glow enveloped the clumps of aura that they were. And then the priest fell to the floor, completely squeezed out like a lemon. Never before had he had to use so many divine powers. Sillin asked why these spirits were so strong, and Reifenheart told him that these guys were beaten to death with a stick because they were not good enough, and the greater the offense, the stronger the spirit became. Gradually, the feeling of distorted space disappeared. Theoretically, even a magician could distort it, but amazingly, it was possible with the help of just one insult. Reefenheart looked at his comrades and suggested catching up with the enemies, but Russ asked him who Teslan was. A childhood friend from his hometown, Reefenheart explained to him. They were feuding simply because their views on life and the social structure of society were completely opposite. In the opinion of the king of martial arts, if you give freedom to slaves, it harms humanity, and now he makes a drama out of it. Here, Tahid showed the way where the opponents turned. At the end of the stone niche, they saw fragments of a tablet that looked like a broken tombstone. Reefenheart thought that his opponent was simply taking out his anger. It was similar to Teslan, who was never known for his patience. It didn't even occur to him to simply put the fragments together and read the inscription. But that's the price for playing a character without intelligence. They never managed to catch up with the enemy team, and Cirrus sighed in disappointment because they were also leaving with nothing. But Reefenheart didn't think so. After all, they had acquired another Aura Lord in this fight, and Tahid roared happily in response. The magician himself did not expect that the orc would reveal his talents so quickly. He did not expect this in the next 10 years. In his past life, Tahid awakened the aura in a completely different fight. So they decided to return home. The main thing is that they got the staff and received the master of the aura. And far away in the mountains, in a dense forest, a group of trolls were running away from people. A warrior named Utrin was leading the rest, but they were already very exhausted. Young individuals of their people did not regenerate so well and could easily die from bleeding and exhaustion, and if people caught them, they were used to make potions. The hunters walked in a long chain, combing the forest, gradually surrounding their prey. Captain Landon was already anticipating a rich catch. Troll blood was widely used for making potions and was highly prized. Utrin heard the bounty hunters prowling nearby in the thicket. He pressed the young to himself and hid. He realized that it was his mistake to go to the waterfall, but he was warned about the danger. Utrin hoped that everything would be fine, but they went too far into the forbidden lands, and now they paid for it. He ordered them to hide here, and he himself stood up from hiding. Even birds can become hunters if their offspring are in danger. The troll made himself visible. He made a few movements with his hands and began to read the spell. The forest was immediately filled with a red, ominous fog. Captain Landon ordered everyone to hold formation. These were the usual troll witchcraft spells. As soon as his magic began to work, Utrin ran straight towards the hunters. One of them, frightened by the fleeing enemy, swung his sword sharply. Even the captain shuddered and ordered the archers to shoot the troll. The arrows penetrated deep into the blue-tinted skin, which had no protection. But Utrin simply pulled them out of his body, and the wounds hissed and healed in a second. The troll couldn't just be killed, it had to be tied up with a net, but then it seemed to grow in size. The skill of gigantification, Captain Landon realized, and warned the others. Among all other intelligent races, trolls were considered the weakest, but at the same time the most formidable if you corner them. Utrin grew so quickly that he already towered over the trees. On the outskirts of the Barum forest there was a small settlement, a beautiful and well-kept village. But today, unusual sounds were heard from the forest, and the residents thought that it must be hunters chasing trolls. They hoped that the magic circle would be able to capture the monsters. And indeed, in the center of the village there was a huge circle that was covered with heavy crossbows, and the hunters ordered the residents to take cover in their houses and not come out. One old lady came out and spoke out against such outrages. "You can't anger the trolls," she said. Another woman asked what had come over her, because trolls were ordinary monsters. But the old woman said that this was not so, and their people were the protectors of the forest. Most people considered these thoughts to be ordinary superstitions. The hunters didn't care, but they ordered the granny to be quieted. When the magician left the house, the other hunters asked him if everything was ready. They had prepared a triple barrier just in case, but many did not understand why they would set a trap in the village and not somewhere further away. But no one knew where the trolls would come from, and they could destroy the village if it was left unprotected. Now they were waiting for Captain Landon to do his part. A lot of money had been spent on the magic circles, so if they didn't catch the prey, they would be at a loss. Then a strange sound came from the forest, and the magician gasped in surprise. Everyone realized that something was approaching and stood ready. Soon they saw their squad of beaters, who themselves turned into prey for the terrible monster that was chasing them. The magician immediately began to cast a spell without waiting for an order. The fireball flew into the troll's chest, scorching his thick skin. But nothing more. The magic did not leave any serious injuries. Then the sorcerer decided to increase the number of hits. Fortunately, the target was large and did not move. The troll approached, and as soon as he stepped on the magic circle, the sorcerer activated it. It was a confusing spell. It summoned chains that immediately wrapped around the giant. Utrin froze in place, unable to move, and screamed furiously. The mercenaries aimed a huge crossbow at him and loaded it. An arrow the size of a spear sank deep into the troll's body. Then the magician used some kind of green potion and read a spell. A poisonous, toxic cloud enveloped the enraged monster. after which he swayed and fell to the ground, unable to resist any longer. His gigantism magic wore off and Utrin returned to his previous size. Even in its reduced form, it took up an entire cart and was tied up tightly and laid on the bottom. The villagers came out to look at the strange beast. Many were happy about its capture, thinking that now the forest would become safer. But then an old woman came out and began to frighten them that they had done something unacceptable, and that the forest would be angry with them. The old woman began to speak louder, as if she had gone mad and was chattering the same thing over and over. Captain Landon looked at the old woman with contempt and cursed her filthily. The troll was taken very far from his homeland, and so he reached the southern region of the kingdom of Halline. They carried the troll in a cart, and carefully guarded it so that no one would take away their prey, and they were happy with their prey, because they took him alive. They could get 1,000 gold. All that was left was to escort him to the Alchemists' Guild. Here they became alert, as if they had heard something. The hunters began to look around in the darkness. The sound became clearer, and they realized that it sounded like drums. Suddenly someone screamed, and the path was filled with thick fog. The hunters became alarmed and stood facing the forest in a tight formation. But then they saw in the fog their friend, who decided to do extreme yoga and lost. Everyone inside felt cold with horror. They didn't even see how it happened. Another hunter suddenly decided to fly, obeying an unbridled impulse. Here everyone was seized with panic as if they had encountered the devil himself. Their captain stepped forward and brought everyone back into line. They were simply being attacked by monsters, he shouted. But then he fell silent because he lost the means of delivering a speech. Then the hunters gathered in a group near the cart. It became clear that they were attacked by an unknown enemy. In just a minute they managed to lose 4. Captain Landon ordered the mage to cast a detection spell, and he immediately began to do so. His magic spread throughout the forest, but then the sorcerer felt ill and started coughing. His spell was interrupted, causing severe damage to his internal organs. It was then that the captain remembered the words of the strange old woman who kept talking about the angry forest. The captain shook the magician and told him to come to his senses. They needed to determine where the enemy was. An ominous voice came from the forest. "It was not worth touching our relative," he said, and the people pressed closer to each other. "They had harmed him out of their own greed," the voice said, and the sound of it made the hunters break out in a cold sweat. "Sire protects them," the capital shouted, raising his weapon. "The pathetic monsters will not harm them." But at that very moment, the monsters refuted this belief by taking the lives of a couple of hunters. Tusk, that same demonic troll, the frightened soldiers began to whisper. A troll with massive elephant-like tusks walked through the forest, tapping his drums and chanting shamanic spells. There were various rumors about him, that he had exterminated a famous squad of monster hunters, and as many as 20 groups of alchemists. They said that he had even defeated the Lord of Aura. Before all this sounded like exaggerated fables. The captain suddenly stopped shaking with horror and stood up straight, thinking about the gold. "Greed eclipses even fear. He expected nothing less from people," the troll said right next to the captain's ear. The forest was filled with cries of pain and despair. Until then, everything became silent. 7 days after meeting Teslan, Reefenheart and his retinue quickly returned to Antares through the diamond portal. After that, their land changed. The orcs settled in the mountains under the Antares flag and their protection. The planting of the world tree in the elven forest was successful, and some of the elves of Dunheim decided to take care of it. The Great Forge could no longer hunt, as they now received food through the Tauban Guild. Because of this, many of the Forge warriors were able to move to Antares and began building a new home near the mines of the former slaves. The construction will take a lot of time, but the dwarves are masters at this. So another 20 days passed after the return of the hero and ruler of the new state. He was sitting in his castle, and so far everything was going smoothly for him. But there was a small problem. Riefen didn't know at all what to do with people, with his own tribe, which he knew worse than foreigners. He gathered a band of warriors, and they greeted him as their lord. These warriors readily swore allegiance to him, and some already had military merits. Others were good with the spear, and thus considered themselves worthy of their pay. Others even boasted that they could kill a wolf with their bare hands. Among this rabble there were a couple of experienced guys. But it is unlikely that these people will share the views and laws of Antares. None of the people in their past lives wanted to join the Demon King, but now they were begging to join his army. Riefen said he was glad to see everyone, but would only accept those who could prove themselves in action. He asked Tahid and Ras to separate the good from the worthless and choose the most useful ones. So they began sparring. The soldiers loudly shouted out their names and made up nicknames, and this one was called Bloodstorm. There were quite a lot of soldiers here, and the selection could take a long time, 24 knights, 100 ordinary soldiers, and these are only people. Although humans were on average inferior in strength to the dwarves, they could not be discounted, especially if they were willing to share the general views of equality and brotherhood. One warrior approached the orc hesitantly, surprised that he would be evaluating him. Many knights immediately recognized the fool who would definitely not be accepted, because he mistook Tahid for an ordinary orc. And Tahid immediately decided not to restrain his impulses and got all worked up as if for a real fight. He showed everyone that he had control over the aura, and excited rumors immediately began to spread among the crowd of mercenaries. The unfortunate soldier was so stunned that he even lost the power of speech. Reefenheart asked the servant if there were any worthy soldiers. This guy was named Azrael von Kater, and he was the captain of the Knight's Guard. He thought that Tahid and Russ were excellent candidates for selection, but it wasn't just skills and abilities that made a person worthy of a knighthood. "Can an orc be a knight?" Reifenheart asked, and Azrael asked not to ask difficult questions. Tahid was certainly worthy of the name, and Reefenheart wanted everyone to think so. More than half of their knights were mercenaries. They could be taught manners, but the very concept of a knight loses its meaning with so much rabble. Reefenheart didn't see much difference between all of them. Of course, trained knights would obey orders better than mercenaries. He entrusted the rest of the selection to Azrael and left the site. Returning to the office, he asked Flora if they had a lot of work. The elf nodded and placed a stack of documents in front of him that needed to be read. Reifenheart was horrified by the amount of paperwork, and a couple of months ago he was simply dying of boredom, and Flora handed him a pen. The good times were over. Due to crop failure in Crovans, almost 1,000 refugees had already flocked to them. Having assessed his tasks, the magician realized that he would not be getting up from his chair anytime soon. Cirrus brought him chamomile tea to help him work better. Because of all the work he had to do, he wouldn't be able to leave the castle for a long time, and it was time for them to clear out several dungeons and find 4 relics of the symbol. In his past life, Reifenheart had no reason to leave the palace, and besides, Maschellen helped him. But the current situation was different from the past. It was impossible to hand over all control to foreigners. People could perceive this with hostility. Cirrus figured they had a couple of people with management talent, and Reifenheart would gladly agree to hire them to free his hands for expeditions. They needed a man who understood business, but could also protect the castle. Azrael was a nice guy, but not enough to be trusted with the castle. Here the magician remembered someone and grinned mysteriously, such a literate person that it was even a pity to kill him. Kartzes walked down the corridor accompanied by Tilla, who helped him get used to his new life with a new personality. Many people noticed the strange couple and wondered who this idler was hanging around, but this man exuded nobility and manners. Even Captain Azrael did not know the identity of this man, so Kartzes could move freely without any fear of being recognized. Tilla offered him to practice fencing, after all. He was a knight to the core, but he refused. The girl playfully poked him with her finger several times. No one forbade him from training, but Kartzes himself did not understand how they could give a prisoner a weapon. His past was dead. Now he was a different person. To some extent, he even felt relieved. Tilla noticed his thoughts and asked what he was thinking about. Yuval was still an excellent candidate for the role of king, the knight said. It was thanks to him that he discovered the multifaceted nature of the world. Wisdom, beauty, resourcefulness of representatives of other nations. At least the girl who stood next to him possessed these qualities, the former duke admitted. "To Sakharin, do all knights speak like that?" asked Tilla. "He himself is quite wise and resourceful," the girl added when he extended his hand to her. She wasn't sure about his beauty, she joked. He lacked a beard. Kartzes promised to grow one. Her people could hear the voice of truth, so she knew whether he was telling the truth or not when she squeezed his hand. And the knight, without a tremor in his voice, confessed that he fell in love with her after looking into the eyes of Lake Tilla. She blushed at such an unexpected confession and opened her long eyelashes wide. Of course the knight could understand if she refused him because he was a man, but Tilla did not object to mixed marriages. Since he could love her without any obstacles, the girl became completely embarrassed. Kartzes jokingly asked if she would stop looking after him, since he was her prisoner. Only now did he understand that he had no right to condemn Yuval, the duke said. Reefenheart smiled when the man entered his office and asked how he had been doing all this time. There really was a change in Kartzes. He became softer, calmer, as if death had done him good, and now he could be himself, even though he remained a prisoner. Then the magician suggested that he stop being a parasite. The knight himself was already tired of walking around the castle doing nothing. Reefenheart liked that he was so smart, because for him there was only one thing to do. At first, when Kartzes heard about the magician's plans, he thought that he must have gone crazy. The magician did not argue. He was often told so. Even his faithful elf Cirrus thought so. After spending some time here in the new emerging country, Kartzes realized something. Even though other peoples were not people, humanity was not alien to them. And this applied not only to the dwarves and elves. A civilization that takes human beings for monsters awaits a sad end. The Duke himself did not know why no one had paid attention to this until now. And since a change of era is coming, he would like to take part in it, said Cartzes and bowed. He promised to fulfill any request. He could be a servant, or help in management. He could do anything. Of course, the magician was glad to hear this when he realized that the Duke wanted to get down to business even without his request. Then he handed him his seal, since the guy himself claimed that he could do anything and could be his full-fledged representative. Cartzes was somewhat surprised by such a career takeoff, because not long ago they were enemies, and he could have changed his mind. Riffen warned that decrees with this seal only apply to humans. But what could he do if he suddenly betrayed him? Asked Riffen, and Cartzes himself chuckled, realizing the stupidity of his fears. He couldn't do much. The only people here were a handful of knights and a crowd of vagabonds. His new master was no fool. But Cartzes asked what would happen if he trained these people into an army. Then Tilla will shed many tears, Riffen answered without hesitation. Here the Duke realized that the magician saw right through everyone even without the voice of truth, and nodded. He promised to try his best, and Riffen said that he needed a new name to match his new face. The mage thought about shortening the name to Cess, but it sounded like some kind of infection, so the new representative asked to just call him Carl. He also asked to appoint him as chancellor, rather than just the count's representative. The duties were the same, but it sounded better. Carl assumed his role as chancellor immediately. He proved to be quite capable, especially in growing a beard, even more than Riffen had expected. Even though he himself had once been an emperor, he was far from Charles's managerial talents. The first thing Carl did was to find out from the elves their preferences and assign them accordingly. And thanks to this, the efficiency of the office increased by 30%. He also restructured the military forces. Riffen simply divided the soldiers into 6 squads led by a knight, but this was not the right decision. Charles completely divided the knights and soldiers into different units. The soldiers were given 2 captains, and so they began to fight much more effectively. Finally, Carl resolved the issue with the refugees. He assigned the literate ones to work in the palace, and sent the empty-headed ones to work in the fields and knead manure. Now Riffen was completely sure that it was not in vain that he saved the boy's life. He asked Tilla to look after the future hope of their empire. Meanwhile, Cirrus practiced fire spirit magic, gaining more and more power. Now she could shoot fire arrows. Soon the girl would be able to open the 3rd circle, and then Riffen would teach her as in her past life. The girl definitely had a talent for magic. Here one of the maids called him and informed him that his lordship was awaited by the people he wanted to see in full force. When he left, Cirrus asked her friend how things were going with Carl, and Tilla pressed her hands to her cheeks in embarrassment. The Duke had been kind and sweet to her, and was getting better looking every day. Cirrus didn't quite understand how a beard could make a man more handsome, but she didn't object. But her relationship with Reefenheart was going strangely. He was more of a father to her than a man. Tilla warned Cirrus not to say such things out loud, otherwise the gentleman would lock himself in the bedroom again. He really did look like an old man trapped in the body of a young man, even by dwarven standards, Tilla said, and Cirrus laughed nervously, because she knew why that happened. Before Riffen the hunters were gathered. The eldest was called Jekyll, and they all behaved with great respect towards him. They came to him at the request of the Tauben trade union, and the magician had a little business for them. He wanted them to track down Teslan and his more illustrious companions. The magician promised to give 100 coins in advance, and another 100 for success. The hunters accepted the order and left, and Riffen thought that this was enough for Teslan for now. Here they brought him a report from the Great Trade Union. Most of the information he received was meaningless. Ogres were spotted somewhere. A kraken had emerged somewhere. A 2-headed calf had been born in some mountains. But one message caught his attention. The monster hunters were attacked by the legendary beast Tusk. Most died. Only a few escaped. Tusk was Atilka's old nickname, Riffen remembered, and ordered everyone to whistle on deck. Kaltazan, the southern border of the kingdom of Hallen, the city of Kostal, was her safe haven. Now he slept quietly under the familiar splash of the sea waves. His streets were empty. The townspeople returned home carrying with them fresh-baked goods and wine. But it was not the sea merchants who were really in charge here, but the guild of alchemists, who built themselves a huge palace. Inside the laboratory there were many supplies, and the shelves were filled with various elixirs. This was the only thing that made the lab similar to others, because this one was gloomy, due to the main ingredient from which potions were made. The slaves were kept here as guinea pigs, kept alive, but nothing more. They were fed through tubes by force with an incomprehensible liquid, just so that they would not die of hunger. Trolls could even eat garbage without being poisoned, and for their exploiters they were a very valuable find. The guild was constantly under pressure to increase supplies to meet growing demand, but to do so, they needed another living troll. The alchemist pulled the lever, and one of the subjects jerked in his chains and moved. He hovered over a narrow shaft that resembled a meat grinder or a food processor, with rotating blades. This is where the bodies of the unfortunate captives were thrown. All the remains were filtered and distilled, filling flasks and other containers, to the great joy of the alchemists, because this is how red gold was obtained. The laboratory looked more like a torture chamber, and there were clearly more appropriate devices in it than purely scientific ones. People were happy with everything except that they couldn't raise their dairy cows at home. They were never able to find a way to prevent miscarriage in female trolls. In the wild, they reproduced without problems, so there was a way, the alchemists believed. But what worried them most were the rumors about Captain Lendon's broken group of hunters, although the head of the order did not care about the losses. But what if the terrifying tusk climbed straight into their lair? That's what the young alchemists feared. Wherever the shadow of this mythical monster appeared, people found death. The head of the order was worried, and was currently negotiating with important guests. This was good news for the neophytes, since there were people capable of killing the vengeful monster. To please the important guests, among whom could be the Lord of the Aura, they were presented with a rich gift. After all, the alchemists had money. The head of the order was called Deepol. He personally greeted the dear guests. Among them were people of different barbarian appearances. The first was called Kafir, and he possessed an aura. The second was the seventh circle mage Sharn. He liked how the head of the order flattered them. The third guest was the priest of the Order of Sire Blay, and he promised to pray for the guild. The alchemists felt quite free because they didn't even lock the gates or raise the bridges at night. The lazy guards stood slouched at their posts, scratching their sides, dreaming of sailing away on one of the frigates that were under sail. One of them dreamed of becoming a sailor as a child, but his father talked him out of it because it was hard work and only looked good in novels, even if they paid well. But God willing, half the crew would get that money. They didn't notice how the light fog was slowly rising. The guards were still chatting about their own things. Their service was measured, but long, unlike the naval one. Here, the younger one finally noticed a strange fog that rose from nowhere. The weather had been clear all day, and nothing foreshadowed the dampness that would cover the entire town. Then the guards became worried, realizing that something was wrong. They heard the sound of drums beating and a strange chant that seemed to come from everywhere. Suddenly they felt an irresistible desire to sleep on a soft bed. And then they fell onto the cold stone, deprived of consciousness. The tusk did not touch the innocent and gave them dreams of dreams. But those who are guilty will shed bitter lakes of tears, said the troll. He wrapped himself in a wide cloak and disappeared into the magical fog without making a sound. Reefenheart stood by the window and did not sleep. It had been unbearably quiet and boring for 3 days. But he waited patiently. Seeing the blue haze of fog, he realized that the fun was beginning. The fog spread quickly and reached the alchemist's luxurious palace. The path to the palace became red and sticky where Tusk had passed. The cloaked figure moved quickly through the corridors, despite the fact that he was here for the first time. The guards inside were better armed than the regular guards. They already realized that they were being attacked and raised the alarm. They were immediately promised 1,000 gold if they killed the Tusk. The noise reached the dining room where guests were just having dinner. Deepol asked them for forgiveness for the fact that troubles had come at this particular moment. The cunning alchemist could not reveal that it was Tusk himself who had invaded them, so he lied that it was simply one of the test subjects who had broken out. They had only recently caught him, and he was more violent than they had expected. The warriors would soon subdue him, Deepol said. The Kafir immediately offered his help, and then the alchemist began to pretend to refuse because he could not disturb such dear guests. But the guests already understood why they were there, and were not at all against their participation. The Tusk glided over the ground like a shadow, searching the wide spaces of the palace. The guards ran out into the passage and blocked it, but their formation was not dense enough. That's why Tusk easily slid under the spears and got close to the soldiers. He quickly broke their formation and they fell like bowling pins. Seeing how quickly their comrades were dying, the soldiers panicked, and the walls of the palace resounded with curses. Tusk answered them with displeasure that it was not their place to curse him and call him a cruel monster, since they themselves were making money by torturing trolls. "So it's time to pay the bills," said Tusk and hit the drum. Here the guards felt their bodies moving against their will. They dropped their weapons and then began tearing each other apart with their bare hands. Tusk snapped his fingers a few times and everything went silent. All the guards were dead. But there were those who did not succumb to his magic, and the troll's eyes flashed angrily. The trio of guests, the warrior priest and the magician, immediately understood who was in front of them, the same legendary monster that killed the hunters. Now it became clear to them why the head of the order was so courting them. "In this world, nothing comes easy," said the magician and grinned. They were not at all afraid of the night guest. Although the priest felt deceived, they decided to deal with this later. These strong ones, the troll immediately assessed the threat, but also did not show fear. They were surprised when they heard the troll speak, but it hardly changed anything in their relationship as hunter and prey. "Let's finish quickly, and then deal with the sneaky alchemist," suggested the warrior Kafir, and was the first to attack the enemy, so quickly that he immediately went behind his back. His sword cut through the wall, showering everything around with debris, but missed the troll. The warrior did not like that his blade was being dodged, and promised to finish what he started. Then Tusk suddenly jumped forward and snatched his weapon from behind his back. He took the Aura warrior's next blow with 2 thick clubs. This greatly surprised all 3 of them, because they looked like ordinary sticks. Tusk began to read the spell, and an unusual magic circle appeared around him, different from those used by human sorcerers. This spell gave him strength, and the troll could already fight on equal terms with the swordmaster. In addition to everything else, he also accelerated significantly, forcing Kafir to defend himself. No matter how he looked at it, Tusk was quickly pushing him back, something the renowned master did not expect at all from the one he considered a monster. Then Kafir began to furiously wave and destroy everything around, adding work to the masons. For a few moments he managed to break the distance between them in this way. The troll hit the stone floor with his sticks and cast a growth spell. At that hour, vines sprouted from there and entwined themselves around the Kafir's legs and chest. He was immobilized and vulnerable to attack, which Tusk took advantage of. The barbarian warrior panted heavily under the troll's blows, but still held on. When one missed blow to the ribs made him double over. His comrades realized that it was time to intervene, and the magician used a fire spell. The spell's field of effect began right under the troll's feet, and the wizard was not at all afraid of frying the warrior. The flames flared up as if from a stove, but Tusk managed to jump back, but in doing so he lost control over the warrior. The Kafir immediately freed himself and told the others that this monster was not simple. The priests of Sire suggested forgetting about the knightly code in front of the monster and simply finishing it off with a joint effort. The most dangerous spells for a troll are magic and fire, which can incinerate his body, so the magician was surrounded by sparks. He fired a chain discharge at the Tusk that was difficult to dodge, but the troll whistled and a red spot appeared in front of him. It turned out that this thing blocked spells, and so the magician became completely useless. Meanwhile, while their enemy was distracted, the priest healed the warrior, although the process was not pleasant for the latter. But it was surprising that the divine power conflicted with the aura, because this was not a battle between the rulers of the aura. Meanwhile, the magician tried to use the disinfecting magic of the 4th circle. And now, under this blow, Tusk was already caught, sharply leaning back. But then he jumped forward and got into a handstand, after which he began to wave his legs like a dancer. The movements were very strange, but they misled his opponents. Now the 3 guests began to think that in front of them was indeed a demon in the skin of a troll, and that was why he was so strong. Tusk had fought a lot with humans and was used to their methods, but even for him, 3 at once was hard. But while he was thinking about what he should do, whether to run or not, he was again attacked by a warrior. True, they had to stop immediately because a 3rd person intervened in their fight. The magic of the explosion thundered, and the corridor was filled with smoke and dust. Outraged voices were heard from the thick smoke. They barely made it here in time. The fog confused all their senses. There were several uninvited guests. When the smoke cleared, Tusk saw a rather extravagant trio. An elf, a tall man in a witch's cap, and an even taller orc. Here they met Garuda Tilka, the wise son of nature, greeted the magician Tusk. The troll was very surprised that someone knew his language and his name, and asked him who he was. Reefenheart honestly answered that he knew everything about the trolls but came to help them. But the trio of the alchemist's defenders, on the contrary, tensed up. The warrior ordered them to immediately introduce themselves if they knew honor. Then the stranger in the cap answered them that he wished freedom for the trolls, and since they were passing through, they could go further if they didn't want to die. But the proud warrior was not satisfied with this answer, because the troll was a monster that had taken dozens of human lives. Reefenheart didn't expect any other answer. People always saw what was convenient only for them. That's why he asked his friends to deal with his opponents since the philosophical debate had failed, but he ordered them to be taken alive. The new participants caused the palace walls to shake, suggesting that it would need major repairs after the battle. Tahid grappled with the warrior defender, and the entire space was filled with flashes of their aura. The mighty orc was pushing back the barbarian warrior much more confidently than the troll, and Kafir had something to fear. As if the dangerous troll wasn't enough for him, an orc with an aura also fell down. The ringing of steel echoed through the empty corridors. The blows became sharper and more acute, but the opponents were worth each other. But while the priest was watching his ally, he himself remained open to attack. Only at the last moment did he manage to summon protection and repel the elf's sharp attack. Then she asked her fire pet to deal with it, and the fire spirit salamander rushed at the priest. The spirit was small in size, but it immediately made you feel very hot. Tusk was amazed by what he saw, an orc with an aura, an elf with spirit magic, as if ancient times had returned. Reefenheart began to cast a spell and told his former friend to save his people, leaving everything here to them. The magician realized that in front of them was the king of martial arts, Reifenheart, about whom there were so many rumors. He was surprised that he could also cast spells. Despite this, his size and build indicated that he had combat skills. Reifenheart fired a power cannon spell and a green flash flew towards the enemy. He responded with a golden flash, a normal exchange of blows. Nothing interesting. Since the released energies were equal, they collided in the center, absorbing each other. Then Reifenheart fired purple flashes that exploded everything they touched. The hero grinned. He knew that the enemy was currently torn apart by contradictions. 50 years of studying witchcraft and the spells don't work. How could that be possible, the magician thought. Then Reifenheart used the Shadow Threshold spell against him. The shadows hit the enemy hard, broke through his defense and made him scream. At some point he simply passed out, simply losing consciousness. Tahid was still fighting with the warrior, who even tried to crush the orc with brute force. Their auras also collided with bright flashes, reflecting each other. Both fighters tried to break through the enemy's strong defense, but so far without success. Then the orc threw his sword, shouting forward. Kafir had to stretch into a split to gracefully escape this attack. What kind of fool throws away his weapon, thought Voni, and deciding that this was his chance, he jumped towards the orc. But he didn't expect the enemy's blade to return like a boomerang. Tahid quickly intercepted it in his hand. The return blow was no weaker than the throw, and Kafir lay down to rest, tired from the intense battle. Reefenheart was pleased with his protégé's fight. He already skillfully combined aura with spiritual weapons. After the duel with Ras, the orc greatly improved his skill. Cirrus asked if it was worth leaving alive those who recognized him, even though he did not use aura. But Reifenheart answered her that if he wanted to keep his identity a secret, he would put on a mask, until the most important secret was revealed. Everything else was not important. Garut returned to greet his savior, and the mage told him that it was time for them to leave before reinforcements arrived. The palace building was engulfed in fire, and someone would have to fork out money for the reconstruction. People were running around the courtyard in panic. Deepal sincerely cried, realizing that his entire life's career was on fire. Soon the entire palace was ablaze like a Christmas tree, leaving a beautiful and frightening glow in the sky. The heat was so intense that it even reached the top of the hill along which a row of carts was traveling. Ras had barely gotten used to the orcs when he was now getting used to the trolls again, who looked creepy with their tusks, especially since he had seen orcs often, albeit as slaves. But this was the first time he had seen trolls. Their eerie appearance was enhanced by their thinness and elongated limbs. The poor fellows did not know the language, and overall they looked pitiful. When they stopped for a rest, Garrett asked Reefenheart how it happened that he used magic, because no one said anything about it. The magician himself didn't know. He didn't hide from anyone that he possessed magic, but the fact remained, he was still a true king of martial arts. Garut couldn't help but believe it, because he knew well the golden aura that he saw, and asked if it was true that the king of martial arts saw other intelligent races as equals to himself and not slaves. There were still many questions about how he knew their language and his name. Then the magician said that he had one troll friend, a surviving member of the Bavard tribe that lived in the forest of Deinharf. These were facts taken from a past life, but they could no longer be verified. Garut had heard of them, but still could not understand how the magician had acquired such extensive knowledge about them. So gradually, Reefenheart decided to tell him what he knew and what kind of world he wanted to build, and Garut found this story tempting and interesting. After all, he himself had been wandering around the world for decades, saving his relatives from captivity. He had killed hundreds of people and was ready to kill more. But this would not change the world. Trolls would still be considered monsters, and everyone who fell into the hands of people would die in terrible agony. Reefenheart offered Garut and the surviving trolls to settle in Antares, on lands that had already been prepared for them. But before he answered, he had one more question. If the magician was a human, why did he care so much about other people? Then Reefenheart asked him if he had been to the southern regions of Takan. They said that there lived people who devoured their own kind, and they did it without a twinge of conscience until a sage appeared who showed them how to do it better. He banned cannibalism among the inhabitants, which caused discontent among many. They claimed that this was the ancient culture and traditions. So who was he to violate them? Then the sage replied that he saw how they ate people dear to him, and therefore cannibalism should be prohibited. The people he knew, his friends, Reefenheart repeated, looking at his comrades. He could not calmly watch them being treated like slaves. There was another important argument in his position. Cooperation with other nations was beneficial to people in itself. It enriched their culture and knowledge. and those who opposed it would eventually end up on the dustbin of history. Disturbing news has reached the Kingdom of Grime, the city of alchemists Alkenberg. Their guild, Tears of Santara, had called an emergency meeting and were now trying to conduct their own investigation. Tusk's actions could be equated to a natural disaster, but if people were involved in all of this, that was a different story, the head of the council said. Then Deepal hesitantly stated that they had suspicions, but no material evidence. The king of martial arts, Count Anteri, stood in their way. But according to the testimony of the magician Marund, this man did not rely on aura, but was a skilled user of magic. There was also a discrepancy in timing. It would have taken a month for the count to move in with them, whereas he had only been away from home for 2 weeks. The head of the council suggested using a double, but Reifen's physique was too noticeable to be missed. The matter took a difficult turn because it was impossible to simply come with accusations to the leader of a young nation and the king of martial arts, especially without evidence. But rumors spread that the king of martial arts had saved the trolls, and this undermined the guild's authority. Given all the circumstances, the evidence clearly showed that it was Reifen, which created a lot of problems for them. The culprit of chaos and panic himself enjoyed the work he had done. No matter what he was suspected of, his alibi would be reliable until the alchemists found out about the spatial portals. Everything was going according to plan, and for now this was enough for the magician. Now he was avoiding the combined attack of people while gathering strength. Now all his friends were in their places. Cirrus, Tahid, Garut, Michelin. It was time to get serious. And outside, autumn was slowly coming into its own. In the deep, stuffy depths, hammers pounded, chains rattled, and centuries-old rock groaned. The whip whistled shrilly over the backs of the convicts who were digging into the mountains. The dwarves could have freed themselves in an instant and restored justice, but their families were held hostage. The overseer demanded that they quickly look for orichalcum or adamantium in order to somehow recoup the slop they were being fed, otherwise the Viscount would be furious. But then they heard the shouts of guards and the sounds of a fight. Someone had entered the mine. A dwarf with a heavy hammer and an unkind look decided to visit his relatives. No matter how much he didn't want to smash a couple of skulls, the guards were ordinary hired workers, so he spared them. But this dwarf did not come alone, but with friends, among whom was the warrior of the Great Forge, Eustea. The guards were alarmed to see other gnomes without shackles, so there can be no two thoughts about the purpose of the visit. Besides everything else, these gnomes were also skilled in the use of magic. Thus, they immediately neutralized the overseer's mage by using blocking spells. Eustea ran up to the defenseless mage and punched him in the stomach, after which she shouted throughout the cave that the Steelhammer clan had come to free the slaves. Everyone was told to come up one by one to remove the shackles. The shackles were unlocked with a special spell, and the dwarves had to use magic again. Many were worried about the hostages, as they could face punishment if the guards found out about the escape. But a special detachment had already set out to liberate the gnome village, led by Tilla. She hadn't practiced her axe on camera for a long time, so now she was frolicking to the fullest. When the fight was over, Tilla shouted out to her grandfather Hitos, greeting him. The gray dwarf was extremely surprised to see his granddaughter here. She threw herself on his neck and said that they were sent by Mr. Reifenheart, the savior, and now it was time for everyone to leave this place. So the gnomes hastily gathered their modest belongings. Although they did not want to leave their home, they had no choice. Here I met Tilla and my father Leortyke, who was amazed at how much his daughter had grown during this time. She had grown so tall that it was time to marry her off, the father joked, hugging his daughter tightly. Galpid, the priest of this village, joined the meeting and asked what their further plans were, because such a gathering of gnomes would definitely attract the attention of people. But he was told not to worry, because everything was going according to plan. An underground river flowed next to the gnome village. The cave, washed out by water, was so huge that 3 sailing ships could enter the grotto at once. Caught by the current, these gunbrigs entered the underground harbor. The priest was amazed that the Great Forge had prepared ships, but these ships did not belong to them. A tall, tree-like man with a thick beard stood at the bow of the ship and greeted the dwarves, saying that they were not enemies. The dwarves were skeptical about the idea of trusting a human, having just freed themselves from the oppression of humans. But Tilla was the first to rush onto the ship and hug her beloved Kral tightly in front of everyone. The couple was not embarrassed and cooed. Carl wanted to come because the girl's family was there, whom he wanted to see. The pink hearts also reached the jealous father, who almost broke his teeth from anger. Tilla, hearing his voice, introduced Kral to her father as her boyfriend, and the former duke bowed politely, saying that it was an honor for him to meet his father-in-law. To which the father responded with an outburst of anger, who even told this slob that he was his father-in-law. The dwarf shouted. Meanwhile, night fell on Diallo, the largest city in the western kingdom of Galain. But the night was not calm and quiet. The alchemist's department in this city was attacked. The alchemist monk shouted "Tusk" and threw Molotov cocktails at the attacker. The bottles exploded like bombs and burned with a beautiful display of fireworks. Garut jumped between the explosions, dodging the flames. This weapon failed to stop him, and many novice monks died that night. But the captain of the guard did not lose heart, and ordered another volley to be fired before his army fled in terror. But these projectiles also failed to reach their target. They lacked the speed and range to catch the agile troll. Garut looked at the blazing sea of fire beneath his feet and the clouds of acrid black smoke. Deciding that it was time, he jumped into the night, surrendering himself to her embrace, and disappeared into the darkness. The head of the local order chuckled smugly. After all, he was not as stupid as Deepole. No matter how strong Tusk was, they managed to protect their property and drive him away. But then the senior novice ran up to him in horror with a report. Barely catching his breath, he said that the trolls had escaped from their storage facility. This news greatly saddened the head of the local order. The night in Kentry, a city in the northern kingdom famous for its circus, passed quietly. The crowd filled the circus stands from early morning and roared at the top of their lungs, enjoying the fights. A huge monster with the paws of a lion and hooves like a buffalo fought in the arena. He was confronted by an orc who showed no fear in the face of such a formidable enemy. And in vain, because the monster killed him with one paw, so that the orc did not even have time to scream. Gladiatorial games constantly required new fighters, or victims as the case may be, so there were also professional gladiator schools, ludus, which were engaged in the selection of slaves. One such owner was now looking at the green-skinned orc with delight, and was pleased with its build, shape, and balance of muscles. This specimen was head and shoulders above all the material he had. He had seen many orcs, but this one had a special potential. It was hard to believe that he was used as an ordinary servant. Noticing the long pause, the black-haired girl asked if there was any problem. In front of the Lanista sat a very beautiful young lady who wanted to know how much she could get for her servant. Valdbane easily admitted that the slave was in good condition. It was clear that he had been treated properly. An ordinary orc would fetch an average of 5 gold, but it would be a different matter if he was fit for combat. Then the young lady asked again what the amount was. She looked as if she knew nothing about the subject. The cunning Lanista offered 7 gold pieces, although he knew perfectly well that 10 would not be a pity for such a specimen. Without much bargaining, the young lady agreed, and the satisfied Lanista clapped his hands. All that was left for them to do was sign the contract. He was already anticipating the success of getting his hands on a real beast. The mistress warned that although the orc sometimes rebels, he is a kind person at heart, and she hoped that he would be treated well, and the greenskin himself began to beg her not to sell him, promising that he would behave well. If even such a cutie could single-handedly deal with a formidable orc, he must be as meek as a sheep, thought Lanista, and was already thinking about how to eradicate this trait. When all matters were settled, the Lanista extended his hand to her and thanked Lady Scylla, and the young lady answered him with the same satisfied smile. It was a good deal, everyone thought, but someone was definitely wrong. As soon as he was brought into the cell, the orcs pounced on him from all sides, examining the newcomer. But the elder orc dispersed them, saying that Mercy had long since left this place, and asked his name. Tahid, son of Mole, who inherited Wrath's axe, answered them the orc who just a second ago seemed like a meek sheep, but in an instant turned into a formidable lion. At night the gladiators played dice and chatted. They managed to survive one day. Who knows what will happen next? Today their comrade Burrick died, and the only thing they heard from Mr. August was indignation that he died exposing his armor to attack. They did not envy his fate, and quietly whispered that in a certain county of Antares there lived orcs who fought with people. They said that these orcs possessed the pride of true warriors. The old gladiator growled at everyone to go to bed and not fill their heads with all sorts of nonsense. It doesn't concern them anyway. It's better not to hope for anything. But then a newcomer objected to him, saying that until then he had been sitting quietly in the corner of the cell. He asked them what would happen if they met the orcs of County Antares and became like them. The old gladiator looked sullenly at Tahid and asked what he was talking about. And then Tahid showed them how a green glow enveloped his strong arms. With one sharp movement, he simply tore the steel bonds apart, and they fell apart with a clanging sound around. The orcs immediately became excited when they saw with their own eyes a warrior blessed by the spirit. Tahid stood up proudly and declared that he had come from the county of Antares to show the brothers the way. He then raised his hand and called out to his brother Dakar, and was met with silence. But then, with a terrible roar, having made its way through the walls, the sword with its shining aura appeared to its owner. For the orcs, this was akin to a miracle. Spiritual weapons could only be wielded by true warriors, so they immediately recognized its power. "So who are they? Warriors or talking cattle?" Tahid asked them with a loud roar. He called on them to fight, to throw off their shackles, to take up arms if they had even a drop of warrior blood in them. The slave owner's palace was in chaos and devastation, so unusual in this luxurious place. The guards inside were still putting up a stiff resistance, fighting for their lives. The ferocious orcs they were used to seeing only in the arena and in shackles now broke free like poetry. The unfortunate servants hid in horror. Those who did not manage to escape crawled into the farthest corner. But the orc still found the cowardly man, throwing the tablecloth off the table. The man would have come to an end, but Tahid's sword did not allow this to happen. The man was an ordinary servant, and there was no need for his death, he said. But the gladiator was still dissatisfied. Then Tahid asked him sternly what he wanted, revenge or freedom. And the orc immediately cooled down. He realized that if they committed a massacre, they would brand themselves as murderers and not freedom fighters. Tahid ordered to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. For everyone killed, there will be 10 who will want revenge. Here they dragged Mr. Augustus into the hall, who, not at all understanding the situation he found himself in, began to scold the orcs and accuse them of ingratitude. The old warrior asked if this man was worthy of mercy, but Tahid objected that mercy loses its value if it is abused too much. Mr. August didn't understand anything until the very end. Meanwhile, a magician was hiding in a dark corner. Even though the orcs were making a fuss, he knew about their main weakness. If he used one mental spell, the riot would subside. And so, having finished weaving the spell of mass paralysis, the magician threw it. Only at that very hour did the prayer of Philones resound throughout the hall. The blessing of love covered the orcs with a pink wave and reflected the magic. The sorcerer was confused when he saw the priestess Philones here, while Scylla also did not expect to see a magician here. Tahid thanked him for his help, putting the magician to sleep with a strong hand. Then the priest, who had been skillfully pretending to be a young lady all this time, threw 2 necklaces to his ally, one to protect against slander, the other for communication. Tahid asked the priest why he still hadn't changed his clothes, and Scylla said that in a couple of days everything would change, and he would become such a mass of muscles that these clothes simply wouldn't fit on him. Many orcs have heard of an unusual saint from the county of Antares. Rumors reached them about the unusual relationship between the priest and Reifenheart, and then Scylla, who already understood a little of the orcish language, was horrified. They had no idea that his innocent joke would spread so widely among all nations. News of the slave revolts quickly spread across the continent, but people still felt safe and did not even think about freeing the captives. They held rich feasts in palaces and lived in idleness as befits the nobility. At that time, in order to show off their wealth and status, nobles hired servants consisting entirely of elves who were pleasing to the eye. But then the candle flame flared up brighter and the quiet banquet was broken by a commotion. A beautiful elf with dark skin and silver hair knocked out the window and stood proudly on the second-floor balcony. She commanded many fiery spirits at once, which she unleashed upon the nobles. The elven maids froze in horror, begging for mercy. Cirrus said that she came to free them from slavery, and that they had nothing to fear. But the submissive elves did not immediately understand what was wanted from them, because their family was famous for its prudence. Cirrus made a hole in the wall and asked her fellow tribesmen to simply follow her instructions for a while, and continue the conversation later when they got out of here. More frightened than inspired, the slaves' maids simply agreed, just in case. Now these meek maids, who had lived their whole lives as slaves, had little understanding of why they needed freedom. But Cirrus knew that once they got used to it a little, they would figure out what was what. The guards came to their senses too late. The Baron had already been killed, the prisoners had escaped, and the palace was engulfed in flames. Here they saw a magician who was clearly an ally of the elf, and decided to attack him before he could use magic. Reifenheart had developed the sensory field skill, and now saw the palace as if in X-rays. He could detect every living creature, know their exact location, and see where they were moving. Next, it was necessary to aim and mark each guard inside, after which he fired, and his ultra-precise magic hit all the marked targets. Many did not even have time to understand where they were being attacked from, and how such magic could exist. Reefenheart posed for a bit before leaving so that everyone could enjoy his magnificence. There were also flying cities in this world that were hidden behind the clouds and kept their secrets high up. A small group of people gathered in a large round hall for an important discussion. It's time for the Silver Sages to resolve the issue of the martial arts king, Reifenheart. The centers of magic study on the continent were the academies, of which only 3 were the most authoritative. The Secret Society of the Kingdom of Galain, the Sun Tower of the Sacred Empire of Vashtalan, and the Ancient Magical Academy of Grime, the Tower of Maragraden. In the latter, new magical theories or artifacts of the Silver Age were often discovered. And now the Archmage of the Ninth Circle, Atris, was telling about an unusual dungeon where he barely managed to survive. A young black-haired youth who knew the professor from a past life, when the Mara Grand Tower was flourishing, was also present at his lecture. His remark was heard by the Duke, who was sitting nearby, and he thought that the young man was talking about the present time. In the future, this place will fall into disrepair due to its reputation, as the Tower of Delphi under its control will raise one of humanity's most terrible scourges, the Demon King Reifenheart. But in Teslan's opinion, they treated the Academy too unfairly. The Demon King would have succeeded anywhere. He left the Tower of Delphi as a sixth circle magician at the age of 27, because the local teachers were afraid to teach him magic above the fourth circle. But once Reifenheart went freelance, his power began to grow at a terrifying rate, and in just a few years he reached the ninth circle. If he had received proper training, he would have become famous before he was 20. Teslan sighed heavily. He was still holding on to the sixth circle. Training took him longer. Here, Archmage Atris decided to tell everyone about a special artifact that the world did not yet know about. He showed a necklace that could maintain a person's body temperature at a normal level. This artifact was also capable of changing the owner's body, but until now, no one has figured out how to activate it. And Teslan recognized the very item that he took from the unfortunate digger. They used them in the Cold Lands and thought that this necklace should be kept secret. The Duke replied that the death of a ninth circle mage was too big an event to be dismissed as a freak accident, as someone might learn of the existence of the Silver Sages. Atres doesn't really know anything anyway, so there's no need to kill him right now. But another warming necklace wouldn't hurt them, said the Duke, and handed Teslan an unusual object that looked like a mirror. It was an artifact capable of analyzing people's emotions through their body's reaction. It was called the Window of Truth. The mirror reflected people's faces for a moment, and the Duke ordered them to be remembered, because one of these people could own a warming necklace. Teslan considered this approach to the matter extremely ineffective, but the Duke reminded him that a small lie can still be concealed, but it is impossible to hide a big story and fool everyone forever. It is thanks to their caution that the world has not yet learned about the Silver Sages, and they must do everything possible to keep it that way. If they realize that there is a group of people in this world that is secretly watching over them, humanity will experience a crisis of mistrust and will not be able to develop further properly. The Silver Sages must protect people from the shadows, for to them they are neither oppressors nor rulers, said the Duke. Then Teslan asked in surprise why hide the warming necklace at all, since there is nothing special about it. That was true, but it was impossible to allow the use of magic that could change the human body. It was a slippery slope to immortality, the Duke said ominously, and Teslan frowned. In his current situation, there was a limit to what he could learn. He still didn't understand how the Silver Sages maintained their information network. At first, he thought that they had informants in each kingdom, and maybe in the magic towers too. But the sages knew about the movements of even those they didn't cross paths with. And even despite this, they could not prevent the presentation of Atres's warming necklace. Even the vast network had its gaps. Even though Teslan had infiltrated their organization, he was still treated as an outsider. The heavenly temple hovered in the clouds, like an unattainable Olympus where the gods lived. That's how they felt, invisible arbiters of fate, who gathered only to determine who would live and who would die. Reifenheart is a rat that defiles the order of the world, said Keeper Stullen at the meeting. Arclight countered that the owner of such an aura could not be considered a non-entity. Guardian Taoist agreed with this statement. The owners of developed aura and the magicians of the ninth circle had too much influence and were too visible, so a special plan was needed to eliminate them so that everyone would consider it natural. Therefore, first you need to get rid of the environment and weaken the influence. Arclight immediately reminded Taoist that it was he who allowed Teslan to join their ranks, to which the old sage replied that the young man already knew about their existence and fully shared their ideals. Arclight raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and said that it was just a joke. He did not reproach anyone at all, which earned him a grumpy remark from the elder. This sage with a stern face also agreed with the words of the Taoist. Reefenheart at first looked like an eccentric, but now it became clear that he had unholy motives. Another of the guardians echoed him, saying that Reifenheart was definitely not one of those who were simply obsessed with other races. Most likely he adhered to his own views and ideals. He is young but has clear convictions. Such ideals are not born overnight. It is difficult to verify that he himself came to this, so the age of the guy should be taken into account, said another sage. Ideals are only honed through systematization and rational thinking, and here it was time to assume that Reifenheart had a mentor, and it was he who taught him such things. And so in that case they had to find his mentor. The sages agreed. When everyone had spoken, it was time to vote on the decision taken. Looking at each other, the sages realized that they had come to a common agreement. Among them there were many different people, of different ages, genders, and appearances. Each one was special. In the name of the Silver Sages and the protectors of humanity, they have declared the martial arts king, Reifenheart, a target for destruction. Along with him, everyone who surrounded him, wherever they were, was subject to destruction.